Tommy.
More crazy strong, dropping drones inside Iran. I'm the big bad supercharged sex machine, all American extra lean. If you lose your cool, maybe I'll lose mine. You drive the red line, I love crossing red line.
Oz, he's doing a fantastic job. They all are. FDA Commissioner Marty McGarry, Chief Counselor of Health and Human Services, Chris Plum. Thanks, Chris. Great job you're doing, Chris. Whatever you got.
You can just play music over the president, right?
For decades, Americans have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs by far.
Good afternoon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. As you can see, there is reports of Iranian air defenses, according to the Mehr news agency, intercepting hostile targets over Tehran. I'll show you the latest footage. It only happened within the last hour. This is all the footage I have. That is Tehran. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for tuning in to Towel News. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing wonderful. Hello, Pete. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in Iran. I know those of you who were watching the Karen Reed hearing knew that there was going to be an impromptu live stream. I know those of you who were not are probably a little bit confused. That is okay. I think it ended up being apropos that we did our coverage right now because there is a situation that is developing. That situation has to do with unidentified targets over Iran. I don't think anyone's exactly sure what the nature of the interception was, but you are looking at that moment, and it was the Mehr's news agency. While this is going on, Mr. President of the United States, Donald Trump, is having a press conference. Let's listen. This is live.
Were many, many times what the rest of the world was paying, because we need other countries to pay more, in many cases much more.
This is live.
But their other prices doubled, and sometimes they tripled.
We're going into dual screen towel mode.
By 60, 70, 80%, even more. Today we're building on our unprecedented success with Regeneron committing to offer all new drugs moving forward at most favored nations prices. They'll make their current drugs available to Medicaid and MFN. That's most favored nation. Additionally, they'll also offer their current drug, Praluent, which is the lower cholesterol and fight heart disease, to all consumers at dramatically lower cost. It'll come down from $537 to $225 and be available at trumprx.gov. I didn't put the name. Bobby did and Oz did. It's true, actually. Remember I came in, I said, what's this? But they said, it'll be better, it'll sell better, would you help us? So I now have my name on medication, but it's doing great. I hear it's setting records, actually. I was watching the other day, Mark Cuban, of all people, said it's amazing what Trump has done with this. I can't believe when I heard him say that. I was sort of in a state of shock, but others have said it too. This whole thing it's turned out to be hot. So that's trumprx.gov. The company will also invest $27 billion to build up research and development and pharmaceutical manufacturing here in America, which is a big thank you very much. Today I'm also announcing that the FDA has just approved a new drug from Regeneron called Otarmany, a gene therapy curing a rare disease that causes deafness. You know, people are totally deaf, and it's amazing. I've seen some work on it. It's actually hard to believe. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Normally, cures for rare diseases can cost millions of dollars, and really the results aren't that good. But in this case, I'm pleased to say that Regeneron will be giving this away for free for a period of time, for free. And here with us is 2-year-old Travis Smith. He was born deaf. Was he totally deaf, Joe? Pretty much, right?
100%.
Wow. This is 100%.
Hi, Shannon.
The
president is speaking live as there's hostile interceptions in Tehran.
His mom, Sierra, saying, I love you. And Sierra, could you maybe say a few words?
I'm not really sure
incredible.
why he's doing this.
Absolutely incredible. Regeneron works miracles. Yeah, he didn't know his name. He couldn't hear me tell him how much I love him. And now with Regeneron and this amazing surgery, he can listen to music and he loves it. He loves to dance and he loves instruments. And I'm so proud of him. He's been so brave through all of this. And yeah, now he can hear and he has a bright future ahead of him. And I'm so thankful to everybody on the Regeneron team.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, Even the fake news has to be impressed with it. They'll find a way to make it a bad story. He doesn't hear perfectly, but he actually does. It's about 1% off. They'll figure a way. How are you going to do it? You got to explain. No, they're genius. They are genius. I respect them a lot. But I just want to thank you, Sarah. That's incredible. Really, family.
Thank you for having us.
He's a beautiful person, too. That's a beautiful boy.
Thank you. Thank you.
His life is a happier life.
Oh, yeah, he is so full of energy and love now, and he was such a
So you
serious
see
baby.
such a difference.
Yeah, he was such a serious baby.
And
very
before
smart
that, it
and
was
fun.
it's very tough for.
Oh, for sure, he can't tell me what he wants or what he wants to eat or what he needs. And now he'll be able to do that. And
Wow.
It's life-changing.
That's a great job they've done. I want to thank Regeneron and other companies for doing their part to bring down the cost of health care for all Americans under our Most Favored Nations agreement. We've secured gigantic discounts with price differences.
In the event of attacks against Iran, alerts will be sent to the citizens of Israel, letting them know that the attacks are beginning. I repeat, if the attacks on Iran start, Israelis should expect to get a report on their phone. If you get this report, you should stay near your safe place. I don't know why this is happening. Israel has announced that if you are a citizen, okay, I think this is Channel 12. It actually attributes it to Israeli media. So it could be Channel 12, Channel 13, Channel 24. I'm not really sure. I'm only telling you what the Middle East Observer is reporting. If you get a text message and you are in Israel, if you get that text message on your phone, it is a warning that the attacks on Iran have begun, and you should go immediately to your safe place. Not to it. You should be near it. That is what the text message will say. That is what Hebrew media, well, they call it Hebrew media. What it means is Israeli media. That is what Israeli media is reporting. Okay, so if you are, listen, if you are in Israel and you get a text message, I want you to let us know, first of all, but you need to be aware if you get a text message from the government of Israel, that is a warning that the attack is about to begin on Iran. You should in turn stay near your safe place. I repeat, if you get a text message and you are in Israel, this is according to Israeli media, unattributed, I need to find out what channel it was broadcast on, and you get a text message, do not take it lightly, it is not a test. There will be specific instructions where you should go. This could happen very fast. I repeat, if there is an attack on Iran, the citizens of Israel will get a message so that they can go near their safe space. I have not heard of anyone actually getting this text. Okay, I have not. So let's go back to Mr. President.
Well, bigger and better things, but there's nothing.
Can we
bigger
please
and better.
talk about Iran?
They'll all be available right now at TrumpRx.gov. So it's, that's why it's doing well. It's not doing well for other reasons. It's doing well. Think of that. That's some discount. But we have others, and these are all top companies and top medications. And I think in the end, we're going to have every company involved. We're almost there right now, but we're going to have every company involved. Trump RX has already received more than 15 million visitors, and every American should log on to check for massive discounts before they go to the pharmacy. It's setting a record. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. I've actually had...
Oh my word. Special Prosecutor Ken Mello, the former special prosecutor from the Turtle Boy case, has been charged criminally with threatening to stab a nurse in a hospital. I repeat, former special prosecutor Ken Mello from the Turtle Boy case has been charged criminally with threatening to stab a nurse. You do not need to adjust your television sets. Per journalist Aidan Carney, this is actually quite strange. I don't even know what to say. This was the man who prosecuted Turtle Boy. Okay, so there's this journalist who's being prosecuted. I really need to cover the war, but this is just a ridiculous situation. All right, so let's just play British reporter Tal reading Turtle Boy. Let's do it.
Ken Mello was charged yesterday with threatening to stab a nurse in Fall River because he was dissatisfied with the healthcare treatment he received. He believed that he should have gotten a stretcher out of the car and simply was offered a pillow instead. This is the same person who claimed that I was a danger and should have my bail revoked multiple times because of jokes I made on my YouTube shows. The taxpayers paid over $100,000 to this man before he got himself recused by making himself a witness and pretended to be dying.
No, I don't know about that latter part. I have talked to someone who's actually in like the Free Karen Reed / Turtle Boy camp, who's very sympathetic to Aiden's cause, who did say that Ken Mello was actually sick. I obviously don't know and could not confirm or deny either way, but like that was just someone who's like a very strong supporter and still is to this day. So I think Ken Mello is actually sick. I think that's the only thing that's kind of unrelated to all this, but the rest of that's wild. A prosecutor getting arrested for threatening to stab a nurse. Oh, goodness. I've never heard of anything like it. That's a new one for me. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, world. Let's go back to the president.
I shouldn't tell you this.
I'm going to jump forward.
White House staff has said we can't do that.
Sir, we want to hear about Iran. Sir, we want to hear about Iran.
Beleaguered. It was like Fort Apache. Dr. Oz would not answer his phone because he was calling all night long with the president on the line saying, get this done. And we brought in this amazing superstar, Chris Klum, and he negotiated these agreements that people said were impossible. I want to thank him for his leadership, Chris, and I want to thank George and Lynn, who are the co-founders of this company, Regeneron. Their generosity, their
Pete, I'm not seeing
their love
confirmed.
for this country,
Pete, I've seen that reported, not confirmed. Reported, not confirmed.
for these children over injured. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. It is amazing. And you're right. I took a lot of heat to say 500, 600. But we also say sometimes 50%, 60%, different kind of calculation. 70, 80, and 90%. And people understand that better. But there are two ways of calculating it. But either way, it doesn't make any difference. Whether it's 60, 70, or 80%, nobody's ever heard of it. But it's also 500, 600, 700, depending on the way you want to look at it. So the way you word the calculation. It's either way. But Bobby, you're doing a fantastic job. We wanted somebody out of the box, and we got him, right? I would say we got him. And Bobby, he's a great guy, actually. So, Oz, how about saying a few words, please?
So this has been an unprecedented process. The president insisted we deal with one critical number you should all remember, which is that 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to the drugstore, after they've seen a doctor, will often leave empty-handed because they cannot afford the medications they're picking up. So affordability was the main word the president would use in many of those phone calls. He wanted it to be done fairly. We created a partnership with the pharmaceutical industry that was remarkable in that it pushed 17 massive companies into the fold to try to do deals, again, unprecedented, that would allow us to claim that they were giving the most favored nation pricing to this country, to the American people. The president would not take no for an answer. We got 16 companies in, but not the 17th. How many times do you think we spoke about the 17th company?
Too much.
17. He said 17. He wanted to be 17. Whatever math you want to make, 16 is not 17. There's a reason that the 17th company was delayed. That's why they're here today. It's that beautiful young boy you saw earlier. When you can save a child's hearing, and Mr. President, we talked about a lot of numbers. Secretary Kennedy quoted 100%, 600%. It's hard to beat free. Free is the best price, and that's the starting price with the president oftentimes, and that's what this wonderful company's agreed to. I want to applaud TrumpRx.gov, a remarkable site created by George Evia. Ed Korstein has done a wonderful job with 0 glitches, serving more than 10 million individual unique Americans so far. And Mr. President, it's the fastest website I've ever seen. People love it because it works well. There's all kinds of additional elements being added to it, which we'll be talking about. But this website, as the President said, must be checked if you're going to buy a medication to make sure your price is the right price. It's a transparency site that is more rigorous than anything that I have seen.
Al Jazeera English is confirming the intercepts over Tehran.
And Mr. President, your name is attached to it. I see Beth back there, Theo, Rujal, a bunch of people who've done a tremendous amount of work. And what I keep hearing from the pharmaceutical industry, maybe my colleagues can address in your comments, they never expected to have a party as qualified in the federal government. If you're thinking of serving your nation, just
Go.
We begin with breaking news coming out of Iran. Media there have reported that air defense systems have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. There's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. And indeed, Ali Hashim is live for us from the Iranian capital. Now, Ali, Iran has been adamant it won't negotiate with the US until it removes its blockade of the strait. But this could be an anomaly. What more do you know about what's happening over the skies of
An
Tehran.
anomaly, okay.
Well, indeed, just a few minutes ago, just behind me, we were seeing the air defenses engaging. Now, we don't know what are the circumstances and whether there were hostile drones or these were activated just as part of a cautious manner. This is something we were not aware of till the moment, but what we understood is that air defenses were activated in different areas around the capital, towards the west, the east, and the south behind us. For now, there are no reports. We've seen no explosions. We've seen no or heard no explosions. So for the moment, there's no result. There's nothing to report on with respect to a result on the ground. However, it's significant that Iran's air defenses or Tehran's air defenses were activated. Yesterday there were reports, similar reports, but they were denied. Today, I can say I personally saw them with my eyes.
Ali Hashim.
That's why Ali Hashim is the man. If Ali Hashim said it happened with his eyes, it happened. I'm telling you, there were air defenses active tonight over Tehran. I told you, if Ali Hashim reports it, I'll go into adrenaline mode. Let's go. I'm ready. I can do this. I was born for this. I'm ready. I got enough rest. I can do this. God bless the world. Oh, no, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I'm concerned. I am in a state of concern. Oh, goodness.
Like staring into the unknown for years.
God protect us all.
Decades, with no guarantee that anything
Let me fix the full screen. Hold
will
on.
ever make a difference for somebody like Travis. Regeneron is a great example of both the difficulty of the challenge, but also of the potential reward. We spent 25 years and billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars before we produced our first important medicine, or even earned our first profit. Maybe should have been or might have been fired, but we stuck with it. Our relentless commitment to disruptive innovation ultimately turned us into one of the most productive biotechnology companies in history. We have produced, thanks to George and his team, new medicines at the rate of about one important medicine a year for the last 15 years, including truly miraculous advances impacting millions of lives. And we have two people here who are living proof. Mr. President, when you were ill with COVID, it was Regeneron's monoclonal cocktail that you affectionately dubbed the Regeneron. We love it. And that
Bro, no one cares.
That was invented.
Bro, no one cares.
Right here in his team. George?
Well, in addition to the president, we had a few minutes ago Sierra's beautiful boy, Travis, who was born without the ability to heal, as you heard from Sierra. And the same company and the same dedicated team of scientists that helped save the president's life also delivered a first-of-its-kind gene therapy known as autonomy. So Travis can now hear his mother, as she told you, tell him that she loves him. Hard to think of a greater gift. And just like you, Mr. President, who made our antibody treatment for COVID free for all Americans and thus saved many lives, we have made the decision, the unprecedented corporate commitment to provide
Bro, no one cares.
this first-of-its-kind gene therapy for hearing loss free to all the children
That's
in
thrilling.
the United States who can benefit.
Oh, that's very nice. I'm actually
And we do
thrilled.
this. Why? To hopefully highlight the power of disruptive.
Actually, the fact that they're going to give it away for free. Fine. He's giving it away for free to the children. That's the only sentence that man could have said that would have made me look up from my news research and be like, fine. He's giving free hearing aids to children. That's actually amazing. How can I hate him for that? Listen, we say a lot of things about corporate America. The dude's giving free hearing aids to children. I really can't complain. I went immediately from corporate man, I don't care what you're saying, to you're a very nice corporate man. Thank you for helping the deaf children here. God bless you. Please continue. This is the only thing I'll permit.
Innovation and all the good that it can bring to all of our lives and our health. But we have to remember, despite the miraculous advances like retirement and like the regenerative COVID treatment, we also have to highlight how far we have yet to go to address the many diseases that lack effective treatments. And the cures will not be coming unless we not only celebrate the advances of the biopharma industry to date, but we all
Well,
work
yeah,
together.
bro.
Private sector.
If you give children, listen to me. I can't celebrate you just making something to make a lot of money. I think that's great, but like that's not really helping America. It's helping you, and maybe it'll help America. But if you want to help America and you want me to celebrate your advances, like show some goodwill, bro. About time they did this. Like the corporate CEOs are kind of selfish. This dude gets it. You don't need all that money. It's pointless. Just make free hearing aids for children. Do you realize how much goodwill you're going to get because you make free hearing aids for kids? First of all, we got to tell all the kids about this. Let me rephrase. I don't think it's like a specific hearing aid. It's not a device. It's a treatment for child hearing loss. You just give that out for free, okay? Screw the insurance nonsense. Screw all this like paperwork. Just give it to the children for free. That is when I will praise you. You see how we're all like getting on the same page now? Now I can sing your praises. You're not being selfish. You're following Matthew 25:31 through 46. You're being a nice man. You're helping the children. Now we both can, now we're talking, we're speaking the same language. You help the children, you use your money to do it. You don't need like that much money per year as a CEO. So just give the money to the kids and help them here. Look at this, corporate America's dancing off beat to the rhythm. Now they're back on beat, one drum step at a time. We got them. All right. See, we can work with this. I can work with. About time, corporate America.
Together with the government.
Hashtag free
to not
hearing
only
aids for
maintain
children.
America's position as world leaders in biotech innovation, but to actually.
Yeah, but he's actually got to do it. If he's going to commit all this money, I want to see like posts on social media where all these moms and dads are like, I couldn't afford this. The insurance company was screwing me. And then I went to this company. I heard the guy say it at the White House with President Trump. I called them and they gave me a free treatment. I feel great. If they actually do it, that's great. Good for them.
Up innovation and become even more disruptive, especially in a world.
The reports about the air defenses in Tehran, Zach, this is the latest I have for you, dear sir. My dear friend, this is the latest I have, and then we'll go back to the White House. 1 second, please. This is the latest I have for you from Tehran 37 minutes ago.
We begin with breaking news coming out of Iran. Media there have reported that air defense systems have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. There's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. And indeed, Ali Hashim is live for us from the Iranian capital. Now, Ali, Iran has been adamant it won't negotiate with the US until it removes its blockade of the strait. But this could be an anomaly. What more do you know about what's happening over the skies of Tehran?
Well, indeed, just a few minutes ago, just behind me, we were seeing the air defenses engaging. Now, we don't know what are the circumstances and whether there were hostile drones or these were activated just as part of a cautious manner. This is something we were not aware of till the moment, but what we understood is that air defenses were activated in different areas around the capital, towards the west, the east, and the south behind us. For now, there are no reports. We've seen no explosions. We've seen no or heard no explosions. So for the moment, there's no result. There's nothing to report on with respect to a result on the ground. However, it's significant that Iran's air defenses or Tehran's air defenses were activated. Yesterday, there were reports, similar reports, but they were denied. Today, I can say I personally saw them with my eyes.
Ali Hashim, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, yeah, so I'm not a scientist, Howell. I just like to see corporate America giving things away, even though it will cost their profit. If it's some kind, I'm not a doctor. I imagine children and their doctor can't just get this. They have to talk to a doctor. I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. I'm obviously just telling you the man said he'd give something away for free, like that his company invested in. Whether or not it's like right for anyone, who the hell knows? It's just a nice gesture.
Increasing investment
that is unleashed at the same time.
Seriously though, how could he be doing this as the reports about attacks in Iran are happening?
Families that Dr. Oz mentioned, standing at a pharmaceutical counter or pharmacy counter right now, wrestling with the decision that no family should have to make, but whether or not they can pick up their prescription because they can't afford it will no longer be the case. And at the same time, We know that there are roughly 20,000 known diseases in the world, and we have a treatment or a cure for fewer than a quarter of those. And so this president and his policies is not only safeguarding affordability for American families, but is ensuring that we continue to bet on American exceptionalism. We bet on innovation. We bet on the principles that have taken us to this place in 250 years for the next 250 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Chris. Great job you did. Maybe you want to talk about rescheduling while we're here, and just say what you're doing and the progress that you've made.
Well, Mr. President, today is another promise made, promise kept day. On December 18th, you signed an executive order on increasing medical marijuana and cannabidiol research, and today we delivered on that promise. The Acting Attorney General this morning signed an order that moves into Schedule 3 medical marijuana products that are FDA approved or that are state licensed. This is a giant move forward.
Oh my goodness, this is wonderful.
You want to talk about rescheduling while
Breaking news. My name is Grant Smith Ellis with Towel News, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. It is 3:41 p.m. Eastern, U.S. Standard Time, Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. And as a result of an order from the U.S. President Donald Trump, cannabis is federally rescheduled as of today. Congratulations, America. Take a listen at the press conference at the White House just now.
That have taken us to this place in 200.
job you do. Maybe you want to talk about rescheduling while we're here, and just say what you're doing and the progress that you've made.
Well, Mr. President, today is another promise made, promise kept day. On December 18th, you signed an executive order on increasing medical marijuana and cannabidiol research, and today we delivered on that promise. The Acting Attorney General this morning signed an order that moves into Schedule 3 medical marijuana products that are FDA approved or that are state licensed. This is a giant move forward to implement your promise, and it's actually a campaign promise that you made. You said we're going to move into Schedule 3 to increase the research on these medical products. And just wanted everyone to know that, one, you make promises, you keep them, and two, what does Schedule 3 mean for state licensed medical marijuana products? We will begin implementation right away of this order. It does not legalize marijuana. It makes it easy for the researchers to actually study and understand medical marijuana, especially in populations that are using it. We know that 1 in 10 seniors right now use medical marijuana in the past year, and they report that it really helps them, but we don't have the science or the understanding to guide the patients and the doctors, and so both patients and doctors are flying blind without knowing how they interact with other medications because the research has been difficult to do. And so your promise today says those state licensed medical marijuana products are now in Schedule 3, and we expect the research to significantly increase so that we can understand how to guide patients and doctors in this effort. And
Thanks, President Trump.
that will come this summer to do an expedited hearing for the administrative hearing of the Department of Justice for all of marijuana to move into Schedule 3.
And the military is very happy about it, and a lot of people suffering from big problems, which this seems to be the best answer. They're very happy about it. So the rescheduling is starting, and that's a big thing, rescheduling. They kept saying, what about the rescheduling? And so, great job, I appreciate it. I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Howard Kessler. He's one of the most successful men in the world, actually, and he had some medical difficulties, and he came upon this by accident, in a way. He said,
God bless you, Mr.
he
President.
had to go through a lot of different medications, and he said this was the one that was much better than anything else. And so
It's
he
true.
experienced that he didn't benefit by it other than from the standpoint that he lives a much better life now. So
It's true.
hopefully you don't need it, but if you do need it, I hear it's
very
it's
helpful.
the best of all the alternatives. But I want to thank Howard Kessler. and
Way better than
Michelle
prednisone
Kessler.
for me.
They really.
He's right
pushed us
about
very
that.
hard. These are two people, very straight arrows. They're not into marijuana.
Oh, this
they're
is
not into
great.
anything, but
It's
he
just
found
about the
this
benefits.
answer. He said, he's doing it for other people.
Thank
And,
you, sir.
So Howard and Michelle probably they're watching or they'll be hearing about it, but they worked very hard to get this done, and it's an honor. And you've done fantastically. You all have, and I appreciate it. And man who's doing an excellent job is Howard Letnick. He's in a little different sphere. It's not in the medical sphere, but he knows what it all means. And from Commerce, he's the Secretary of Commerce. Howard, would you say a few words, please?
Sure. So in partnership with
Bobby Kennedy and Memenaz and the whole team, when they do most favored nation, we also ask the company to reshore and build their drugs here in America, because too many of our drugs, our key drugs for our health, are being made overseas. And in a conflict, we can't rely upon them. And I'm honored to say that our partners from Regeneron have agreed to reshore their production of pharmaceutical drugs, and this is exactly from your pharmaceutical tariffs. That's the point. So that means $448 billion of drug manufacturing is coming to America because of your tariffs, because of your pharmaceutical strategy. And we are proud to invite Regeneron to do this giant build in America, and all the rest of the pharmaceutical companies. They've committed to build in America because of your tariff policy and your strategy.
And because of the tariffs, it's been amazing actually. We have
Breaking
two
news. Sorry.
All of the companies, we had, I guess, 7 of them here at one time, which was interesting to see, but they actually got along with it.
Iran. We want to know about what's going on in Iran.
The biggest companies in the world, and they're all building, Eli Lilly is building, I think, 5 major plants, which without tariffs they would have built none. I said, how many would you build without none? They were all making these products in other countries, a lot of other countries actually, not just China, but a lot of other countries. And I think by the time I leave office, they'll be mostly operating. They have an incentive to do them quickly, big incentive, like the tariffs go up if they don't. And remember, if they do them here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. It's an incredible incentive. And if they don't do them here, they have a very substantial tariff. So they get penalized. And it's bringing countries, not only drug companies, but car companies. AI is a different thing altogether, but even there. But the AI is, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI. We're leading now in car companies. They're coming from Canada, they're coming from Mexico, Germany, Japan. They're pouring into our country because they're very smart, should have been done long ago by other presidents. And we were the car capital of the world 50 or 60 years ago, and then they just started taking them away. We were the
Oh,
chip
God bless
capital
you,
of the
Zach.
world, and now, Intel.
God bless you, Zach.
And now,
What a
they're coming
weird
back.
series
All
of
the chip
events.
companies are coming back.
I know,
We need to worry about
they're
that
trying to
now, okay,
distract the
because we are
public.
what
This
we're
is
doing with
so
chips
weird.
and
Why
stuff.
is he not talking about
What we're doing
Iran?
is saying at the end of a year and a half, 2 years, if you don't have your chip company, you're going to pay.
It's
tremendous
really
tariff
like
to put chips in this
embarrassing.
country, and they
The
are
public
building-
wants to know.
I think we'll have close to 50% of the chip market very soon. Right now, we had nothing.
Alf, how you doing?
And they're coming in.
I
from
think it's
Taiwan,
great
they're
for
coming
research,
mostly from
Alf.
Taiwan, because that's where chips are made, but mostly from South Korea, Taiwan, various other countries.
Great to see you, my friend.
We're bringing them all back.
God bless
It's a
you.
revolution.
I also
Nobody's
saw.
ever seen what we've done.
I also saw
Never
Nikki
been
Tal
anything
was
like
here.
what we've done. We have $18 trillion being invested. That's for 11 months. And the last administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We have in 11 months over $18 trillion. Howard, do you want to talk just for a second about the chip market, because it's explosive?
Sure, you've got semiconductors, you've got leading edge logic, you've got high bandwidth memory, and you have foundational chips. And America had a couple of points, 3 or 4% market share, and we are, of course, the biggest demand. And the president gave the order.
Oh,
let's
God
get
bless you,
these
Zach. I
factories,
love it.
fabs in America.
Oh, it's a marshmallow. Oh, I love it.
These are facts. This is
Hashtag
not
marshmallows
the
for towel.
hyperscalers buying chips. This is literally the making of the chips. right?
God bless you,
we
Zach.
Have Micron, $200 billion. TSMC, $165 billion. The list
Jewels
goes
make
on
my
and
soul
on.
wonderful.
We negotiated a great deal with Taiwan. $500 billion coming to America. We'll have $1 trillion of semiconductors. That's part of his $18 trillion, but it's foundational for us to take care of ourselves.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Al. We'll go off subject for a minute, but I think it's very interesting, and I hope you go home and take a look, because it's happening right now.
Iran.
But first, if you look outside, so we had flooring outside. We had
Zach, she might come into chat. She's great. Oh, God bless you, Bill.
1940s. And
Bill,
it's the Oval Office. It's a path to the West Wing.
Bill, I think Nikki, Tal girlfriend, and I would like to visit you.
Bad
You're
shape.
wonderful.
The whole White House has been in bad shape.
We're on it, Donald.
I think the day they built it, this is better right now. But we're putting magnificent new.
Thank you, Donald.
charcoal, the black granite against the white.
I don't know,
white
Penny.
walls. We've stripped all
Some
the
news
paint
channels will
off,
take it.
200 years of paint, and we've redone it, and it's beautiful. And you can see the building, but you can also see the columns, everything else. But we're replacing, and they're working right outside. If the press wants to go and take a look at what they do, really pros. You see the way large slabs of black granite.
Can you just rebuild the
Granite
Rose Garden,
has-
Mr. President, please?
This particular granite, over 1,000,000-year life. As an example, concrete gets rated for
Hashtag
about
rebuild the
200
Rose
years
Garden.
If you get very high grade, this is over. It's rated off. Can you imagine? Nature produces something better than you can make. So it's very interesting.
That's true.
It's a beautiful job they're doing, and it's highly polished granite in the areas you don't walk on, and it's called flame finished. The areas that you do walk on, there's no slip. So it's a beautiful job, and it's going up nice. And if you want to take a look outside that window, so that's replacing a stone that was here from the early 1940s.
Oh, God bless you, Zach. I needed some sunshine. Hashtag sunshine for towel.
Needed a ramp. Some people now.
You're welcome. Oh, God bless you. You're all wonderful. You're making me so happy.
The other thing that we're doing.
Breaking news. Oh, sorry. This is a breaking news. Sorry. This is a wild day.
Has a beautiful reflecting pond or lake. We call it a pool, lake, and pond. All everything is different, but the word reflecting is a good term. It was built in 1922. And it
You're
was
building
built
a
out of
reflecting
granite
pond.
and
That's very
stones
nice.
on the bottom,
That's
and it
nice,
never
Mr.
looked
President.
red because that's not really meant to be.
Hello, Shannon. I can't wait for you to meet Nikki. Oh, God bless you, Bill. I've always wanted a chili. Hashtag chilies for towel.
Martin Luther King gave his
I love chilies.
speech, and he had 1 million people, and I had to say that crowd, maybe a little bit more, but they said I had 25,000 people on July 4th. I have pictures of Martin Luther King's crowd, my crowd, the exact same, everything, but it was 70 years difference. The exact same crowd, but I actually had more people, but that's okay. They gave him 1 million people. They said 1 million people. I had 25,000 people. So, but these are the things that you get with it. We had on July 4th, a few years ago, first term. So you have this reflecting lake pond is incredible, but it was terrible. The condition, you all know it.
Oh, you're fixing the
Friend of mine
reflecting
came
pond?
from Germany to see me, and he
Oh.
said, "Oh, we went over it. So sad. What's sad?" This is a number of months ago. He said, "It's filthy, dirty. It's the water's disgusting
Oh.
looking. It's
That's
not
nice of him.
representative of the country." And I said, "Well, I'm gonna have to go take a look because you know, Secret Service doesn't let you just walk around."
It's true,
And
though.
I went over there with Secret Service in tow, and I said, "Isn't that a shame? It's terrible." And so they had bids from the Biden administration,
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe, and they had bids for years. They were going to do something to fix it, but they never got it done. And it's so important for our country. Everybody knows this. It covers the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. It's incomplete. It's 2,200 feet. That's taller than any building in the world if you lay it down on its side. Think of it, 2,000. It's a long, over 2,000 feet long. So it would be many swimming pools, many, many, many stacked up together. But it would be the equivalent of the tallest building in the world, plus laid down on its side. So it's very big. It's very wide, actually. It looks narrow because it's so
Oh, God bless you, Zach.
And so
High five, Zach.
the pricing was coming in over the years, but it came in sort of recently that it was going to cost $301 million to fix it. It was going to take 3.5 years. So they had to take all the granite out, which is there again, 1922. And it was leaking like a sieve. You couldn't keep water, couldn't keep anything. Granite's not the right stone for that. Right stone for that, but not for that. And I said, you know, I have an idea. It's 301 million. It was going to take 3.5 years. So remember those numbers. 301 million. This is a business study. And it was going to take 3 to 3.5 years. And over the years as a developer, I've probably built more than 100 swimming pools, different buildings I built. And I have some really good pool builders. I also had some really bad ones, but we took care of them. They didn't last too long, Howard. But I've had some really good ones, some very talented people. They're great people. I have such great respect for contractors that are good and such disdain for contractors that are bad. they charge you more money and they give you a bad job, but we don't accept it. But over the years, I've had 3 or 4 really good ones, and I took the best of the 3. I had all 3 go, but I ended up taking the best. And I said, would you take a look at this? It's 2,200 feet long. He said, what do you want me to look at? I said, have a little swimming pool. Think of it as a swimming pool. I said, oh, how big is it? I said, 2,200 feet by 167 feet wide. He said, that's the biggest swimming pool. He said, I've been doing this for a lot of years, sir. I've never heard of a pool like that. I said, well, you'll see, it's a reflecting pool. And very famous, very big signal, and very important for Washington, D.C., where we, by the way, have almost no crime, I have to say. That's maybe more important than talking about this. We have a crime down from a tremendously high, one of the worst in the country. We have almost no crime. People are walking around, restaurants are opening all over the place, the place is bustling. But that makes us even more important. So instead of being a dirty, disgusting place where garbage was in it and everything else, and I want to give Doug Burgum incredible.
I'm so confused. I'm just confused.
Secretary of the Interior. He was involved right from the day. I called him, I said, Doug.
Like, bombs are falling, but also, you know, marijuana's legal, and LSD and MDMA, and, you know.
I said, you know, Doug.
He's not even answering about Iran. He's just talking about, you know, drugs. The president is just talking about drugs. Like, that's what we do now. The president just talks about drugs. It's great. Hashtag drugs for President Trump.
I'm going to send my...
Hashtag drugs for President Trump.
He called me up. He said, so we could do something on it. He said, it's perfect, actually. He said, it's really decaying and it's a terrible condition. But if you would, I'd like to work 2 weeks on cleaning it up, which is, if you see right here. We'd like to repoint and fix some of the joints. It won't matter because we're putting a substance over the top, but it's nice to have a nice surface. And he said it'd take me 2 weeks. And if you don't mind, then I'd like to pour the latest and greatest filament or material.
Oh, God bless you. I love it, Zach.
Pool surface, but it's industrial grade pool.
Oh, the industrial grade pools, yes. Oh, yes, the industrial grade pools. How could I forget about the industrial grade pools? You can't forget about the industrial grade pools. Hashtag industrial grade pools. Oh, yes, the American flag blue industrial size pools. Yeah, I need one of those. I need an American flag industrial sized pool. Oh, yes. Oh, I had to remove the granite. I put the granite in, and it took forever to build the pool, and you know, I was just working on the pool, and I thought it was great. Yeah, I can get it done in 7 days. I just need an industrial size pool, you know, and the granite, it's way better than anything that you can make. Did you know that rocks are better and stronger than what man can make? Who would have known?
And if it didn't, you do it again quickly if you want. So
yes, and then I went mining. I mined the granite myself. I was in, a random part of Oregon. I was trying to tell Tim Cook from Apple about the silicone chips, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna mine this granite myself. I'm just gonna mine it, and I did some tests. Did you know it's stronger than paper? You don't tell the tree. I told the trees, listen, granite is doing a lot better than you trees. You can't even just make your granite strong. How can you call yourself a tree? Oh, it's a travesty. It's a sham. It's a mockery. I love the flowers, Zach. Oh, now let me just tell you, what it really comes down to is you gotta get it yourself. If you're gonna build a pool, it's gonna be industrial sized. Oh, good night, towel girlfriend. Hold on, I just want to send a personal good night to towel girlfriend Nikki. You have a wonderful night. We all do pray for peace, and all of us are gonna send you a good night. You know why? I get to do it this way. This is great. I get to talk to my girlfriend, who's beautiful and smart and wonderful and great. I get to talk to her through the TV. Watch this. All right, so beautiful towel girlfriend. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. You make me very happy, like the happiest man in the world. I'm so glad you got to meet some of the friends in chat. And I want you to lay your head down knowing, well, first that the man on the TV is your boyfriend, and he's really smart apparently, and he's talking to you through the TV. Now, I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you wake up well rested and ready to start the morning. And also, you're very beautiful. You know, you just make me radiate happiness to the point where people around the world notice it. So you're just wonderful. Good night, towel girlfriend. I hope you sleep very well. Isn't that awesome? I got to talk to towel girlfriend through the TV. It was great. Oh, I got to say goodnight through the TV. Oh, all my dreams have come true. She's so wonderful. She literally makes me the happiest man on the earth. Wait till you get to meet her. She's so great. Oh, goodness, I can't say enough wonderful things about towel girlfriend Nikki. She's just so great. Oh, she's the greatest thing ever. She's so smart, and she sings, and she loves music, and oh, she's just wonderful. Oh, good night, towel girlfriend. Back to the president.
They ride around the bottom and they clean it like a swimming pool, but these are a much higher level. This is industrial grade, and it's really beautiful. So you're going to have a beautiful pool, and you'll have it for July 4th, long before July 4th. Instead of taking 3.5 years, we're taking a week. And instead of spending $301 million, we're spending less than $2 million. And I think it's a great business story, because there are many things like that that I see. I mean, not maybe to that extent, but there are many things like that I see. I often talk about the pen. This pen's better than the one that they used to give away for $2,000. I won't go on a long story about that, because a couple of people said, he kept talking about the pen. No, I gave you the whole history of it. Actually, many people found it interesting.
Oh, yes. I just had this pen, you know, and there was I switched to ballpoint pens. Frankly, like if you just get a big Pocky instead of the little Pocky, you can pay like 79 cents for a big stick of Pocky. Now listen, when I'm in the supermarket and I'm thinking, am I going to pay for a big Pocky or am I going to pay for a little Pocky? I'm really thinking about, like, what's most economical? Like, sometimes you want a little Pocky. Hi, Liberty St. James. Now, listen, the big Pockies have their benefits, right? You can break them up into little pieces. You know, it's man-made, okay? So it's not really, if this had come from the earth, I think it would be a lot better. Yeah. No, yeah, the best. Pockies are the best.
Meaning we're going to caulk it up and repoint it. And we're going to also sandblast it. It'll be like brand new. So we're going to have, in another couple
now,
of weeks, we're going to have
you know, you have to, we are going to have the best Pockies.
The Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial.
We're going to have the best Pockies.
And I hope the media can go over. Maybe
I want the media to have some of these Pockies. They're really good.
And so a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the time, and you get a better product than you could ever get the other way.
Yeah, when you get a really good Pocky, I mean, there's nothing better. Listen, I'm going to if we're going to have big Pockies, they're going to be American flag blue. Mr. President, on the Pocky issue, what is your favorite type of Pocky? Now, when you're making Pockies, do you personally go and make the chocolate? Do you mine the chocolate from cocoa beans? Are they grown domestically? Can you tell us a little bit about why it behooves us to eat American-made chocolate? Now, when you are choosing a smaller versus a larger type of Pocky on your machine press, do you have the press run by a large battery? Is it powered by horses? What about the goats? Mr. President, this is important. You can't just tell us about your choice of Pockies without, how are you going to make the Pockies red, white, and blue? Listen, the American press has questions. Forget about the bombs in Iran. No, that's not that important. I want to know about the damn Pockies and the legal LSD and the medical MDMA and the weed and all the other crazy things that apparently are legal now. Hashtag legalize DMT. I don't know what's going on anymore.
He's a wonderful guy. He just put out a statement about it.
They legalize more drugs every day. It's like, oh, you have some weed, you have some LSD, you have some MDMA, you have some whatever the hell 5-MeO-DMT is, you have some of this, oh, have some of this precursor chemical, oh, you can have some rock molly, oh, you want it in ecstasy, here you go. That's what the policy of the U.S. federal government seems to be. We already legalized weed, but we didn't really legalize it enough. Here, we're going to legalize it some more for you, and then this summer we'll legalize it even more. Do you have enough drugs yet, America?
He's a very good man. I really liked him, but he had some conflict with, not necessarily Pete, with some other, he's a hard charger, and he had some conflicts with some other people, mostly as to building and buying new ships. I'm very aggressive in the new shipbuilding, and somehow he just didn't get along with him. He's an excellent guy. I think he would have gotten along great with me. I didn't really deal with him too much, but he's a, I consider him to have done a very good job. I put out a nice statement about him. You got to get along, especially in the military. You got to get along, and some people liked him, some people didn't, and that's usually the truth about everything. But I found him to be a very good man, and I liked him a lot.
On the war with Iran, how long are you willing to wait until you get a
Well, don't rush
response?
me. Don't rush me, Jeff. Guys like you want to say, oh, so we were in Vietnam like for 18 years. We were in Iraq for many, many years. We're in for all the, I don't like to say World War II because that was a biggie, but we were 4.5, almost 5 years in World War II. We were in the Korean War for 7 years. I've been doing this for 6 weeks, and their military is totally defeated. They're outside of the little wise guy ships. I call them the wise guy ships, the little boats that they have running around with guns in them. We'll take them out too when we see them. But their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, all of their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Maybe they loaded up a little bit during the 2-week hiatus, but we'll knock that out in about 1 day if they did. We've done an amazing job. Their leaders are gone. Their leaders are all gone. Part of the problem is that, that's why I can't really answer your question. They have all new leadership and they're fighting like cats and dogs for who's going to control. Because we've created a real mess for them, but they've created a mess for the world over the last 47 years. They've killed a lot of our people. When you see a soldier, a young person, or now an older person, but a person without legs or without arms or with a face that got blown to pieces, most likely it was from Iran. It was Soleimani who I killed. Soleimani loved the roadside bomb. He was an evil genius. He was a brilliant general. Probably we wouldn't be as far advanced had I not taken him out. That was the beginning of it all. And then I ended the Obama horror show. The nuclear transaction that he made was horror. It gave him a road to the, you call it, what the deal that he did, the Iran nuclear deal, was so bad. It gave him a road to a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, I deal with him. You cannot give Iran a nuclear weapon. This is all about a nuclear weapon. They cannot have the nuclear bomb, and they're not going to have the nuclear bomb. So we've taken out the military. We've hit about 75% of our targets. We stopped a little early because they wanted to have some peace. And we have a blockade that's 100% effective. And they're getting no business. And as you know, they're not doing well economically, financially. They're not doing any business because of the blockade. They want to make a deal. We have been speaking to them, but they don't even know who's leading the country. They're in turmoil. They're in turmoil. So we thought we'd give them a little chance to get some of their turmoil resolved. But, and I hope the fake news, people like you, I hope the fake news are going to be able to write about it accurately, because when you say, oh, they're fighting very well, they're not fighting well. They've been obliterated, Jeff, obliterated. 159 ships are in the Navy. You know how many ships are at the bottom of the sea, Jeff? 159. So, and if you read the New York Times, the failing New York Times, subscriptions are way down, as you know. That's because people don't believe the stuff anymore. If you watch CNN, you'd think that they're doing well in the war. They're not doing well. They're getting absolutely decimated. Now, with all of that being said, we'll see what happens. You have a lot of, we have no pressure. It's only guys like you with a question like that. But what's your time? We've been doing it for 5 years. Asking you for more time.
Is your administration been 8 weeks that the U.S. now has been involved with Iran? You had initially said it would be 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I hope that, but I also took a little break. I gave them a break. And remember this, I want to make the best deal. I could make a deal right now. Do you know that if I left right now, we had a tremendous success. It would take them 20 years to rebuild, but I don't want to do that. I want to have it everlasting. I want to have it where they never have a chance to get it. I mean, the way you asked that question, yeah, I did say that. I thought it would take 4 to 6 weeks, and I was right, because at the end of 6 weeks, at the end of 4 weeks, the military was decimated. But now what I'm doing, I can't tell you that. I don't want to put that kind of a timetable on it, but it'll go pretty quickly. And we'll have the Strait opened up. Now, right now, we have it closed. We have total control of the Strait. And the fact that it's closed, they would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the Strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the Strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
What do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take, obviously, even if they are having
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam?
I understand, sir.
How many years was Vietnam? Well, I did know that. I took the country out militarily in the first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now what we're doing is sitting back and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself, because every story says, oh, Trump is under time pressure. I'm not, no. You know who's under time pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode. You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens that only Len can explain. Something happens underground that essentially renders it in very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place. So I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I call them locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go. We have much higher quality equipment than we did when we first started the war, and or the military operation, whatever you want to call it. And they're coming to us. The problem they have is they are very disorganized right now. Well, now yesterday, and I was very pleased with this, 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I asked them, call it a favor or call it just a moral request, that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed. They're going to release who was protesting. 8 beautiful young women, very young women. And they were the pictures in the paper. And it's been a story for a little while, and I saw that. And I said, let's see if we can save them. And it was very nice what happened. So they're not going to be, what they're doing is, as you know, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month and release them. So they won't be executed yet.
So if you're asking for more time to sort out negotiations,
I'm not asking you for more time. I'm not asking them. No,
if you need more time,
I'm not asking anybody for more time.
If you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future?
For a little while. And you know what they get for that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon that's going to try and blow up one of our cities or blow up the entire Middle East. You want to see what shock would be? And I have to be honest, the stock market is at an all-time high right now. I thought it would have been down 20, 25%. Wait, can I finish my question? Wise guy. Stock market's at an all-time high right now. I projected, and I'm pretty good at this, that the stock market, Howard, would drop maybe 20%, 25%. And I understood that. And I said, hey, it's a bad thing, but I have to do what's right for the country, even the world. Because you can't have them, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. So the stock market, unlike what a lot of people were predicting, I thought they weren't necessarily wrong. The stock market today hit an all-time high. Hit an all-time high yesterday, the day before. And it's saying there. I thought oil would go up to maybe $200 a barrel. And oil is a different number than anyone thought. In fact, this country is much lower because we have all the oil we can use. We're actually, ships are coming from all over the world to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska. They're coming from all over the world to get oil from the United States, while this is closed, almost straight. So if you look at what I said, I guess it was right because I said I'd have it 4 to 6 weeks, and in 4 weeks we have totally defeated that military. So right now I don't want to rush it because you guys are, trying to make us look as bad as possible. I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
If it does go to 200, are you okay with that, sir?
I think that there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that takes out 1 of your cities or 2 of your cities or 3. I think there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that's going to destroy the Middle East, including Israel. I think there's nothing worse than Europe being under attack by people that have missiles now that reach Europe. As you know, they don't reach us, but they reach Europe. But they will reach us at some time, probably the not too distant future, unless we stop them now. I think there would be nothing worse than having nuclear holocaust in Europe, London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. No, what I say is you can't let them have. I don't think it will happen, by the way. I really think we actually, it turns out that we are drill, baby, drill. And it turns out we're producing a lot of oil, and they're buying the oil. They're going to Alaska, they're going to Texas, Louisiana, and our guys have done a fantastic job. We're putting out right now more oil and gas than we ever have in the history of our country. And one other thing, There are more people employed today in the United States than ever in the history of our country.
I have a question, sir. Is it true that your administration is considering sending 1,100 Afghans to the Democratic Republic of Congo? And if so, do you have a response to that?
I don't know. I have to check.
Thank you, Mr. President. Breitbart News' Matt Boyle just published an interview with Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis, in which the Prime Minister said that he's rooting for you to succeed in getting a deal with Iran. He also said he looks forward to hosting you in Greece later this year. Do you have any response?
Nice. No, it's really nice. I mean, Greece has been very supportive, actually. Greece has been terrific. He's a terrific guy. Because he understands the importance of it. You know, oil goes up a little bit. I hate it. You know, I was the one that had it down to $60 a barrel. And I looked at guys like Howard Lutnick. Howard, you remember it well. I said, well, we just hit an all-time high in the history of the market. Think of this. When we hit 50,000, I was told, everybody was told, when I won the election, November 5th, they said, well, during the 4-year period, it'll be impossible for the Dow to ever reach 50,000. It'll be impossible for the S&P to ever hit 7,000. Impossible. And you remember that, right? It was going to hit maybe 6, 7 years, 8 years, but I did it in my first year, hit 50,000. Now it's just about at 50,000, and S&P is higher than it was when we started. And S&P hit over 7,000, and that was before the year ended up 1 year. So I can only tell you this: it'll end. I don't think it'll be very long, by the way. They're delaying it because we don't know who to deal with. They are in, you know, they know who the leader is in this country. We don't know who the leader is in Iran, because remember, regime change. Khomeini is gone. He's gone to greener pastures. He's gone, and all of his team is gone. Then a second group came in. They're all gone. And now you have the third group, and they're a little concerned about being gone too.
So would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on Truth Social a few weeks ago.
We don't need it. Why do I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
All very much looking forward to. Prince Harry today has said that he would like to see you do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit on Monday?
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
How's he doing? How's his wife? Please give him my regards, okay? No, I don't know. I know one thing. Prince Harry is not speaking for the UK, that's for sure. I think I'm speaking for the UK more than Prince Harry. But I appreciate his advice very much.
Would you
Great
invite
advice.
them to the dinner to stay busy?
Well, I look forward to the dinner. We're having King Charles come. He's a friend of mine. We're really looking forward to it. We've spoken, and we're going to have a great time. I'll tell you, if I had that ballroom built, it would be full. I wish we had more seats. You know, they wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. Now they're getting the best in the world. We're going to have the best in the world. But, you know, we have a room that's not big enough to handle what would be a big crowd. But we're going to have very great people that love the UK. I love the UK. I think they made a big mistake on energy. You should open up the North Sea in Aberdeen. You should open it up. And the other thing is they made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
So, what do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you did not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation into the Federal Reservation that you did not learn when you visited the site yourself?
Well, look, you know, the Federal Reserve building is a small building. They're going to be in there by the time it opens, in my opinion, for $4 billion. I built a hotel down the road for $201 million that I believe is bigger than the Federal Reserve building. $201 million. And the ballroom, I'm going to have the ballroom from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes, like marbles, the quality, and the quality finishes. We'll go top of the line. But that's a much bigger project. When you look at the fact that they've taken this beautiful building and destroyed it, they've taken down the beautiful ceilings with eagles. They've taken down the walls that are a foot and a half thick, masonry. You couldn't hear from office to office. They ripped it all down. They ripped down, because Kevin Warsh, who's terrific, said to you the saddest thing is they ripped down the nicest building in Washington for boardrooms and all. Did you know about that building? They ripped it down. It was beautiful. The boardroom building, it was beautiful, and they ripped it down. And probably because it cost so much to fix it. So I would have done that job for $25 million, had money left over. It's going to cost more than, in my opinion, it's not going to open for a long time. You know, Kevin may not be able to have an office. I'm going to have to get him an office. Can you give him an office? Yes, please. Bobby, do you have some space over there, please?
I have a lot of space.
But it's more than you think. But we're going to have Kevin sitting right next to you, Bobby. But it may not open for a long time. I looked at it the other day. It's a see-through. See-through, you know, that means the walls aren't even up yet. This is after years and years of construction. And somehow, you have to find out what went wrong. That a small building, I could have done it for $25 million that had money left over. It would have been beautiful. That a small building.
Alerts! 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 Alerts!
And we have to get
alerts!
On top of that, he's been terrible in interest
rates.
Alerts!
Alerts! Hezbollah is firing at Israel. Alerts! Hezbollah is firing at Israel. Alerts! 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 Hezbollah is firing at Israel as the Lebanon-Israel peace talks begin. Alert! Alert! Hezbollah is firing at Israel. Alert! Alert! As Mr. President is about to start the peace talks, Hezbollah is firing at Israel. Alert! 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 Well, Hezbollah decided to make their presence known during Mr. President Trump's press conference. Alerts, it's starting. I can feel it. I can feel it. We're playing the song. It's starting. I'm playing the song. I can say it's a peaceful missile. Yes, it's a missile of peace. Hashtag missiles of peace. Oh no. All right, play the song. Play us in. We need to play the song. Oh no, it's starting. I told you I could feel it in the air. I could feel it in the air. Something was wrong. Play the song. I'm playing the song. Let's do it. Oh no, here we go. I told you it's coming. I told you it was coming. Gotta refresh, JRP. Hi, Summer. Oh, God bless you, Tiffany Bob. If you ever need help, you let me know. Here we go. It's coming. I hope you're prepared. And it begins. Hezbollah broke their silence immediately by firing at northern Israel, literally as Mr. President Trump's press conference ended. It's just a matter of when, not if now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of when, and not if. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You could feel it in the air. You could feel it in the air. Heard an explosion on the Intel cams. Oh my goodness. I have a reported explosion on the Intel cams. If you give me a timestamp, first 48, you know we can pull it up. Oh no, we're going back to Intel cams. Oh no. Let's go to Al Jazeera Live.
Iran believes that this is all stalling so that the Americans could...
One second, let's get the latest from Tehran.
Arguably that's the case, but he says that they still want to come up with a deal. He would like to come up with a deal and he would like to get that done, but he is not going to be rushed into it.
All right, thank you very much. Alan Fisher there with the latest for us from Washington, D.C., from the White House, rather. Now, Ali Hashim is live for us in Tehran. Ali, hearing there from Donald Trump, making lots of statements on Iran. Obviously, he's just made those statements now. How do you think Iran would react to some of the things he's been saying, certainly being questioned by reporters on this timeline?
Well, indeed, just like every time President Trump is speaking, Iran is a main part of his speech. So,
okay, thank you, First 48.
The point that is being repeated on several occasions that there's no leadership that he's talking to. Actually, there have been several tweets today by Iranian officials in this regard, emphasizing the unity of the leadership. And if I'll get to the points by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, President Pezeshkian, the Speaker of the Parliament Qalibaf. Also, the account of the Supreme Leader tweeted a part of his own speech last week, of his own statement last week, and they're all mainly on the same idea. Qalibaf, for example, says, in Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary, and with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions. Also, President Pezeshkian says, in Iran, we do not have hardliners or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. It's almost the same tweet. So even Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also emphasized the same idea. Now, regarding the days left, for the Iranians, actually, they didn't even react to the ceasefire itself. They've not accepted the ceasefire or refused it. And they've been saying for the past days that it's an American decision, and they are waiting America or the United States to lift the blockade on their ports. And that they're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they've been actually closing it strictly in the past couple of days. So I don't see for the moment anything in reaction, but what we can expect is more and more defiance from the Iranian leadership and just a continuation of this deadlock.
All right, thank you very much, Ali Hashim there in Iranian...
Look at the butterfly, it flew on the screen, that was great.
Joining me now is Hassan Ahmad.
Did you see the butterfly fly on the screen? That was incredible. Oh, Zach, the butterfly actually flew above my head on the screen. That was amazing. God bless you, Zach. Did you all see that butterfly fly above my head? YouTube has introduced this new feature where you can make little animals dance on the screen above my head. It's great. It's great. Even in intense moments, I'm just like, listen, the world needs more animals dancing above Towel's head. Hashtag, the world needs animals above Towel's head. Hashtag, animals for Towel. All right, let's go, and let me show you the latest scenes from the Hezbollah missiles that went over northern Israel. So if you go back just a little bit, you will see a dancing goat above my head. It actually, oh, don't worry, Tiffany Bob, it will be on the replay, but yes, there's a dancing goat that pops up over everyone's chat, and because I have the desktop version up, it will pop up over my head and dance. Hashtag dancing goat. All right. All right, let's hear Pope Leo's latest comments on immigration. Go ahead.
Conversation. Pope Leo XIV says that countries have a right to regulate their borders and decide who they allow to enter their country. Personally, I believe that a state has the right to regulate its borders. I am not saying that everyone must be allowed to enter without order, sometimes creating in destination countries situations more unjust than those they left behind. But that said, I ask myself, what are we doing in richer countries to change the situation in poorer countries? Why can we not try, both through state aid and through the investments of large wealthy companies and multinationals, to change the situation in countries like those we visited on this visit? Adding, and another point I would like to make is that, in any case, they are human beings, and we must treat human beings humanely, not treat them worse than animals, as often happens. It is a very big challenge. A country can say it cannot receive more than a certain number of people, but when people arrive, they are human beings and deserve the respect that belongs to every human being because of the dignity.
I can get down with that. It's a pretty reasonable perspective for the Pope to have. I mean, I'm in favor of restricting immigration. All right, I don't believe in unfettered immigration. It's ridiculous. But the Pope is going to be way more liberal than I'm going to be on the issue. Obviously, he's the Pope. But that's pretty moderate compared to Pope Francis. Silent Dogs, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced you believe any countries are real. So, you know, Silent Dogs, I'm just saying. All right, here's the latest from Hezbollah firing. These are the missiles. It is confirmed. There were missiles that were fired by Hezbollah at the northern Galilee. This is the footage now. You're looking at the latest. There's no sound in this video. You're looking at the latest footage from the northern Galilee where Hezbollah it is confirmed. This was not a UAV. This was not a friendship missile, unfortunately. But yes, the very real Hezbollah missiles, not a friendship, have launched. That is primary source video confirmation of a massive onslaught of Hezbollah missiles launching towards the northern Galilee immediately upon the moment at which the government of Lebanon and the government of Israel were holding talks in Washington, D.C. Simultaneously, I don't think Iran cares that Mr. President wants to wait until Friday to start attacking so that the markets are helped. I don't think they care. I really don't. I think Mr. President wants them to wait. But I think Iran wants to hurt the markets. They want Mr. President to suffer. So don't be surprised if they just attack. There were already hostile drones over Tehran tonight. There's no doubt in my mind that they'll just attack. Here is the latest scenes from Iran.
شهر کرج امشب میزبان لحظه‌ای متفاوت بود. خادمان رضوی و پرچم متبرک بارگاه ملکوتی امام هشتم به اینجا اومدن تا عطر دلانگیز رضوی رو در خیابان‌های این شهر جاری کنند.
Silent Dogs, it's called the HDI, Human Development Index. It's worth looking into. It's cool. Latest from Iran. $750 billion has collapsed off the U.S. stock market in the last 45 minutes. They're expecting more. Oh, that's beautiful. That's very beautiful. That's the latest pictures from Iran. Those are missiles. Zach, I'm so sorry to report. Those are missiles. I can confirm that there were 3 missiles at least. I think there were 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 missiles fired by Hezbollah. 2 of them were intercepted immediately, at least 2. And then another one continued on. That is the actual footage from Lebanon of the missiles by Hezbollah launching. Then there's some more down there. I don't know how many total missiles Hezbollah launched, but that is the primary source footage. Hezbollah has not just launched an attack, they launched missiles at Israel after there was massive fighting on the ground. I think it was south of Ben Jabil. Let me get you the exact location. There was intense ground fighting right before this. Let me get you the footage. Give me 1 second. Then I have some clips of Il Papa, the Pope, speaking. But let me show you first what happened on the ground. So this was Al Qantada just about 37 minutes ago in South Lebanon. Al Qantada in South Lebanon. That's heavy. Oh, that's heavy machine gun fire and mortar rounds. You are listening to heavy ground fighting in the south of Lebanon. Just 37 minutes ago. That's the actual primary source footage. Oh, goodness. This is South Lebanon 37 minutes ago. Very heavy ground fighting. I'm going to play it again and give you full screen. South Lebanon 37 minutes ago. Hi, Standing Stones. We have intense, oh, God bless you, Petty LaBelle. I love the floating heart. It's adorable. We have very active ground fighting in the south, along with multiple missile launches by Hezbollah at northern Israel. Things are about to heat up. We're just waiting for Iran to go. I know it's just a matter of minutes. I don't know what they're not gonna, they don't care. The stock market is already collapsing. Let me just tell you how much the Dow is off in the past 45 minutes. Dow Jones, the stock market's closed for the day. The Dow dropped a substantial amount of time. Hold on, let me look at the 5-day. Let me look at the 1 day. The Dow ended up only dropping 200 points, but it was starting to drop a lot right as news about the potential war started kind of going. If that market had stayed open longer, it would be down a lot more right now. Let's put it that way. And this is the latest scenes from South Lebanon, where there is very active ground fighting. Hezbollah has also launched 5 missiles at northern Israel in the past 10 minutes. We're waiting for further updates. I don't expect it's going to stop. There's no chance Iran's going to wait till Friday. They know that Israel has already penetrated to test their air defenses multiple times. Here's video from last night of one of those attempts by Israeli drones to test the state of Iran's air interceptors. Iran's not going to wait. We know Iran, they have a way about them. Here's the footage from last night showing the interceptors. This was Israel last night. This was Israel last night testing Iran's air interceptors. You can see it at the top. Oh boy, that was last night. Oh goodness, we have a situation. Somebody get the goats. Somebody tell me, save the goats. Save the goats. Save the goats. Here's more footage. Here's more footage. Hezbollah has launched rockets at northern Israel. This is not a test. We're just waiting for Iran now. You know, their big brother, they're coming. You're looking now at 5 rockets launched by Hezbollah from southern Lebanon towards northern Israel. You're looking at Hezbollah firing live right now. That was about 20 minutes ago. Those are the 5 rockets fired by Hezbollah from southern Lebanon towards the north. More footage coming in right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is just past 4:40 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time. It is Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 10:40 p.m. in South Africa. It's 11:40 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 12:10 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, Friday, April 24th, 2026. Here's the latest from northern Israel as Iron Dome interceptors fly up to intercept the Hezbollah rockets. You can see the Iron Dome interceptor right there, intercepting one of the latest rounds of Hezbollah rockets being fired as there is active ground confrontations and multiple explosions in southern Lebanon on the ground. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I will show you the latest from the latest report from Al Mayadeen. It doesn't have English captions. Actually, let me get you English captions before we watch this, because otherwise Translator Tal will have to do it, and it's just a whole process. So let me just get you English captions, and while that's doing its thing, I have to do it manually. All right, while that's doing it, we'll work on something else. All right. So let's get you English captions for this. We can watch it in Arabic, but it won't really be helpful to the English viewers if we don't have the English captions. So I'm going to get them for you as soon as possible. All right, let me do this now. All right, done. Great, the video is downloading. Now I have to upload the video. I actually, because you all are so kind and you support this public information service, I, out of my own pocket, pay for translation services. It's not really a translation service. I just have to make the captions, and then I have to translate them into Arabic. So I guess, from Arabic to English, and you have to identify the speaker's language, so you have to know what language they're speaking. It's a whole process. Anyway, I'm working on it right now. I should have it for you in maybe 3 minutes. It really depends on the length of the video. It's the latest from Tehran as the air defenses were activated tonight from Al Mayadeen. All right. And it's definitely in Arabic from Lebanon. Okay. Let me just do this. Okay. Wait for the upload to finish. Done. It's creating our transcript now, and then I will have this video for you. In the meantime, I'm monitoring very, very closely. Let's see how long this is going to take. It should take about 2 minutes. All right, 2 minutes. So let me get it all prepared. I have to do this. Ready? So what you do is English captions, okay? Because they don't always do English captions, which isn't great for us, but that's okay. So then we go grab the source video. I got to wait for the SRT file to generate to actually add the SRT file, but I can preload the video for us. Get ready. And also the captions on Twitter, they work good, but they don't always work. So what I do is I grab the same video they uploaded, right? Now what I want to do is I want to leave it there, all right? Because what we're doing is we're adding captions. So it's uploaded, but I got to wait for about 2 minutes for the captions to load. Now you might be saying, why do we have to do captions? Well, otherwise Interpretal has to sit there and interpret what's going on. And to save everyone some time, the best way to do it is to just add English captions, all right? Because it's a lot of Arabic words in a short amount of time, and the man is in Tehran when the air defenses went off. So the translation is happening. It's going to generate me an SRT file. It should do it in like 20 seconds. Come on now. It's done. All right, so now what I do is I export the SRT file and do it this live. This is how you are a news reporter towel. Hashtag news reporter towel. All right, hashtag Edward Murrow towel's coming out. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, I can feel the adrenaline. I can feel it. I can sense it coming. So then you got to go to that screen. You got to upload captions. Yes, it's an entire process. Then you have to wait for the caption that you just generated to upload. Okay, you ready for this? It's magic. All right, so as soon as the caption that you just paid for, it cost me like $1.20 to do each video is done. You actually add it, okay? Then you do this, all right? Now watch, ready? The caption should be imprinted over the video. There we go. All right, so we don't risk posting it because sometimes it removes the captions. Oh, all right, that's not helpful. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can't really do that until you post it. So the caption's going to hold? Yeah, all right. I don't want to risk it not holding though, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to separate these views. Alright, now I can show it to you full screen without it getting all made. And now it should have the captions. Here you go, look at the magic of real-time towel.
أبدأ مما كان يحصل قبل وقت قصير ولو ذهب زميلنا علي معي بالكاميرا إلى بعض الوجوه هناك بكاء. بعض المتواجدين هنا الأغلب كان يبكي لأنه عرض قبل وقت قصير مقطع لإيرانيين لم يحظوا على حياة القائد الثاني السيد علي خامنئي لزيارته والتعرف عليه، لكن زاروا مكان استشهاده بعد عملية الاغتيال، وكان هناك مقاطع مؤثرة فعلا وشهادات لإيرانيين يقولون أنهم يعني كما عبروا أنهم نادمين لأنهم لم يتعرفوا على شخص القائد على حياته، واليوم هذه الدموع وهذا الحزن الظاهر على وجوه الحاضرين هنا منه يستمدون القوة، هذه القوة التي يحولونها إلى مصدر مواجهة هذا العدوان. هم يعلمون جيدا بوجودهم في هذه الفعالية بشكل يومي رامية بأنهم كشعب واجبهم بالحد الأدنى أن يكونوا متواجدين لنقل هذه الصورة. الشعب الإيراني الواحد الموحد، الشعب الإيراني الذي يدحض كل السرديات الأمريكية حول تفككه أو حول جرذمته أو حول انقسامه. هنا الكل يردد كلمات واحدة: نحن باقون هنا وننتصرون. لديهم يقين بالنصر. هذا اليقين يمكن استدلاله مما حصل قبل ساعات، بما أنك تحدثت مع زميل سياوش عن تفعيل الدفاعات الجوية. رامية لم يرف جفر لأحد، كانوا يعني يحيون هذه الفعالية. فعلت الدفاعات الجوية، صدرت أصوات عالية، لم يلتفت أحد، يعني نادرا ما التفت أشخاص نحو الأصوات التي ارتفعت في السماء فأكملوا الفعالية بشكل كامل. هم عندما يقولون أننا سنكمل في هذه المواجهة للآخر ومستعدون للكلفة كاملة، هذا دليل على ما يقولونه. هم لا يعبرون فقط عن كلامي، إنما يقصدونه فعلا وأنهم حاضرون بالفعل. هذا الشعب الذي يأتي ل55 ليلة إلى هذه الساحات، هذه واحدة كما نذكر دائما من كثير من الساحات، يرفعون أعلام بلادهم ويأتون. نحن نقترب من منتصف الليل هنا بالتوقيت المحلي لطهران، لا يزالون يتواجدون بأعداد كبيرة جدا، ليس فقط في الساحة إنما أيضا بالشوارع المجاورة. هذا يعني أنه مستعدون لأن يقوموا بهذا الواجب كما يسمونه متى ما يعني استمرت هذه المواجهة، وإلى متى ما طلب منهم أن يقوموا بهذا الدور الملحمي والدور البطولي بصمودهم في الساحات. فقط سأختم هذه الرسالة بما حدث اليوم من نقاط مهمة فقط، لأنه المنبر والمنصة اليوم شهدوا فعاليات مهمة حقيقة. أولا كان هناك عدة شخصيات كانوا يضعون الشعب الإيراني بكامل المشهد الإيرانية الجهوزية على المستوى السياسي الدبلوماسي وأيضا الاستعدادات العسكرية، وذلك جرى بحضور بعض ممثلي القوات المسلحة أو جنود من القوات المسلحة. فإذا كانت الدولة والقيمون على هذه الفعالية ينقلون للشعب تفاصيل توجه إيران في المرحلة المقبلة، إن كان على الصعيد السياسي الدبلوماسي وإن كان على صعيد الجهوزية العسكرية، وكان الشعب الإيراني يتفاعل مع الحالتين. لكن أؤكد لك أنه عندما كان يتحدث المتكلمون عن الجهوزية العسكرية كان التفاعل أكبر بكثير من حديثهم عن المفاوضات، لأنه غالبا هذا الشعب يؤمن بالخيار العسكري ويرددها بالشعارات بأنه مع عدوان أمريكي وإسرائيلي تعرضوا منه للغدر أكثر من مرة، يعتقدون بأن الخيار العسكري هو يميلون. سأبدأ مما كان يحصل قبل وقت قصير.
In case you missed it, air defenses confirmed activated in Tehran.
هناك بكاء. بعض المتواجدين هنا الأغلب كان يبكي لأنه عرض قبل وقت قصير مقطع لإيرانيين لم يحظوا على حياة القائد الثاني.
Air defenses confirmed on the ground activated in Tehran.
لكن زاروا مكان استشهاده بعد عملية الاغتيال، وكان هناك مقاطع مؤثرة فعلا وشهادات لإيرانيين يقولون أنهم يعني كما عبروا
Fighter jets have entered Lebanon. I repeat, fighter jets have entered Lebanon. Israeli fighter jets have entered Lebanon.
هذه الدموع وهذا الحزن الظاهر على وجوه الحاضرين هنا منه يستمدون القوة.
I repeat, Israeli fighter jets have entered Lebanon.
إلى مصدر
Hold please. I have a report for you.
بوجودهم في هذه الفعالية بشكل يومي رامية بأنهم كشعب واجبهم بالحد الأدنى أن يكونوا متواجدين لنقل هذه الصورة. الشعب الإيراني الواحد الموحد، الشعب الإيراني
latest for you from Lebanon. 1 second.
السرديات الأمريكية حول تفككه أو حول جرذمته أو حول انقسامه. هنا الكل يردد كلمات واحدة: نحن باقون هنا وننتصرون. لديهم يقين بالنصر. هذا اليقين يمكن استدلاله مما حصل قبل ساعات، بما أنك تحدثت مع زميل سياوش عن تفعيل الدفاعات الجوية. رامية لم يرف جفر لأحد، كانوا يعني يحيون هذه الفعالية. فعلت الدفاعات
All
الجوية.
right, taking you. Hold on a second. Taking you latest to the latest now from Al Arabia, who spoke to a leader from Hezbollah just minutes ago. Here's the translation. Sorry, it took me a second.
مشاهدينا الكرام، إيران تنتظر من الرئيس الأمريكي أن ينهي حصار موانئها، والرئيس الأمريكي ينتظر من إيران أن يكون هناك، كما يقول على الأقل، أن يكون هناك موقف موحد. يكرر الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب إذن الحديث عن انقسام شديد في القيادة الإيرانية، حتى أنه عندما مدد الهدنة برر قراره بأنه ينتظر موقفا موحدا من الإيرانيين كما يصفه. ترامب قال لشبكة MS ناو، قال إن القيادة في إيران باتت غير واضحة بعد إزاحة 3 مستويات من قادة إيران وكل من كان قريبا منهم. بكلمات أخرى، البيت الأبيض يعتبر أن غياب طهران عن الجولة الثانية من محادثات باكستان يدلل على مدى تفكك القيادة الإيرانية، والكلمات هنا للبيت الأبيض. فيما تقول شبكة CNN الأمريكية إن نظام الحكم في إيران أصبح أكثر تعقيدا بكثير منذ أن قضت الولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل على معظم القيادات العسكرية والسياسية العليا في النظام، بما في ذلك المرشد الأعلى علي خامنئي. وبحسب CNN فإن مجموعة من المسؤولين الذين كانوا يتنافسون سابقا داخل الطيف السياسي في طهران هي من تحدد الآن مستقبل البلاد في ظل حرب وجودية وفي ظل غياب واضح لصاحب القرار النهائي مجتبى خامنئي الذي خلف والده الراحل في منصب المرشد الأعلى للبلاد. الشبكة تضيف أن هؤلاء المسؤولين يضطرون إلى الموازنة بين رؤيتهم لمستقبل إيران وبين ضغوط داخلية تمارسها قيادات عسكرية تصفها بالمتشددة ترفض إعلان الهزيمة، وضغوط خارجية ناتجة عن مساعي ترامب للدفع نحو إعلان النصر. ماذا تقول طهران لترد على كل ذلك؟ القيادة السياسية في إيران تنفي وجود خلافات داخلية وتؤكد أن النهج موحد والاستراتيجية التفاوضية واحدة ولا مفاوضات تحت التهديد. مهدي طبطبائي نائب المتحدث باسم الرئيس الإيراني كتب على منصة إكس أن الحديث عن انقسامات بين كبار المسؤولين هو حيلة سياسية ودعائية بالية يستخدمها خصوم إيران. ويرى محللون أن بروز محمد باقر قليباف، هذا الرجل الذي نشاهده هنا المخضرم، هو رئيس البرلمان الإيراني وهو مخضرم، يوصف بأنه مخضرم وقائد سابق في الحرس الثوري، وهو الذي قاد الجولة الأولى من مفاوضات إسلام آباد، يؤكدون أن هذا الظهور من أهم مظاهر التوازن بين السياسي والعسكري في عملية اتخاذ القرار داخل إيران الآن. قليباف نفسه رد على تصريحات ترامب بقوله أنه لا يوجد في إيران متطرفون أو معتدلون، فالكل إيرانيون وثوار بطاعة كاملة لقائد الثورة الأعلى، وهنا يقصد المرشد مجتبى خامنئي. طبعا من جانبه يقول رئيس القوة الجو الفضائية في الحرس الثوري، يقول إن على الرئيس الأمريكي أن يعلم أن مصطلحي متطرف ومعتدل زائفان ولا معنى لهما ويوجدان فقط في الأدبيات السياسية الغربية. إذن مشاهدينا الكرام،
That was the latest from Al Arabia. Al Arabia. I don't think anyone's going to let this happen on the U.S.'s terms. I see what you're saying, Ms. Clutch, but I just don't see it. I don't see anyone letting this happen on the U.S.'s terms. Let me read you the latest from Professor Morandi, speaking about the Iranian leadership. Okay. Give me 1 second. I saw Professor Morandi had tweeted earlier. Thought I retweeted it. Here it is. Here's the latest from Professor Morandi, a member of the Iranian delegation.
Conversation. In response to Trump's attempts to sow division in Iran, all senior Iranian officials jointly published a tweet tonight, stating that in Iran, there is no such thing as extremist or moderate. We are all resistant and resilient Iranians. With the extraordinary unity of the nation and state institutions, and in full support of Ayatollah Khamenei, the Iranian people will make the criminal aggressor regret his actions. One God, one leader, one nation, and one path, the path to victory for the Islamic Republic, more precious to us than life itself. 1. Trump and co. Lost the war and lost it bad.
All right, so that's what's going on. I think they're going to open the Israeli and Lebanon meeting to the press. No, this is a bad idea. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Don't do this. Don't do this. They're going to open the Israeli as Hezbollah is firing on Israel and Israel is flying fighter jets into Lebanon. They're going to open this to the press. Oh, this is a bad idea. I don't think they're going to take it live. I don't see anybody has it live yet, but they're going to open it to the pool. Oh no, I'm going to take Al Jazeera for the top of the hour update. I'm getting a little bit worried. This is about to kick off in a very bad way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a little apprehensive, but calm. I'll use my calming voice, my towel calm voice. All right. Mateo, thank you very much. All right, so Al Jazeera is not taking. Al Jazeera is not going to take it live, so we'll wait till their top of the hour update. I'm going to go back to split screen towel, hashtag split screen towel. Have you ever considered you're a towel? Yes, I have considered that. I am a towel. All right, I'm a little nervous. How are you doing, Diane? How are you, Standing Stones? How are you, Petty? How are you, Miss Clutch? How are you all? I think we're all a little apprehensive right now. As you can see, Hezbollah has indeed launched rockets at Israel following intense ground fighting in the south between the IDF and Hezbollah. Furthermore, there are reports from multiple different sources of fighter jets entering Lebanese airspace from Israel starting now, 12 minutes ago. This is the latest from Hezbollah. Latest statement.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Breaking. Hezbollah. In response to the Israeli enemy's violation of the ceasefire and its targeting of the town of Yatta in southern Lebanon, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance targeted the settlement of Shtula with a rocket salvo at 23:15 on Thursday the 23rd of April 2026.
Hi, Zach. God bless you, my dear friend. You are a super towel. As you can see, Hezbollah has confirmed the attack on Israel. I repeat, Hezbollah has confirmed the attack on Israel as a result of what Hezbollah alleges was a violation of the ceasefire by Israel due to an attack in the south of Lebanon. I will show you now scenes from the south of Lebanon just minutes ago, about an hour ago now. I will show you not only the response, but I will show you the initial attack on the ground as we wait for the top of the hour update. There are also loud explosions reported in Erbil for the third night in a row in Iraq, taking you now to Erbil. There have been attacks for 3 nights in a row on anti-Iranian positions in Erbil, Iraq. This was the third one. This was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago. Taking you now to the town of Al-Qantara in southern Lebanon. 40 minutes ago. Hi, Grammy Towel Linda. Did you get to meet Nikki? She's wonderful. Latest from southern Lebanon. Again, very active fighting, more intense than any other previous night on the ground in southern Lebanon. Deputy Secretary of Hezbollah was on Al Arabiya just minutes ago. I have the translation incoming. So as this is all going down, let's go to Al Jazeera for their top of the hour update. I'm going to get you the captions now. This is a very rapidly developing situation. We're back to dual screen towel.
Very good of you to join us. It's 2100 hours GMT. I'm Rashad Salamat, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the ceasefires in Iran and Lebanon. Here are the latest developments. Donald Trump says he's not in a rush to reach a deal with Iran after earlier issuing a shoot and kill warning for any Iranian vessel laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time. And I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
But Iran's Revolutionary Guard releases images of tanker interceptions as the blockade standoff shows no sign of easing. Interceptions in the skies of northern Israel. Hezbollah says it fired rockets in response to Israel's ceasefire violations ahead of peace talks at the White House.
And is the extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran a real window for diplomacy or a stalemate in disguise? That's later.
I have a video now, an interview with the deputy chairman of Hezbollah's political council. Just a small clip with English subtitles. Towel Town! Oh, hello, water under the fridge. Hashtag water under the fridge. Oh no, are we already 3 hours in, or did I forget to set my goal? I thought I did set my goal. I must have clicked the wrong button. I'm so sorry to the friends. I thought I clicked all the colors. It must not have registered. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I didn't do that. Hashtag water under the fridge. All right, let's listen now to the latest with Hezbollah's deputy chairman of the political committee.
ورئيس المجلس السياسي لحزب الله محمود قماطي للتلفزيون العربي إنه إذا انتهت هدنة 10 أيام ولم تفلح الاتصالات الإقليمية والدولية بتمديدها فإن الحزب مضطر إلى توسيع رده وصولا لتحرير كل الأراضي الجنوبية كما قال.
نحن الآن بدأنا نقاتل، ولكن الآن نقاتل تحت سقف الهدنة، بمعنى أننا نقاتل العدو على أرضنا المحتلة. اليوم نقاتل العدو الإسرائيلي المحتل على أرضنا المحتلة. إذا انتهت الهدنة ولم تتجدد، حينئذ تعود الحرب مفتوحة إلى حيفا، إلى تل أبيب، إلى ما بعد تل أبيب، إلى المستوطنات الشمالية. اليوم نحن ملتزمون بالهدنة، وعندما تخرق إسرائيل نرد على الخرق إذا كان هذا الخرق من داخل الأراضي اللبنانية.
Airstrikes have started. Airstrikes have started in the south of Lebanon.
اليوم مقاومتنا خلال فترة الهدنة، يعني نحن نلتزم التزاما كاملا بالهدنة إذا التزم العدو الإسرائيلي بشكل كامل بالهدنة، دون أن ننسى أن الهدنة لا تكفي، نريد التحرير.
من جهته قال نائب رئيس المجلس السياسي لحزب الله محمود قماطي للتلفزيون العربي إنه إذا انتهت هدنة 10 أيام ولم تفلح الاتصالات الإقليمية والدولية بتمديدها فإن الحزب مضطر إلى توسيع رده وصولا لتحرير كل الأراضي الجنوبية كما قال.
One more time, just so folks understand. Hezbollah's latest interview 5 minutes ago.
ولكن الآن نقاتل تحت سقف الهدنة، بمعنى أننا نقاتل العدو على أرضنا المحتلة. اليوم نقاتل العدو الإسرائيلي المحتل على أرضنا المحتلة. إذا انتهت الهدنة ولم تتجدد، حينئذ تعود الحرب مفتوحة إلى حيفا، إلى تل أبيب، إلى ما بعد تل أبيب، إلى المستوطنات الشمالية. اليوم نحن ملتزمون بالهدنة، وعندما تخرق إسرائيل.
Well, that happened almost immediately.
إذا كان هذا الخرق من داخل الأراضي اللبنانية، وإذا كان من خارج الأراضي اللبنانية سوف نرد عليه حيث هو. نحن هون اليوم مقاومتنا خلال فترة الهدنة، يعني نحن نلتزم التزاما كاملا بالهدنة إذا التزم العدو
Hi, Nishigama.
بشكل كامل
Hi, water into the
دون أن
fridge.
ننسى دون أن
Hi,
ننسى
Grammy Towel.
أن الهدنة لا تكفي، نريد التحرير.
من
Hi,
جهة
Donald.
نائب رئيس المجلس السياسي لحزب الله محمود.
All right, so let me post this, and then I have another report from Tehran. While we wait for that, let's go back to Al Jazeera's just maybe 5 minutes ago, top of the hour.
This is America.
More than 2 weeks into a ceasefire between the United States and Iran, the physical fighting has turned into a war of rhetoric, and both sides are refusing to give it, ramping up pressure on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the United States of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing its blockade of its ports. US President Donald Trump says Tehran, not Washington, is under pressure to agree to peace.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. So we have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
Well, let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who joins us now from outside the White House in Washington. Alan, what else did Donald Trump say, and where does this leave potential negotiations? And one has to caveat that with the fact that he does contradict, and also in the absence of fact-checking as well.
Well, there's nothing that we can see publicly that suggests there are moves towards fresh talks, although these things always go on behind the scenes. And Donald Trump again saying in that meeting in the Oval Office that the Iranians have been in touch. He says that he's not putting a deadline on the ceasefire. He wants the Iranians to effectively get their leadership sorted out. He has used crasser language in the past, apparently, but he thinks that they need to basically appoint someone who's going to speak on their behalf and agree to any sort of deal. And while he's doing that, and this is a patient approach from Donald Trump, he's also saying that it can't go on forever, that time isn't unlimited on this. So expecting movement. And he believes that the blockade that's in place is doing a lot of work for him. He thinks that that is putting economic pressure. It's part of the campaign called Economic Fury. And they think that that means that the Iranians are feeling the financial squeeze and will be more likely to come to the negotiating table. And as if to emphasize that point, just in the last few hours, it's confirmed that another US aircraft carrier has arrived in the region. That takes up the number to 3. And Donald Trump has said, look, they are locked, unloaded. What the other interesting thing that came out of that, it mentioned in the Oval Office, as you remember on April the 7th, Donald Trump said that a civilization could die tonight. Many people here in the United States and across Europe and in other parts of the world fear that that may mean the use of nuclear weapons. Whether that's what Donald Trump intended or not, that was certainly the concern. He was asked about that in the Oval Office and dismissed it, said he doesn't have to do it. They've effectively taken out the country militarily in just 4 weeks, and no one should ever use a nuclear weapon. So stating it there, but also trying to be patient with the Iranians, but also urging them to move a little bit quicker.
Alan Fisher there outside the White House. We'll be back to him in a short while, thank you. Iran has released footage of its forces seizing 2 tankers off its coast. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi reports now from the Iranian capital.
The US says it has totally destroyed Iran's navy, but all it takes is one small boat to disrupt global trade. Iranian state television aired these pictures in the early hours of Thursday morning. Masked Iranian soldiers scaling the sides of the Panama flag container ship MSC Francesca. Panama has condemned what it calls the illegal seizure of the vessel, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. It was one of the 2 ships seized by Iran. The IRGC accused the MSC Francesca and the Liberia flagged Epaminondas of operating without required permits and turning off their transponders, which shares the ship's location. They are the latest ships to be caught up in the US-Iran battle for the control of the strait.
The ceasefire is an opportunity to prepare for reconstruction, or in the words of our armed forces, an opportunity to reload. We have certainly made the best possible use of this opportunity. I want to stress this. We will not leave this battlefield until the aggressor is seriously punished and ultimately made to regret it.
Pause. I have the latest from Al Arabia now from Tehran. Give me just 1 second. I have the latest from Al Arabia now from Tehran.
من طهران مراسل التلفزيون العربي ياسر
Just minutes ago.
مسعود. مرحبا بك مجددا ياسر. ياسر، نريد أن نعرف الآن إن كان هناك تفسير في إيران عن تفعيل هذه الدفاعات الجوية، خاصة أن نوع المسيرات الذي أشارت إليه وكالة فارس هو صناعة إسرائيلية. نريد أن نفهم إن كان هناك تفسير رسمي لما حدث الليلة في إيران، وإن كان هناك قرار من طهران لإرسال أو عدم إرسال وفد إلى إسلام آباد.
فيما يتعلق بتفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي خالد، حتى الآن التفسير الأهم هو الذي جاء من قبل وكالة أنباء فارس، والتي تقول بأن هناك مسيرات إسرائيلية عدة من بينها أوربيترا التي شوهدت في سماء العاصمة، وعلى ضوئها تم تفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي في أنحاء مختلفة من العاصمة الإيرانية طهران، بالإضافة إلى مدن أخرى. لم تذكر هذه المدن في الجغرافيا الإيرانية، ولكن المؤكد وفقا لوكالة أنباء فارس ومعلوماتها بأن تفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي لم يقف عند حدود العاصمة، وذلك الذي كنا قد رصدناه ورصدته العديد من وسائل الإعلام الإيرانية. وأيضا حتى الآن من المتوقع أن يكون هناك تصريحات على أقل تقدير، إن لم يكن بيان من قبل إن كان العسكر أو الساسة، إذا ما كان هناك بالفعل انتهاك لوقف إطلاق النار، على اعتبار أن هذه الخطوة تعتبر تصعيدية وفي غاية الأهمية والتعقيد تحديدا في هذه المرحلة الحساسة خالد، وخاصة أنه في الأيام الأولى كان هناك انتهاك لهذا وقف إطلاق النار، وفي ذات الوقت أيضا كان وآنذاك نشر من قبل رئيس البرلمان الإيراني محمد باقر قالباف ووجوه عدة على صعيد سياسي وعسكري، وحذروا وهددوا بأن الرد الإيراني سيكون شديد وسيكون بسقف مرتفع وقاسي في ظل إذا ما تم الدخول أي مسيرة إلى الأجواء الإيرانية أو كان هناك أي اعتداء سيتم الرد عليه بقسوة وفقا لما جرى التأكيد عليه آنذاك. وبالتالي من المؤكد أنه بالفعل إذا ما كانت هذه تقارير وكالة أنباء فارس دقيقة، فإنه سيكون هناك رد فعل رسمي عسكري أو سياسي خلال الساعات القادمة. هذا من جانب. من جانب آخر فيما يتعلق بالمفاوضات، كما يجري التأكيد خالد بأن يد العسكر على الزناد، على الجانب الآخر يجري أيضا التأكيد وفقا للعديد من المصادر بأن يد الدبلوماسيين أو يد الوفد المفاوض الإيراني على الحقائب كما يقال. وبالتالي تريد طهران أن ترسم معادلة واضحة، وهي عيونها ترصد على جانبين: الأول أنه ردا على أي عدوان أو ردا على أي محاولة لاستهداف الأراضي الإيرانية سيتم الرد عليها، هذا عسكريا. وأما سياسيا ومن قبل الوفد المفاوض الإيراني فإن طهران جاهزة، ولكن تترقب موقفا أمريكيا خاصة فيما يتعلق بالحصار البحري في الجنوب، والذي يعتبر وفقا للرؤية الإيرانية بأنه انتهاك لوقف إطلاق النار، وعلى أقل تقدير أن يكون هناك ربما مرونة على هذا الصعيد أو تخفيف للقيود المفروضة، على اعتبار أن طهران تبحث عن أي كما يقال مبرر، والكلام هنا بطبيعة الحال في مساحة التحليل، أي مبرر لأن يكون مقنعا للجانب الإيراني للدخول، وأن لا يكون هناك مطالب وكذلك سقف من المواقف الأمريكية بشكل مرتفع في المفاوضات.
Very important report here. We're going to watch it one more time. This is the latest. This is a very important report. It's the latest from Tehran just minutes ago.
ياسر مسعود، مرحبا بك مجددا ياسر. ياسر، نريد أن نعرف الآن إن كان هناك تفسير في إيران عن تفعيل هذه الدفاعات الجوية، خاصة أن نوع المسيرات الذي أشارت إليه وكالة فارس هو صناعة إسرائيلية؟ نريد أن نفهم إن كان هناك تفسير رسمي لما حدث الليلة في إيران، وإن كان هناك قرار من طهران لإرسال أو عدم إرسال وفد إلى إسلام آباد.
فيما يتعلق بتفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي خالد، حتى الآن التفسير الأهم هو الذي جاء من قبل وكالة أنباء فارس، والتي تقول بأن هناك مسيرات إسرائيلية عدة من بينها أوربيترا التي شوهدت في سماء العاصمة، وعلى ضوئها تم تفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي في أنحاء مختلفة من العاصمة الإيرانية طهران، بالإضافة إلى مدن أخرى. لم تذكر هذه المدن في الجغرافيا الإيرانية، ولكن المؤكد وفقا لوكالة أنباء فارس ومعلوماتها بأن تفعيل مضادات الدفاع الجوي لم يقف عند حدود العاصمة، وذلك الذي كنا قد رصدناه ورصدته العديد من وسائل الإعلام الإيرانية. وأيضا حتى الآن من المتوقع أن يكون هناك تصريحات على أقل تقدير، إن لم يكن بيان من قبل إن كان العسكر أو الساسة، إذا ما كان هناك بالفعل انتهاك لوقف إطلاق النار، على اعتبار أن هذه الخطوة تعتبر تصعيدية وفي غاية الأهمية والتعقيد تحديدا في هذه المرحلة الحساسة خالد، وخاصة أنه في الأيام الأولى كان هناك انتهاك لهذا وقف إطلاق النار، وفي ذات الوقت أيضا كان وآنذاك نشر من قبل رئيس البرلمان الإيراني محمد باقر قالباف ووجوه عدة على صعيد سياسي وعسكري، وحذروا وهددوا بأن الرد الإيراني سيكون شديد وسيكون بسقف مرتفع وقاسي في ظل إذا ما تم الدخول أي مسيرة إلى الأجواء الإيرانية أو كان هناك أي اعتداء سيتم الرد عليه بقسوة وفقا لما جرى التأكيد عليه آنذاك. وبالتالي من المؤكد أنه بالفعل إذا ما كانت تقارير وكالة أنباء فارس دقيقة، فإنه سيكون هناك رد فعل رسمي عسكري أو سياسي خلال الساعات القادمة. هذا من جانب. من جانب آخر فيما يتعلق بالمفاوضات، كما يجري التأكيد خالد بأن يد العسكر على الزناد، على الجانب الآخر يجري أيضا التأكيد وفقا للعديد من المصادر بأن يد الدبلوماسيين أو يد الوفد المفاوض الإيراني على الحقائب كما يقال. وبالتالي تريد طهران أن ترسم معادلة واضحة، وهي عيونها ترصد على جانبين: الأول أنه ردا على أي عدوان أو ردا على أي محاولة لاستهداف الأراضي الإيرانية سيتم الرد عليها، هذا عسكريا. وأما سياسيا ومن قبل الوفد المفاوض الإيراني فإن طهران جاهزة، ولكن تترقب موقفا أمريكيا خاصة فيما يتعلق بالحصار البحري في الجنوب، والذي يعتبر وفقا للرؤية الإيرانية بأنه انتهاك لوقف إطلاق النار، وعلى أقل تقدير أن يكون هناك ربما مرونة على هذا الصعيد أو تخفيف للقيود المفروضة، على اعتبار أن طهران تبحث عن أي كما يقال مبرر، والكلام هنا بطبيعة الحال في مساحة التحليل، أي مبرر لأن يكون مقنعا للجانب الإيراني للدخول، وأن لا يكون هناك مطالب.
All right, that's the latest from Iran. Going back to Al Jazeera now. One second, let me get the cameras loaded up in case we have to go back to them. Well, we'll just do that later.
Ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz must also face the United States blockade of Iranian force. And it's that blockade Iranian officials blame for stalling peace negotiations. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says it is the main obstacle to the resumption of talks, but the U.S. shows no sign of backing down.
We are completely strangling their economy through this blockade.
This is
They're
outdated.
losing $500 million a day.
This
the
is
Carb
yesterday.
Island is completely full. They can't move oil in and out. They can't even pay their own people as a result of this economic leverage that President Trump has inflicted over them.
Before the war, about 130 ships a day would enter and exit through the Strait of Hormuz, moving about 20% of the world's daily oil and gas supply. Now, few ships are getting through. Those trying face the threat of being turned around by the US or being boarded by Iranian forces. But with no other way in or out, ships and the world are left waiting for an end to the blockade standoff. Toida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Latest from Professor Morandi incoming.
US forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship called the Majestic is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Iran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the US maintains its blockade. Air defense fire has been seen over the...
Before we go there, let's go to the latest with Professor Marandi, who was interviewed by Al-Mayadeen just minutes ago. Here's the latest with Professor Marandi, a member of the Iranian delegation, interviewed on Al-Mayadeen. Here's the English captions. This was just minutes ago.
يمكن أن نجد المزيد من الأدلة عن وجود انقسامات في واشنطن. وزير البحرية جرى إخراجه من منصبه، وكذلك تم إقصاء قادة عسكريين كبار من مناصبهم، وهذا لا يعكس الوحدة، وإنما قد يكون مؤشر واضح بأن الأمور لا تسير على ما يرام في البنتاغون، وأن هناك انقسامات عميقة بين البنتاغون والبيت الأبيض. وبالتالي بينما نرى أن هناك انقسامات عميقة في الولايات المتحدة وبالطبع العديد في النخبة السياسية يعارضون بشكل قاطع الحرب، وبالتالي أعتقد أنه يمكن أن نوجه مثل هذه المزاعم تجاه الولايات المتحدة. من جهة أخرى أعتقد أن أي شخص يفهم النظام السياسي.
Breaking, I have to break in. There have been multiple, we'll get back to that in a second. There have been multiple attacks in southern Lebanon. Breaking, there have been multiple airstrikes in southern Lebanon. I repeat, breaking, there have been multiple airstrikes in southern Lebanon. I repeat, Israeli warplanes have just struck multiple sites in southern Lebanon. The ceasefire has been broken. I repeat, Israel has broken the ceasefire. Oh my dear goodness. Oh no. Oh, there have been serious bombing raids in southern Lebanon. I repeat, there have been serious bombing raids. Israel has broken the ceasefire. I repeat, Israel has broken the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. There have been serious bombing raids by Israeli warplanes in the south of Lebanon. You're looking at the latest pictures just 10 minutes ago. I repeat, Israel has broken the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. There have been massive bombing raids in southern Lebanon. These pictures just 7 minutes ago, Israeli warplanes have bombed southern Lebanon as civilians just drive around the streets. Oh no. Multiple missiles have hit southern Lebanon in the past 10 minutes. Israel has broken the ceasefire. Oh no. Oh, just catastrophic scenes. There are civilians there. Oh no. Massive bombing raids throughout southern Lebanon. Israel has broken the ceasefire. There are civilians in that area. What are they doing? I repeat, massive bombing raids in the south of Lebanon where there are civilians just standing in the streets as the bombs fall. Oh no. Get ready, Iran's coming. Oh, I'm mad. Now I'm really mad. Why did they do this? I can't tell what they bombed, but it's caused a massive fire. Oh no. No. Oh, this is very bad. Very serious airstrikes in the south around civilians. Oh, this is South Lebanon right now. Iran's not going to let this stand. Don't make me play the song. I'm playing the song. How dare you? How dare you bomb the civilians? Oh, not the babies. No! Iran's not just going to let you do it. Bibi, you moron. I'm playing the song. Oh, I'm mad.
Truth details. 142 replies. At Real Donald Trump. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Ambassador to Lebanon, Mitch Ellison. Met today with high-ranking representatives of Israel and Lebanon in the Oval Office. The meeting went very well. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant at this very historic meeting. President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, back to reality on the ground as the president loses his mind and declares a ceasefire. The president has lost his mind. The American president has lost his mind. The president lives in a fantasy world. God protect the world. Hi, Reaper. Don't ever speak for Hezbollah. That was crazy. The president has lost his mind. I know, Betsy. God bless you. Why is my president so dumb? God bless you, translator towel. This is outrageous! Look at the scenes. Look at the scenes. Mr. President, listen to this truth read out as you look at the bombs fall from Israeli warplanes and the missiles firing. No. Look at it. Look at it. This is reality. Blue pill, red pill. Take the red pill.
142 replies. At real Donald Trump. The President of the United States.
Don't believe
Donald
their
J.
lies.
Trump, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and Ambassador to Lebanon, Michel Issa. Met today with high-ranking representatives of Israel and Lebanon in the Oval Office. The meeting went very well. The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant at this very historic meeting. President Donald J. Trump.
Outrageous. Outrageous. Look at it. Look at your ceasefire. Sorry, it plays twice when they play the 4 videos. The point is there is no ceasefire. There's rockets flying everywhere. I repeat, there are rockets flying everywhere. This is absurd. I tell you, it's absurd. All right, let me get you this video from Professor Morandi with English captions before we listen to it. Let's listen to Al Jazeera while I get that done. I got like 40 things going on.
In the last couple of hours, Iranian media have reported that they have been re-engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. But there's been no official confirmation of any attack.
Don't believe their lies. Don't believe their lies, Miss Clutch. Don't believe their lies.
We've got all that happening, and at the same time, Iran has been stressing a sense of unity. Tell us more about that.
Yes, what we are hearing and what we've been seeing in the past few hours, that the Iranian officials from different branches of the government, whether militarily, politically, and diplomatically, sending same message. And the key word here is unity. They are all speaking about unity of their land and of their diplomatic efforts, and also of military efforts and coordination between all sectors here in Tehran. And one of the strong message came from President Masoud Pezeshkian, the President of Islamic Republic of Iran, and he saying that in Iran there are no hardliners or moderates. We are all Iranians and revolutionaries with iron land, unity of nation and state on obedience to the supreme leader. We will make the aggressor regret. One God, one nation, one leader, one path, victory for Iran, dearer than life. So this is the same message, and the same tone also came from Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf. He's a parliament speaker and head of negotiators, sending also the same message. And also we have been seeing the same message from Abbas Araqchi. He's a foreign minister, speaking about the unity, speaking about coordination between diplomatic efforts and between military efforts. And also a message came from different commanders of IRGC. They are speaking also about coordination between all these sectors, and they are ready to any kind of escalation, whether in their land or in the maritime waterways. So what we are hearing right now, unity, they are sending this message to Washington. At the same time, this is what interesting. In the past few hours, those messages have been sent at the same time in the past few hours from different political or military commanders here in Tehran, is speaking about unity toward their land and their efforts and their diplomatic efforts.
All right, I'm going to take us to Mr. President Trump in 1 second.
We've got a lot of hate there joining us.
Okay, Mr. President Trump is live.
Well, President...
April 17th.
No, hold on. I hear Mr. President Trump is live. 1 second. I'm going to try to get us Mr. President Trump live, but I got to add captions to this video. Where is he speaking live on? I don't see him speaking live, but I'll find him. I mean, he just did an impromptu press conference. That's very like Mr. President. All right, let me see if this worked. All right, let's take a listen to the latest from Dr. Morandi while I look for the press conference.
هو السؤال الأساس خلال الأيام والأسابيع الولايات المتحدة تريد ممارسة الضغوط الاقتصادية على إيران عبر الحصار، ولكن من خلال إغلاق مضيق هرمز عبر انتهاك اتفاق وقف اطلاق النار. ما فعله ترامب بالتالي انه قام باغلاق مضيق هرمز، وايضا هو يتسبب بالتفاقم على الازمه الاقتصاديه العالميه. اذا من جهه يمارس الضغوط على ايران، ولكن ايضا يضغط على بقيه العالم. بالطبع ما من شك بان الضغوط.
Taking you live to the president now, speaking on Lebanon. This is crazy.
Suspicion of insider trading and betting on politics.
Taking you live now to the president, speaking on the ceasefire in Lebanon.
Grossly incompetent, like Biden, like Obama. Obama was incompetent. He was a great divider. And we're a great country again. We're respected all over the world. That's why this happens so fast. I mean, it can happen fast. Thank you.
Sir, the funding that Hezbollah gets from Iran, is Iran going to have to cut that off to do a deal with you?
Yeah, they'll have to cut that.
That's a must for you.
Yeah, sure. That's a must, yeah.
Mr. President, apparently there was a special forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro, who was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on Polymarket. Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Well, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it, yeah?
There are also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict, too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world, in Europe and every place they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is. No, I think that I'm not happy with any of that stuff, but they have all these different sites. They have predictive markets. It's a crazy world. It's a much different world than it was. Please.
We talked about the Fed's renovation. Can someone other than the Justice Department find out the things you said you wanted to learn?
Well, could. I mean, look, it's pretty easy. When you look with Jerome Too Late Powell, I have a real problem because he should have been lowering interest rates a long time ago. And despite that, we fought through it, and we have the greatest economy we've ever had. You take a look, I mean, I don't know what the market is today, but we've broken every record over the last few days. And this is during a military operation or a war, whatever you want to call it. It makes no difference as far as I'm concerned. But we have this unbelievable economy. The S&P has a new record. The Dow is right at a new record. We already broke the record with the Dow. People said it wouldn't happen in 4 years. They said in 4 years it won't be able to be possible to break 50,000, and we broke it with the Dow. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that we're breaking it constantly, even now, during this conflict. Because when we broke it, I called a lot of the people here. I called JD, I called Marco, I called Howard, I called Scott. I said, I hate to tell you, fellas, but we have to do a little bit of a detour. We have to go to Iran and make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon. We had just broken every financial record. And the amazing thing is we continue to break them even during the war. Now, fuel went up, but I thought it would have gone up much more. And a lot of ships are coming to the United States, and they're using the United States instead of the Hormuz Strait. Amazing things are happening. Our country is amazing. You know, we don't have an oil shortage. We're drill, baby, drill. We are right now producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Did you know that? More, and in about a year from now, we'll be doing double the level. And Venezuela has been fantastic. We have a great relationship with that country and with the people that are running the country. And we're taking in millions of barrels of oil, millions and millions from Venezuela. It's been a great experience, to be honest with you, and they're doing a very good job, and they have our backing, okay?
Mr. President, you said that... Can you just clarify again what exactly...
Here we go, listen to this.
No.
Just clarify. Here we go, here's his bomb.
What have the two sides agreed to here? 3-week ceasefire with the
3 weeks.
leaders coming?
Yeah, 3 weeks. And the leaders will most likely be coming here during that time. And I think when they do, that's a very historic meeting. They haven't met for many, many years, as I understand it.
Never.
They've never met. Think of that. They're next to each other. They're great people, and they've never met. This should be an easy one. Okay? Good question. Thank you.
The Lebanese law, we can communicate with Israel. What we can do about this law? Like, if we talk with Israel, it will be a crime for us as Lebanese. And this is a question on behalf of...
How is it a crime? How?
And the Lebanese law, it's a crime. They put you in
Well, I think we have to end that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something we're going to have to end. I'd never heard of that. But that's a good start. It's a crime to talk with Israel. Well, I'm pretty sure that that'll be ended very quickly. Okay? I'll make sure of that. And I know Lebanon doesn't want that. We'll end up... will you work on that, please, everybody? That's crazy.
The ship that was captured on Monday, you said there was a gift for the Iranians in it. What was that in that ship? The one from China?
Yeah, well, we have, that's very top secret. Yeah, there was stuff in there, but it's top secret. I'd like to let you know. That's a good question. That's one of those little questions where, oh, this is not good. No, it's, we have a lot of things that we got. You know, that the Strait, what we've done with the blockade is amazing, and nobody gets through, and nobody wants to get through. Nobody's trying. The one tried, they shut out the engine, but nobody's trying. We have complete control. Now they can drop their mines in there and do all those stupid things. It's just going to take longer for them to make money because the mines are going to affect them much more than they're going to affect us. But and we don't know that they're doing that, but they could be that they're doing that. If they're doing it, it's a very foolish thing to do. Just like for Iran to shoot at Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, and Kuwait, Bahrain, all the different places they shot. Nobody expected that. They thought they'd shoot at Israel in all fairness, but you didn't expect they'd be shooting at numerous other countries. I think it was a big mistake. If they're putting mines down, it's a big mistake for them, I will say.
Are you angry at China for what they sent Iran?
No.
So there's some reporting today.
No. I guess we do the same thing, don't we? With other countries. You know, it's like one of those things, but nothing that it wasn't earth-shaking. Yeah.
There's some reporting today, sir, that you intend to invite Vladimir Putin to the G20 in Miami. Is that the case?
No, but if he came, it would be probably very helpful. You know, I've said a long time ago, when they made the G8, the G7, they threw Russia out before my time. That was Obama and a certain prime minister from a place called Canada, Trudeau. And I said, that's a stupid thing to do. And I was right. You know, I'd go to these meetings of the G7, and about 90% of the meeting was talking about Russia and what's going on with Russia. And I said, why'd you throw them out? You know, if they didn't throw them out, they would have been much better off, in my opinion. You know, it should have been the G8. But when they threw out President Putin, he was very offended by that. He was, you know, rightfully, but he was very offended by that. I venture to say you probably wouldn't be having these problems if you didn't throw him out. Okay?
So he's not coming to the G20, as far as you're
Not that I know of, but...
Because there are senior administration officials being quoted in news reports this afternoon that says the Russians are being invited to at least ministerial meetings.
Yeah, you're saying being invited as opposed to coming. I don't know of the invitation, but if he were invited, I don't know.
Would you like to
Hey,
come
I'm
here?
of the opinion that you talk to everybody. I'm not one of these guys who say, oh, let's not talk to him. You know, there's a war going on. Let's not talk to him. I like talking to everybody. If you're a smart person, if you have control over your emotions and all the other things you need control of, I'm somebody that believes in talking. I don't know of that. I don't know that he's coming. I doubt he'd come, to be honest with you. I sort of doubt he'd come. But we're working on trying to get that one solved. That would be number 9. I've ended 8 wars
This is the craziest
that
thing
one
I've
is-
ever.
it's
How
continued
how are
the
you gonna?
hatred between
This
him
is
and
absurd.
President Zelensky is extraordinary, I can tell you.
Can I ask you a few questions, sir? What do you think of this idea of replacing Iran with Italy in the World Cup?
I don't think about it too much. That's an interesting question. Let me-
Don't
you know what?
quiet.
Let me get
No,
that.
don't.
Is that what they're
Don't-
doing? They're thinking about replacing him?
Don't say no. Don't say
Marco,
anything.
could you make a statement on that, please? What do you think of?
Don't
nothing from the
say
US
anything.
has told them they can't come. I mean, the problem with Iran, it would be not the
Don't.
athletes. It would be some of the other people that we want to bring with them. Some of them-
Don't say anything stupid about the World Cup. Oh my God, don't do it. Oh, he's gonna do it, isn't he? He's gonna say something stupid about the World Cup. No, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh God.
ties to the IRGC, we may not be able to let them in, but not the athletes themselves. But no one's, I don't know where that's coming from, other than speculation.
Oh,
around
good.
They decide not to come, and then Italy would fill their spot. But if they decide not to come on their own, it's because they decided not to come. What they can't bring is a bunch of IRGC terrorists into our country and pretend that they're journalists and athletic trainers.
We would not want to affect the athletes. So Spirit is an airline that's had some trouble. They were going to merge with People Express, or one of them, a number of years ago, and Barack Hussein Obama decided it was a bad idea. How did that work out? It's bad for both of them. That would have been a natural merger. Not United and American, but Spirit and the other. We're looking at helping them. We have 18,000 people that live in this country that are great people and great employees. We're thinking about doing it, helping them out, meaning bailing them out. We're buying it. We just buy it. We'd be getting it virtually debt-free. They have some good aircraft, they have good assets, and when the price of oil goes down, we'll sell it for a profit. I'd love to be able to save those jobs. I'd love to be able to save an airline. I like having a lot of airlines, so it's competitive. So we are looking at Spirit. It's in bankruptcy. It's in bankruptcy court, and we're looking if we could get it for the right price. I'd do it to save the jobs, and we have somebody that wants to run it, do a good job, smart person, and if they run it properly, and if prices come down, all of a sudden it's a valuable asset. And they have some very good slots too, which are pretty valuable. You want to answer that?
Well, we're working on it. It's not done yet, but once it's done, I will ask the president to come and cut the ribbon.
We'd love to have you.
I have no objection to that. Go ahead, please.
In the UK today, they just announced a total of $1.3 billion in return for digital service tax, which you have called it unfair tax on American companies, you know very well. You haven't previously called for investigation, but so far as things out, would you call
So what tax is this?
The digital service tax is the kind of, in England, the tech tax, the big tech tax, the kind of...
You mean they're going to put a tax on basically American companies?
It's already there, sir.
Did you say the UK?
Yes, sir. They made $1.3 billion last year. So is that something you would kind of investigate, call for these rafts, have a look at?
We don't like it when they target American companies, because basically you're talking about our great American companies. Whether we like those companies or don't like them, they're American companies, and they're the top companies in the world. And we've been looking at it. UK did it, a couple of other people did it. They think they're going to make an easy buck. That's why they've all taken advantage of our country. They don't take advantage of it. No, we've been looking at it, and we can meet that very easily by just putting a big tariff on the UK, so they better be careful. If they don't drop the tax, we'll probably put a big tariff on the UK.
Well, they expect 5%, 10%, something similar.
Whatever, I mean, more than what they're getting. They shouldn't be doing that. All that's doing is really targeting great companies, but they're our companies. It's like us targeting their companies, which we could do very easily. But you don't have big companies like that. You don't have those great companies. Not fair. I have an obligation to protect our companies. That's how they became great. And they become great during my administration. My first 4 years, we had the best economy in history of my first 4 years, and this will blow it away. Look at it. During a war, we have the highest stock market. During a war, it's not a big war for us, but it's a war. And during a war, we have the highest stock market. I have to protect this country. So, if they want to do the service tax, France did it also, and some others, and. Literally, I have a meeting after this having to do with that exact question. And what we'll do is we'll reciprocate by putting something on that's equal or greater than what they're doing. And they won't be happy about that. No, that's enough. You've asked so many questions.
Yeah, please. I emailed the Virginia Department of Elections earlier today and asked them if they had seen any evidence of election tampering, of fraudulent mail ballots being cast in the Tuesday election, or if there was any evidence of non-citizens voting in that election. Why did you say that election was rigged?
Well, you have mail-in ballots, and they found a lot of them at the end of the day. All of a
They
sudden,
said that they have received no credible information related
well,
to
I know you'd say that no matter what. You've been saying that for years, and now they're finding out that the 2020 election was totally rigged. And when you look at what just, excuse me, how do you defend what just happened where your Southern law, whatever it is, has given money to KKK. They're supposed to protect people, and they're paying all these people, crooked as can be, millions of dollars going all to all these people that they're supposed to be protecting from, but they're actually supporting them because they want to have companies that they can protect and because they want to rig elections. That was all a rigged election. All of the things with Charlottesville, all of the stuff that they did, and you won't bring that up, but you'll bring up some nonsense. Let me tell you, the election, we were winning all day long. It's a totally horrible situation. Hopefully the courts will overturn it, what they did in Virginia. You have a grossly incompetent governor. You had a very good governor. He did a good job. You know, all those companies that want to move into Virginia now, they want to move out and go to a different location. So that's my opinion. I believe it was a rigged election. Virginia's known for it. It was a rigged election. They had a lot of ballots, mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you have cheating. Did you have something?
Yes. You said that the U.S. will work with Lebanon to protect itself from Hezbollah. What does that look like exactly?
What is that?
You said that the U.S. will work with Lebanon to protect itself from...
Well, we're just going to work with them. I mean, we have a good relationship with Lebanon. It's amazing that, you know, it's the amazing thing is they actually have sort of a good relationship with Israel, and they don't deal with each other, but now they're going to deal with each other. We're putting them together.
What's the material support that you intend to...
We're going to help. We're just going to help them. We're going to help them. They're great people. It can be a really good country again, maybe a great country again. And I think you have all the ingredients, so we're going to work together. And I think Israel's going to be terrific. But they do have a common problem. It's Hezbollah. Okay, a couple of more.
Some House Republicans are saying that they don't want to vote for a bill that just has the Homeland Security funding. Would you support them expanding that to include other tax and defense?
Well, I'd love to see one thing. You know what that is? Save America. I'd love to say the Save America Act, which is voter ID, which is proof of citizenship, which is, by the way, no mail-in voting, which is a fraud. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you're going to have a fraudulent election. But I'd leave it for military, you know, mail-in voting for military, for people that are sick, for people that are traveling, like business or whatever, different things. But disability, where they have a problem. But no mail-in ballots. We added a couple of things. No men playing in women's sports. It's unrelated, but it's a popular thing. And no transgender mutilization of our children. So that's it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. This way, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. This way. Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you, guys. Keep going.
What?
He's gone, and all of his team.
I don't know what to tell you about that. That was the oddest thing ever. Let's listen to Professor Morandi. This was just minutes ago on El Mayadeen. Here's a member of the Iranian delegation.
أعتقد أن هذا هو السؤال الأساس خلال الأيام والأسابيع المقبلة. الولايات المتحدة تريد ممارسة الضغوط الاقتصادية على إيران عبر الحصار، ولكن من خلال إغلاق مضيق هرمز عبر انتهاك اتفاق وقت اطلاق النار. ما فعله ترامب بالتالي انه قام باغلاق مضيق هرمز، وايضا هو يتسبب بالتفاقم الازمه الاقتصاديه العالميه. اذا من جهه يمارس الضغوط على ايران، ولكن ايضا يضغط على بقيه العالم. بالطبع ما من شك بان الضغوط ستزداد على ايران، ونحن مرينا ب 39 يوم من الحرب والان جاء هذا التطور، ولكن ايران ستصمد، ما من شك في ذلك. بالنسبه للايرانيين هذه الحرب تتعلق بالوجود، هي حرب وجودية من أجل البقاء للأمة، وبالتالي الشعب الإيراني سيبقى صامت وسيضمن بأن الطرف المعتدي سيلحق به الهزيمة. ولكن بالنسبة للولايات المتحدة هذه حرب اختيارية، هم يقومون بذلك من أجل الإسرائيليين ومن أجل الصهاينة الذين أقنعوا الأمريكيين، الذين أقنعوا الرئيس الأمريكي بشأن الحرب. نعرف ما الذي أقنعه نتنياهو، وكذلك رئيس جهاز الموساد الذي قال له أن كل الأمور ستنتهي بسرعة وأن كل شيء سيسير على ما يرام. إذن العالم بأكمله قد شاهد أكثر من عامين ونصف من أعمال الإبادة الجماعية على أيدي النظام الإسرائيلي في غزة وفي لبنان. ويوم أمس هناك صحفية جيدة جدا من الأخبار قتلت على أيدي النظام الإسرائيلي. اليوم قاموا بقتل المزيد في لبنان، ويوم أمس قاموا بقتل 3 أطفال في غزة. وبالطبع الإعلام الغربي لا يبالي ويغض الطرف لأنهم تحت سيطرة طبقة إبشتين. وسائل الإعلام هي تحت هذه الجهات، نفس الأشخاص الذين يسيطرون على الشركات هم يتحكمون أيضا في وسائل الإعلام. إذن هذه حرب اختيارية بالنسبة للولايات المتحدة. هي تشن الحرب من أجل نظام يقوم بإبادة جماعية. منذ عامين ونصف العالم يشهد إبادة جماعية، والآن العالم يعاني بسبب الأزمة.
Hi, Soul Controller. I am praying for peace, my dear friend. I have no idea what's about to happen. You can't announce a ceasefire on Hezbollah's behalf without Hezbollah's buy-in. It's also being reported that the Israeli war cabinet did not agree to the ceasefire.
إذا ما جمعنا كل ذلك مع الإبادة الجماعية نرى بأن هذا يؤدي إلى إضعاف مكانة الولايات المتحدة والنظام الإسرائيلي. أيضا مكانة النظام الإسرائيلي أصبحت مدمرة بالنسبة إلى العالم. إذن الشعوب حول العالم ستسأل لماذا نحن نعاني بسبب ترامب ونتنياهو. وفي الولايات المتحدة ستزداد الضغوط على نظام ترامب، لأن الشعب سيسأل لماذا يتعين علينا أن نقدم كل هذه التضحيات. وهذا ما نراه تحديدا خلال الحرب 39 يوم. ترامب في البداية تحدث عن استسلام غير مشروط، ولكن ما الذي حصل في اليوم 39؟ قال أنا أقبل بخطة إيران من 10 نقاط كإطار من أجل المفاوضات. لماذا؟ لأن إيران بقت صامدة، والمقاومة مقاومة الشعب الإيراني كانت مقاومة استثنائية، وبالتالي اضطر ترامب إلى وقف القتال. بالطبع الاعتقاد السائد هنا هو أن ترامب انطلاقا من الشعور باليأس الأرجح يعيد البدء بالحرب. هو يهيئ نفسه ونحن نهيئ أنفسنا من أجل الدفاع عن البلاد، وأيضا استهداف المواقع الأمريكية في منطقة الخليج الفارسي والنظام الإسرائيلي وبضربات أقوى هذه المرة. ولكن النقطة الأساس ردا على ما قلته باختصار، بالنسبة لنا هذه حرب وجودية. بالنسبة إلى ترامب والولايات المتحدة هي حرب اختيارية، وبالتالي نحن سنصمد أكثر. أعتقد أن هذا هو السؤال الأساس خلال الأيام والأسابيع المقبلة. الولايات المتحدة تريد ممارسة الضغوط الاقتصادية على إيران عبر الحصار، ولكن من خلال إغلاق مضيق هرمز عبر انتهاك اتفاق وقف اطلاق النار. ما فعله ترامب بالتالي انه قام باغلاق مضيق هرمز، وايضا هو يتسبب بالتفاقم الازمه الاقتصاديه العالميه. اذا من جهه يمارس الضغوط على ايران، ولكن ايضا يضغط على بقيه العالم. بالطبع ما من شك بان الضغوط ستزداد على ايران، ونحن مرينا ب 39 يوم من الحرب والان جاء هذا التطور، ولكن ايران ستصمد، ما من شك في ذلك. بالنسبه للايرانيين هذه الحرب تتعلق بالوجود، هي حرب وجودية من أجل البقاء للأمة، وبالتالي الشعب الإيراني سيبقى صامت وسيضمن بأن الطرف المعتدي سيلحق به الهزيمة. ولكن بالنسبة للولايات المتحدة هذه حرب اختيارية. هم يقومون بذلك من أجل الإسرائيليين ومن أجل الصهاينة الذين أقنعوا الأمريكيين، الذين أقنعوا الرئيس الأمريكي بشن الحرب. نعرف ما الذي أقنعه نتنياهو، وكذلك رئيس جهاز الموساد الذي قال له أن كل الأمور ستنتهي بسرعة وأن كل شيء سيسير على ما يرام. إذن العالم بأكمله قد شاهد أكثر من عامين ونصف من أعمال الإبادة الجماعية على أيدي النظام الإسرائيلي في غزة وفي لبنان. ويوم أمس هناك صحفية جيدة جدا من الأخبار قتلت على أيدي النظام الإسرائيلي. اليوم قاموا بقتل المزيد في لبنان، ويوم أمس قاموا بقتل 3 أطفال في غزة، وبالطبع الإعلام الغربي لا يبالي ويغض الطرف لأنهم تحت سيطرة طبقة إبشتين. وسائل الإعلام هي تحت هذه الجهات، نفس الأشخاص الذين يسيطرون على الشركات هم يتحكمون أيضا في وسائل الإعلام. إذن هذه حرب اختيارية بالنسبة للولايات المتحدة، هي تشن الحرب من أجل نظام يقوم بإبادة جمعية. منذ 2.5 عام العالم يشهد إبادة جمعية، والآن العالم يعاني بسبب الأزمة الاقتصادية المتزايدة بسبب النظام الإسرائيلي. الجميع يدرك بأن النقص الذي نراه في آسيا وأفريقيا وأيضا في أمريكا اللاتينية والأسعار المرتفعة في أوروبا وأمريكا الشمالية، كل هذا يعود إلى نتنياهو وبسبب ترامب وأيضا بسبب النظام الإسرائيلي. وبالتالي إذا ما جمعنا كل ذلك مع الإبادة الجماعية نرى بأن هذا يؤدي إلى إضعاف مكانة الولايات المتحدة والنظام الإسرائيلي. أيضا مكانة النظام الإسرائيلي أصبحت مدمرة بالنسبة إلى العالم. إذن الشعوب حول العالم ستسأل لماذا نحن نعاني بسبب ترامب ونتنياهو، وفي الولايات المتحدة ستزداد الضغوط على نظام ترامب لأن الشعب سيسأل لماذا
Sole controller, no, they didn't agree to it.
وهذا ما نراه تحديدا خلال حرب 39 يوم. ترامب في البداية تحدث عن استسلام غير مشروط، ولكن ما الذي حصل في اليوم 39؟ قال أنا أقبل بخطة إيران من 10 نقاط كإطار من أجل المفاوضات. لماذا؟ لأن إيران بقت صامدة، والمقاومة مقاومة الشعب الإيراني كانت مقاومة استثنائية، وبالتالي اضطر ترامب إلى وقف القتال. بالطبع الاعتقاد السائد هنا هو أن ترامب انطلاقا من الشعور باليأس الأرجح يعيد البدء بالحرب. هو يهيئ نفسه ونحن نهيئ أنفسنا من أجل الدفاع عن البلاد، وأيضا استهداف المواقع الأمريكية في منطقة الخليج الفارسي والنظام الإسرائيلي وبضربات أقوى هذه المرة. ولكن النقطة الأساس ردا على ما قلته باختصار، بالنسبة لنا هذه حرب وجودية. بالنسبة إلى ترامب والولايات المتحدة هي حرب اختيارية، وبالتالي نحن سنصمد أكثر. أعتقد أن هذا هو السؤال الأساس خلال الأيام والأسابيع المقبلة. الولايات المتحدة تريد ممارسة الضغوط الاقتصادية على إيران عبر الحصار، ولكن من خلال إغلاق مضيق هرمز عبر انتهاك اتفاق وقت اطلاق النار. ما فعله ترامب بالتالي انه قام باغلاق مضيق هرمز، وايضا هو يتسبب بتفاقم الازمه الاقتصاديه العالميه. اذا من جهه يمارس الضغوط على ايران، ولكن ايضا يضغط على بقيه العالم. بالطبع ما من شك بان الضغوط ستزداد على ايران، ونحن مرينا ب 39 يوم من الحرب والان جاء هذا التطور، ولكن ايران ستصمد، ما من شك في ذلك. بالنسبه للايرانيين هذه الحرب تتعلق بالوجود، هي حرب وجودية من أجل البقاء للأمة، وبالتالي الشعب الإيراني سيبقى صامت وسيضمن بأن الطرف المعتدي سيلحق به الهزيمة. ولكن بالنسبة للولايات المتحدة هذه حرب اختيارية، هم يقومون بذلك من أجل الإسرائيليين ومن أجل الصهاينة الذين أقنعوا الأمريكيين، الذين أقنعوا الرئيس الأمريكي بشن الحرب. نعرف ما الذي أقنعه، نتنياهو، وكذلك رئيس جهاز الموساد الذي قال له أن كل الأمور ستنتهي بسرعة وأن كل شيء سيسير على ما يرام. إذن العالم بأكمله قد شاهد.
It started playing again. I forgot that when you play the caption preview, it plays right again. Let me show you the latest now from the Vice President speaking in the Oval Office just minutes ago. We didn't see this part. It was before the live stream started on the one we were watching. Here's the full pool video.
First of all, congratulations. Congratulations to you and our Secretary of State, but most importantly, congratulations to the people of Israel and Lebanon. I think it's a major historic moment. We're going to extend the ceasefire for 3 weeks that's already in place between Israel and Lebanon. Of course, it wouldn't have happened without the president's direct engagement. The fact that you have these leaders of different countries coming together for the first time, they came together in the Oval Office, and they came together because of energetic diplomacy, of course, led by the President of the United States. So I think it's a big moment for the world. It's a big moment for our country, but just very proud to be a part of it. So thank you, sir, for making it happen. First of all, congratulations. Congratulations to you and our Secretary of State, but most importantly...
There was a question about why the last interview had Professor Morandi speaking in English. Well, at the same time it was being translated to Arabic. It was because it was on a Lebanese station called El Mayadeen. And so their audience is Arabic. And although Professor Morandi, he's a professor of English literature in Iran, he's part of the negotiating team, part of the Iranian delegation that does negotiations. He speaks Farsi, but he doesn't speak Arabic as well as he speaks English. So he speaks in English. They have a live translator who translates it for the Arabic audience. And then what I'm doing is, because they have the English, they don't, on the source video from El Mayadeen, they have the English low and the Arabic translator high. I put English captions myself over the Arabic translator because there's no like original English version. He's the only record of that interview is in Arabic. He's speaking in English, but it's being live translated into Arabic. Yeah, you got to kind of, it's a lot to take in. Now, sometimes I don't translate them into English, like this one I just reposted. This is about the Iranian IRGC's movements. If it's just in Arabic, you would have no idea what it's saying. I'd have to translate it. So I actually, by hand, put English captions. Here's the latest from Heidi Pett. Heidi Pett today was at the funeral for journalist Amal Khalil, who, listen, I looked up the timeline. This was a disgusting war crime by Israel, not Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Yesterday, a journalist around 2 p.m. was targeted in a car with her colleague while they were driving in South Lebanon. The journalist and the colleague were injured but managed to flee into a house. The journalist then got bombed and was under the rubble in the house for 2 hours in the afternoon between 2:40 and 4:30 p.m. local time in Lebanon yesterday, Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. While the journalist was in the rubble, she was calling her family and begging the Red Cross to be allowed to rescue her. The Red Cross was allowed to go in, but they were only able to rescue one of the two journalists. The second journalist remained buried under the rubble but alive. Before the Red Cross could be given permission to go back in and save her, Israel didn't just double tap her. They came back 2 hours later and bombed her. She had talked to her family under the rubble. She was alive. She was going to make it. She was going to survive. All she had to do was be rescued. They banned the rescuers from going in, fired at the Red Cross, and then bombed her while she was helpless and under the rubble. Here is the funeral today in a report from Heidi Pett just minutes ago.
Killed another journalist in a targeted attack in Lebanon.
Let me play from the beginning.
Israel has killed another journalist in a targeted attack in Lebanon. Her name was Amal Khalil. She and a colleague, Zainab Faraj, were traveling in convoy documenting Israel's destruction of the south when the vehicle in front of them was hit by a strike at 2:45 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon. The two women fled the vehicle and Amal contacted civil defense, who told her that they didn't have permission to reach them and asked if they could move. But when they tried, an Israeli drone dropped a grenade on Amal's car, and so the two fled back into a neighboring building. At that point, Amal sent a voice note to her family group chat to reassure them and let them know that she was fine. Her brother shared it with us.
حبيبتي أنا منيحة أوكي ما تعتلوا هم أنا منيحة ومعي صبي زينب فرج منيح أوكي اللي صار إنه ضربوا سيارة ماشي كانت قدامنا أوكي بس ما تعتلوا ما صار شيء علينا نحن بس أنا ما بدي أتحرك من هون بس ناطرة اليونيفيل والصليب الأحمر احتياط أوكي أنا منيحة تقبلوني.
But shortly after that voice note, there was a direct hit from an Israeli airstrike on the part of the building that Amal was sheltering in. Her and Zainab had split up, hoping that one of them would survive, because the Lebanese Ministry of Health has described them as being pursued by Israeli airstrikes. Now, after that, rescue teams were finally able to get to the location. They found Zainab heavily injured, and they managed to recover the bodies of the two civilians who were killed in the initial strike, but they couldn't find Amal under the rubble. And then the ambulance came under fire, so they evacuated in a hurry. They took Zainab to hospital where she was given emergency surgery. And it wasn't until 8 p.m. that they were given permission to return to the site to search for Amal. It was at this point that the Israeli military issued a statement saying that they weren't obstructing access and that they didn't target journalists.
ولو كان ما منا الإذن الإسرائيلي لنتحرك لنسعف أمال كانت واقفة محلي هي اللي عم تحكي مش أنا اللي عم بحكي عنها.
It took rescue teams another several hours with an excavator to recover Amal's body from the rubble. She is the 8th journalist to be killed in Lebanon so far in this war, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists. And the president here has described the deliberate and consistent targeting of journalists as an attempt by Israel to conceal the truth of its aggressive acts.
That's Standing Stone's favorite reporter, Heidi Pett. Standing Stone's, I'm thrilled to tell you, Heidi Pett is okay, but journalists in Lebanon are in danger. Mimi, God bless you. I'm so good to see you. Mimi says, hello, our next president, Grant, and everyone around the world, my new friends who I care about you and your views and insights. God bless you, Mimi. We love Mimi. Did you know Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie? Hi, Ellie. Hi, Ellie's a baby goat. Ellie lives with Mimi. Mimi and Ellie sit on the bed, and Mimi holds a baby goat. Oh, it's the greatest thing ever. Mimi loves goats. Listen, I have a special... You know what? We need a goat video. That's it. That's it. There's been too much going on, Mimi. There's been too much going on. Hello, Dimu. God bless you, my dear friend. God bless you. I am so excited. I am so excited. This is for... Listen, Mimi has a baby goat. Now, you may be wondering, where is this herd of goats that went north and was driven south from Lebanon on March 9th? We don't know, but these are we love the goats. Mimi and I love the goat. There's a baby goat. Here's a goat. Look at the goats. Look at them. Mimi loves goats. Those are our goats. Hashtag save the goats. Mimi, we gotta save the goats. That's a lot of goats. Look at all the goats. Hi, every Ryan. Look at all the goats. Donald, that's okay. We'll be here. This is a goat-based news channel. Hashtag save the goats. Yes, you're watching the only goat-based news channel. Hashtag save the goats. Yes, some channels report news. This channel reports on the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save the goats. We love the goats. All right, here's LBI Lebanon. Actually, let's take a look at the Israeli IDF publishing footage of an attack on a Hezbollah site that launched rockets towards Shlomi. Tribute to Maduro Bibi. Hashtag Maduro Bibi. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag Maduro Bibi. I don't know who Maduro Bibi is, but hashtag save the goats. So that's the latest footage from the IDF. I hope no goats were harmed in that attack. If you harm the goats, I have a problem. Hashtag save the goats. Soul Controller says, I'm a Capricorn. I need saving because I'm a goat. Hashtag save the goats. All right, here's the latest from Marco Rubio, probably translated into Arabic.
أراد أن ينخرط شخصيا وطبعا حصل على هذا التمديد ليعطي وقتا أكثر للعمل لما سيكون سلاما بين دولتين تريدان السلام فهما ضحيتان لنفس التنظيم الإرهابي الذي لا شك بأنه قد أيضا عانى منه شعب إسرائيل وشعب لبنان الذي يريد أن يعيش في رفاهية واستقرار. لديهم الفرصة ولديهم التاريخ وما يقف في طريقهم هو هذا التنظيم الإرهابي الذي يعمل داخل أراضيهم والذي طبعا ينبغي أن يقضى عليه. شكرا سيد الرئيس لهذا الاجتماع اليوم ولجمع الأطراف ولنستمر في العمل. أنا متفائل بأنه خلال أسابيع سنكون أقرب إلى سلام دائم بين لبنان وإسرائيل وهما يستحقان ذلك.
Oh, the goat ate some things. We love the goats, though. All right, here's the latest from southern Lebanon.
Conversation.
Hi, Talma Bunny.
Translated
Hi,
from
Kofi.
Helicopter flight belonging to the Israeli occupation army over the skies of Daraa Governorate. Reconnaissance flight over the southern countryside of Kunitra. Strong explosions resulting from the occupation forces blowing up a number of buildings inside the old city of Kunitra, the demolished one, adjacent to the ceasefire line with the occupied Golan.
Latest from southern Lebanon. What ceasefire? Well, you can't just announce a ceasefire. Here's the latest from LBI Lebanon on the Israeli
المحادثات اللبنانية
US
الإسرائيلية
talks.
الذي يعني حضرها بنهايتها الرئيس الأمريكي
I didn't standing stones. You got to ask it again. I'm so sorry.
عدة تصريحات الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب حول لبنان أبرزها هو التأكيد على إلغاء قانون تجريم التواصل مع إسرائيل أولا، وثانيا تمديد اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار. أيضا كان هناك تصريح لوزير الخارجية الأمريكية الذي أكد أن التمديد يمنح فرصة للعمل نحو سلام دائم بين إسرائيل ولبنان. نائب الرئيس الأمريكي أكد بدوره أن تمديد وقف إطلاق النار بين لبنان وإسرائيل ل3 أسابيع هو لحظة تاريخية كبرى للعالم، مضيفا أن الاجتماع المباشر بين قادة إسرائيل ولبنان بالمكتب البيضاوي حدث لأول مرة بفضل جهود الرئيس دونالد ترامب. بالطبع يعني بانتظار ايضا ما سيشرح عن هذا الاجتماع من تصريحات ان من الناحيه الاسرائيليه ام من الناحيه اللبنانيه. يعني بالطبع سنكون معكم لاحقا في تفاصيل هذا اللقاء بين سفيري لبنان الى واشنطن وسفير اسرائيل الى واشنطن.
That's the latest from LBI Lebanon. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera's top of the hour update just 15 minutes ago. Give me 1 second. Alright, let me reload it. It was just 15 minutes ago. Mateo. Hashtag save the goats. Doe, good to see you, Doe. Doe loves saving the goats. Mimi has a baby goat. Hashtag save the goats. Alright, we're going to go back 16 minutes, get the top of the hour from Al Jazeera. My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
You know, what is the...
Every Ryan says getting caught up on the situation. God bless you, Every Ryan. It is good to see you. We're going to grab the top of the hour update from Al Jazeera.
Real window for diplomacy or a stalemate in disguise? That's later this hour on This Is America.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel has been extended by 3 weeks. Trump says there's a great chance that peace between the two countries will be realized this year. It does come as Donald Trump prepares to host another set of peace talks at the White House.
And we think that the president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of no firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about.
But on Iran, Trump said that he doesn't want to rush a peace agreement, asserting that he wants to make what he called an everlasting deal, saying negotiations have been delayed, though, because Iranian leadership was in turmoil. Both sides are keeping up the pressure over the Strait of Hormuz and their blockades. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the U.S. of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing to blockade its ports. Trump has ordered the U.S. military to shoot and kill Iranian small boats choking the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, U.S. forces boarded and seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship called the Majestic is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. Tehran says it won't enter ceasefire talks while the U.S. maintains its blockade. Now, in the last few hours, air defense fire was seen over the Iranian capital. Media there have reported that they have been engaging with, quote, hostile targets over the capital, but there has been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Well, we're going to be live in Tehran, Amman, as well as the White House. First of all, let's get over to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher. Alan, tell us a little bit more about this ceasefire extension taking place there after talks in the White House for Lebanon.
Well, these were talks at ambassadorial level that were meant to be held at the State Department. They were moved early this afternoon. That was clear that Donald Trump wanted to use his influence, his power to try and change the direction of the talks. And what we got was an announcement that the ceasefire was going to be extended by 3 more weeks. The intention is that the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of Lebanon will soon be brought to the White House within the next 3 weeks, with perhaps the chance of a broader deal. That would mean, obviously, a lot of talks going on behind the scenes. Donald Trump using American influence in both camps to try and get them to that point. He says that there's a very good chance that there could be a durable peace between both countries. Slightly inexplicably said that Lebanon and Israel has a very good relationship apart from the issues caused by Hezbollah. It's clear the tensions have been going on for some considerable time. There's been a lot of distrust between the two countries for more than 40 years. These talks were quite pioneering. First ones in the State Department.
I'm going to take you to the latest press release now from the DOJ about a U.S. soldier arrested for betting.
Press release. U.S. soldier charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets. Thursday, April 23, 2026. For immediate release. Office of Public Affairs. Gannon Ken Van Dyke allegedly made more than $400,000 trading on Polymarket on the basis of classified information regarding the timing of a U.S. military operation to capture Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela. The Justice Department announced today the unsealing of an indictment charging Gannon Ken Van Dyke, a U.S. Army soldier, with unlawful use of confidential government information for personal gain, theft of non-public government information, commodities fraud, wire fraud, and making an unlawful monetary transaction. The charges arise from an alleged scheme in which Van Dyke used sensitive classified information to make wages on Polymarket, a prediction marketplace. As alleged in the indictment, Van Dyke participated in the planning and execution of the U.S. military operation to capture Nicolás Maduro, called Operation Absolute Resolve, and Van Dyke used his access to classified information about that operation to personally profit. Van Dyke will be presented today before U.S. Magistrate Judge Brian S. Myers in the Eastern District of North Carolina. The case has been assigned to U.S. District Judge Margaret M. Garnett in the Southern District of New York. Our men and women in uniform are trusted with classified information in order to accomplish their mission as safely and effectively as possible, and are prohibited from using this highly sensitive information for personal financial gain, said Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Widespread access to prediction markets is a relatively new phenomenon, but federal laws protecting national security information fully apply. Today's announcement makes clear no one is above the law, and this FBI will do whatever it takes to defend the homeland and safeguard our nation's secrets, said FBI Director Kash Patel. Any clearance holders thinking of cashing in their access and knowledge for personal gain will be held accountable. Prediction markets are not a haven for using misappropriated confidential or classified information for personal gain, said U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton for the Southern District of New York. The defendant allegedly violated the trust placed in him by the United States government by using classified information about a sensitive military operation to place bets on the timing and outcome of that very operation, all to turn a profit. That is clear insider trading and is illegal under federal law. Those entrusted to safeguard our nation's secrets have a duty to protect them and our armed service members, and not to use that information for personal financial gain. Our office will continue to hold accountable those who misuse confidential or classified information in a way that undermines and exploits our national security. Gannon Ken Van Dyke allegedly betrayed his fellow soldiers by utilizing classified information for his own financial gain, said FBI Assistant Director in Charge James C. Barnacle, Jr. Van Dyke profited more than $400,000 by trading various outcomes related to Venezuela after learning of the operation because of his role as a U.S. Army soldier. The FBI will continue to investigate threats to our nation's security, especially from those entrusted to safeguard sensitive classified information and military operations. As alleged in the indictment unsealed today in Manhattan Federal Court, Van Dyke has been an active duty soldier in the U.S. Army, stationed at Fort Bragg, a military base located in Fayetteville, North Carolina. In connection with his work, Van Dyke signed non-disclosure agreements in which he promised to never divulge, publish, or reveal by writing, words, conduct, or otherwise. Any classified or sensitive information relating to military operations. Starting around December 8, 2025, and continuing through at least January 6, Van Dyke was involved in the planning and execution of Operation Absolute Resolve, a military operation to capture Maduro, and had access to sensitive, non-public, classified information about that operation. In 2025, Polymarket, a prediction marketplace operated by Brocratize Inc., began offering binary event contracts related to whether certain events involving Venezuela and/or Maduro would, or would not, occur. Those event contracts included the future likelihood of U.S. forces in Venezuela by certain dates, the future likelihood of Maduro being out of or removed from power by certain dates, the future likelihood of the U.S. invading Venezuela by on or before January 31st, and the future likelihood of President Trump invoking war powers against Venezuela by a certain date. As alleged, on or about December 26, 2025, Van Dyke created a Polymarket account, funded it, and began trading on Maduro and Venezuela-related markets. In total, Van Dyke made approximately 13 bets from December 27, 2025, through the evening of January 26. Those bets all took the yes position on U.S. forces in Venezuela. By January 31, 2026, Maduro out by. January 31, 2026, will the U.S. invade Venezuela by. January 31, or Trump invokes war powers against Venezuela by. January 31, Van Dyke bet a total of approximately $33,034 on those outcomes while in possession of classified non-public information about Operation Absolute Resolve. In the pre-dawn hours of January 3, the U.S. apprehended Maduro and his wife at a residence in Caracas, Venezuela, and hours later the President of the United States announced the successful operation. Following the President's public announcement, Polymarket resolved several Maduro and Venezuela-related contracts to yes, including the markets Maduro out by. January 31, 2026, and U.S. forces in Venezuela by. January 31, 2026. As a result, Van Dyke won his wages on those contracts. In total, Van Dyke allegedly profited approximately $409,881. Following his successful trading relating to Maduro and Venezuela-related contracts, Van Dyke allegedly sent most of his proceeds to a foreign cryptocurrency vault before depositing them into a newly created online brokerage account. The same day of the operation, Van Dyke withdrew the majority of his allegedly unlawful proceeds from his Polymarket account. Shortly after the announcement of Operation Absolute Resolve, reports of unusual trading in Maduro-related contracts on Polymarket appeared in the press and on social media. Van Dyke then took steps to conceal his identity as the trader in the Maduro and Venezuela-related markets. On or about January 6, 2026, for example, Van Dyke asked Polymarket to delete his Polymarket account, falsely claiming that he had lost access to the email address to which the account had been associated. That same day, Van Dyke changed the email registered to his cryptocurrency exchange account to an email address that was not subscribed to in his name, and which he had created on or about December 14, 2025. Van Dyke, 38, of Fayetteville, North Carolina, is charged with 3 counts of violating the Commodity Exchange Act, each of which carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, 1 count of wire fraud, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison, and 1 count of an unlawful monetary transaction, which carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison. The maximum potential sentences in this case are prescribed by Congress and provided here for informational purposes only, as any sentencing of the defendant will be determined by the judge. This case is being handled by the Office's Securities and Commodities Fraud Task Force and National Security and International Narcotics Unit. Assistant U.S. Attorneys Nicholas W. Ciucciolo, Ryan B. Finkel, and Juliana N. Murray for the Southern District of New York are in charge of the prosecution, with assistance from Acting Deputy Chief Tanner Kroger and Trial Attorney Eli Ross of the National Security Division's Counterintelligence and Export Control Section. Updated April 23, 2026.
So yeah, don't mess with the federal government.
Just a couple of weeks ago, and now here at the White House, and there is something concrete to report, and that is the extension of the ceasefire for 3 more weeks.
Alan, while Trump says the ceasefire has been extended in Lebanon, there are reports of more Israeli attacks taking place in the southern part of the country. Jack Barton is in Amman. Jack, what are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. We've seen these sorts of attacks all throughout this ceasefire. Even hours after it began, we saw, according to the Lebanese army, shelling by Israeli forces into southern Lebanon. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu made it clear there would be no withdrawal of Israeli forces from southern Lebanon during the ceasefire, and that they continued to raise the villages behind their so-called yellow line, the limit of Israel's buffer zone that it is trying to create in southern Lebanon, with both sides, Israel and Hezbollah, accusing each other of multiple violations. The Lebanese government even saying Israel has violated the ceasefire about 200 times, Israel acknowledging that it has launched about 50 strikes, it says killing 50 Hezbollah militants. But the Lebanese government again saying many civilians still being caught up in this, and we saw that also with the death of Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil. With this fighting, the continues. In the latest rounds, Israel has been launching airstrikes again into southern Lebanon. It says in retaliation for a suicide drone attack on its soldiers, which injured one reservist. Hezbollah also claiming it launched a salvo of rockets towards a position in northern Israel. So the fighting has intensified in the hours leading up to the settlement. And even with this extension of the ceasefire, we may not see a resumption of all-out hostility, but certainly the guns have not gone silent, and the expectation is they won't remain silent, but perhaps this extension does give breathing space for further negotiations.
Breaking, the Lebanese president, hold on, might be the prime minister. The Lebanese prime minister has announced as following: we will not sign any ceasefire agreement that does not include the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Lebanon. You can't, listen, Mr. President Trump did it again. That's it. He did it again. Lebanon, according to the Lebanese prime minister, they're not even going to sign the ceasefire unless Israel withdraws entirely. That's it. I'm playing the video. That's it. I'm mad. I'm all mad. You got me all mad. You know what happens when I get all mad. You can't just declare a ceasefire when nobody agrees to it. What are these people doing? That's it. Water under the fridge has declared a ceasefire. Well, does the blockade of the Great Lakes remain? Are the Iranians allowed to enter the Great Lakes? Don't make me play the song. I'm going to play the other song. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. I'll do it. You're driving me to play the song. I'm going to play the song. I'm going to do it. Don't make me do it. Oh, Soul Controller's going to lose it. You don't understand. Don't make me play the song. I'm going to do it. It's a Dota-inspired song. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Don't make me do it. It's too late. I'm doing it. This is for all the people who need a break from this craziness. You can't declare a ceasefire when neither Israel didn't agree to it, Lebanon didn't agree to it, Hezbollah wasn't even there. I object. I demand to speak to the speaker. I object. We have a special music request. If Translator Towel asks for a song, I am going to check it in the catalog. I can't make any promises, Translator Towel. Unfortunately, I don't control whether they add this specific song to the catalog. But I absolutely will search it for you, my dear Translator Towel. Hashtag shoutout washcloth. There's a washcloth. There's a translator, there's an interpret towel, and then there's also a washcloth. Hashtag shoutout washcloth. I can play it. Oh, here we go. This one's going out to our wonderful interpret towel. This is a special request. A special request.
وهدموا بيوتنا وجرموا جودنا وزيفوا أصولنا فرقوا أحبابنا وذبحوا أطفالنا واسترخصوا دماءنا استأصلوا جذورنا وهدموا بيوتنا وجرموا وجودنا وزيفوا أصولنا فرقوا أحبابنا وذبحوا أطفالنا واسترخصوا دماءنا وشيطنوا ثوارنا اسرقوا علومنا وجهلوا شعوبنا وعذبوا نفوسنا واستنكروا حقوقنا استعمروا بلادنا وعينوا حكامنا وانهبوا خيراتنا واحرقوا أشجارنا فجروا ديارنا وكذبوا أقوالنا وشاهدوا أوجاعنا واستصغروا عذابنا تجاهلوا دموعنا أغمضوا عيوننا وشوهوا وجوهنا وانكروا شعورنا دمروا أحلامنا وصنفوا أجسامنا وأظلموا سماءنا اقتلوا سلامنا سنبقى في مقامنا ويبقى فينا حقنا فلن تكونوا دوننا ولن تكونوا دوننا ولن تكونوا دوننا.
Great song. That was for Interpret Towel and Washcloth. Hashtag shout out Interpret Towel and Washcloth. Hashtag shout out Interpret Towel. That was a request from Interpret Towel. I can check water under the fridge. Beast 1333. So a lot of new stuff is on there. The older the band, the less likely it is to be on there. But you know it. Water under the fridge. A request from water under the fridge. What an honor. I can't make any guarantees though because it's a very limited catalog. Oh goodness! So the band itself has a page, but it doesn't look like any. Wait a minute. All right, hold on. Yes, there's an Immortal Technique song with Beast 1333. This is a special request coming from the one, the only, the protector of the American Great Lakes, ladies and gentlemen. The person who stops the Canadians from using their maple syrup to roll Iranian ships into the Great Lakes. Mark of the Beast by Beast 1333 and Immortal Technique. Going out to Water Under the Fridge, a special dedication and request.
Watch it go back to the people that hold us some basic agent secrets they keeping in sus they stole it from Peter Joseph told us so, but only those that sin and know can counteract the status forward balance act which way to go. I rep ID, CID, used by the beast to track you, yeah. Charging the car can cause an alarm as part of the arm that tracks you now. Bags you checking, you go inside, you prepared to fly. Watch for the scanner, you cannot hide. Comfortable, you won't no matter what you've done. What reach for the sky, climbing the tree when I'm getting high. That big brother eagle start to die. No matter what the breeze they weave and devise and plan to the sea, so the seas that provide. The way for us to breathe out the evil inside. My only cancer, the dream is alive. Freeze from the evil and the demons outside.
I'm blaming on the government, say it on the radio.
Translator towel. The Great Lakes conflict of 26.
To the world, the match, we all left the flash. I won't stop till the people see success. Some of the beat to death, so many people left. With the mark of the beast, can't cheat the test. You bear the mark, I bear the mark. With the blood of the waters, there for sharks. Not everybody wanna be cool remarks. With the less of the bite and more the bark. In the world of fakes, here's what it takes. Gotta have big balls, not baby grapes. At a crazy pace to do it face to face. The whole race chase waste space is insane. With a warm embrace, they gon' stab your back. And so whack to the hatch, fat jack the traction. With a bomb attack, we gon' bomb them back. With the cool facts, rap tracks, capture jacks. There's no latch attach, you can't own the soul. So no go, scroll, pull, patrol. Let's go toe to toe like pro dojo throws. Soldier soul, so don't go full slow. Don't need to crow. No need to flip, what we need is change and leadership. Won't even get a chance to bleed the fit. For the radar, go from beat to blip, bitch.
I'm blaming on the government, say it on the radio. And if you don't already know, I have a devil in my infrared scope. Cause I don't give a motherfucker. I'm blaming on the government. Every president we ever had lied. And my hands on the 16 shots.
Notice the line when you cross it. I'm like the mind of a genius trapped in a cerebral palsy. You underestimate the hood. You think niggas is stupid. We read the country's credits. Niggas know who produced it. Why the fuck you think they pushing military recruitment? America been platinum and she afraid of recoupment. So when you try to close the border and don't let us in, I'll overthrow California with 20 million Mexicans, Cubans and Chinese who came looking for freedom till they realized America was run by a demon. And I don't mean George Bush, he was a fucking zero. More like the Roman Emperor Nero, who did nothing while the black slum turned to Atlantis. I mean those behind the careless that made the mechanics and then planned it. It sounds simple, but stupid niggas won't understand it until the mark of the beast has your face branded, nigga.
I'm blaming on the government, say it on the radio. And if you don't already know, I have a devil in my infrared scope. Cause I don't give a motherfucker. I'm blaming on the government. Every president we ever had lied. I have a devil in my infrared scope. Cause I don't give a motherfucker. I have a devil in my infrared scope. I have a devil in my infrared scope. I have a devil in my infrared scope. Every president we ever had lied. Cause I don't give a motherfucker.
Think you safe? Nobody's safe. DP1, Beast, Kid, Mortal Technique, Moment, Chicago.
That was epic. Loved it. Loved everything about it. Thank you very much. Special dedication to the defender of the Great Lakes, the hero, you could say, of the War of the Great Lakes of 2026. Interpret Towel is going to tell her wonderful, what are they called? Towel grandchildren. Interpret Towel is going to tell their Towel grandchildren about how Water Under the Fridge was the greatest hero of the War of the Great Lakes of 2026. Now, you might be saying, sir, what are you doing? Well, I'm trying to post about what President Trump... You might be saying, sir, is President Trump posting about drugs again? Yes, President Trump is posting about drugs again. Now, you might be saying, I really would appreciate if, President Trump actually focused on what's going on the ground. Yeah, I understand. But President Trump is thinking about drugs. Why is he thinking about drugs? I don't know. You're going to have to ask Mr. President Trump. He apparently really likes drugs. I don't know. You're going to have to ask him. All right? So, yeah, in terms of President Trump's and the drugs, I don't really know what's going on with President Trump and the drugs. Apparently he likes drugs. You're going to have to ask him about his love for drugs. I can't really answer that question. If you're wondering, Grant, are you sharing this news? Because for some reason, as a war is going on, Mr. President is posting about drugs. Yes, he's doing it again. As a war is going on, Mr. President, I don't know if he's like on drugs. I don't know if he likes drugs. I'm a little bit confused by the whole drugs thing. I mean, I'm not saying this is, I think the hippies are probably going to like it, but bro, I'm sorry for saying bro about the president, but like, it's the middle of the war. What's going on with this whole drugs thing? Like, why are we on this whole drugs kick? I mean, I cover regulatory agencies related to drugs, but I'm just baffled by the whole drugs thing. I don't really know what's going on. Mr. President, while bombs are falling in Lebanon and Israel, can you tell us a little bit about drugs? Would you mind? Mr. President, turning it to you.
Truth details. In December, I signed a very important...
This is Mr. President's latest truth, just 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
In December, I signed a very important executive order calling for research and innovation for hemp-derived CBD, something that has made a huge difference for so many people. In fact, 1 in 5 adults used it in the past year, and many say it improved their chronic pain enormously. Our wonderful Dr. Mehmet Oz moved fast to follow the directive in the executive order and launch a model for some seniors earlier this month. But more must be done. I am calling on Congress to update the law to ensure that Americans can continue to access the full-spectrum CBD products they have come to rely on, and that help them, while preserving Congress's intent to restrict the sale of products that pose health risks. We must get this done right and fast, especially for those who saw that CBD helps them. Plus, I am told it will also help our great farmers, who we love, and will always be there for. Please get it done.
That's true.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
I mean,
Continue the conversation.
I love this as a policy, but like right now, really, it's a little bit odd. It's just a little odd. Oh, wait a minute. Colin, we cannot... Colin. I name the honorable member for Colin. Colin, under no circumstances are you going to come in here and use whether listen whether you have whether you're on the spectrum or not, whether you're neurodivergent or not, we're going to use this as a teaching moment. Listen to me, young man. I name the honorable member for Colin. Under no circumstances is it appropriate for you. I don't care if you're a young child. Let's actually use this as a teaching moment. Colin, whether you are neurospicy, as they say, or not, okay, it's really irrelevant. You may not project that outwards by using it as an insult to belittle people in the chat or your honorable host. Under no circumstances. It is perfectly fine if you are on the spectrum. I'm on the spectrum. But you may not use that word in a derogatory manner towards other honorable members of this House or towards the Speaker, and you should know better. That's disturbing. That's no better than Michael Proctor saying, what did he say today? Actually, you know what? Because you were so rude to your fellow chatters, okay, and not just that, but to the host, because you were that rude, I'm going to report on what Michael Proctor said in his text messages. We're going to report on this specifically because of what you just said. That was disturbing. It was entirely uncalled for. It was offensive. And whether you're projecting or not, I don't really care. I don't want to see you speaking that way. It's disturbing. Okay, you need to grow up a little bit, all right? Whether it's like through this intervention or whatever, all right? Inappropriate. Absolutely inappropriate. Before the world, too. 180 different countries, 1.4 million or 1.6 million views over the past 55 days, and you want to use that language? Nope. You are going to get a very, very specific news update because of your language. All right? And that's going to serve as a lesson to you. We're going to do a little bit of like corrective teaching here, all right? Under no circumstances do I ever want to see anything like that again. Disturbing, offensive, hurtful, and wrong, not just to me, but to those your fellow chatters. All right. I think that was a good lecture. Now I'm going to give them their reward. You get a special reward, whoever the hell, Colin or whoever the hell they were. I never want to see it again. All right? Here was the breaking news flash earlier. This is for our friend Colin, who thinks it's fun to project their mental illness in a space, by the way, that has an autistic host as an insult. Let's go.
It's Gilla, ni asterisk ger, in Canton Day. Michael Proctor, while serving as an active Massachusetts state trooper. Former Massachusetts state trooper Michael Proctor, according to lawyers for criminal defendants investigated by Proctor, said those exact words were said by Proctor, in secret personal texts, to his friends while Proctor was an active state trooper. Michael Proctor is biased against black and brown individuals. He is a racist person. Some of the things that he said, it's Gilla, ni asterisk ger, in Canton, lawyer Rosemary Scapiccio told Judge Doolin in a shocking hearing. Why is the Commonwealth, the Norfolk DA's office, protecting Michael Proctor? Why is anyone protecting him? The public deserves to know about him and what he has done. Why are we considering the Proctor files secret in this case? Scapiccio also said, earlier Thursday, I reported. Michael Proctor's lawyer referred to the McCabe's, Alberts and Brian Higgins as the House defendants in open court. Proctor's lawyer also confirmed Proctor sent naked images of women, without their knowledge or consent, to his friends. Mr. Proctor has been through quite enough here, said Proctor's lawyer to befuddled Judge Doolin during Thursday's in Norfolk Superior Court. This occurred moments after Karen Reed's lawyers revealed, in open court, that former state police trooper Michael Proctor used anti-Semitic language in secret conversations on Proctor's cell phone. Proctor, said Reed's lawyers, also used racist, anti-female and homophobic language. Karen's lawyers have Proctor's entire phone, and are asking Judge Doolin for permission to use the messages in Karen's upcoming civil suit against the state police and the town of Canton. Proctor, and the Norfolk DA, are opposing Karen using the material on privacy grounds, including the privacy of the women of whom Proctor shared intimate images without their knowledge or consent.
In honor of our strange friend who used very offensive language towards their fellow chatters and their host, here's the clip.
Because, again, we want to explain to the court that this protective order is ridiculous. He doesn't meet any of the conditions for which a protective order should issue. He's not a victim. He doesn't need protection. No one has threatened him. He said some vulgar, disgusting things that apparently repeatedly from 2014 to 2022, and shares it with his friends like it's please pass the buck. That's the tone of these conversations, Judge. And so the protective orders, from my purposes, are interfering with my client's ability to get their trial. Right now, my client, Mr. Johnson, is housed at the Norfolk County House of Corrections. We moved mountains to get him access to what we call the Proctor material. And right now, there are, I think that there are 44,000 page that comes from his phone. And there's additional information, close to 70,000 documents that he has to review. Right now, he gets 2 hours a week to review them. He's had a November trial date. It's not going to happen, Judge. It's taken me almost 7 months to get through the bulk of what was happening with Trooper Proctor. So I'm here again, Judge, saying that this man should not be treated any differently than any other witness in any other case. Why are we protecting him? Why is the Commonwealth protecting him? Why is anyone protecting him? The public should get to know exactly who he is and what he's done. They do that with any witness. If it's a regular witness who appears before any judiciary body and they've done something wrong, they have criminal records that they plaster all over the front page of papers. Nothing like that is private. And so why are we considering this private in this case, Judge? And that's really the issue that I have. And I've also, we're not arguing today, Judge, but I've filed motions in both Mr. King and Mr. Johnson's case for materials regarding Mr. Proctor's hiring, Mr. Proctor's application, Mr. Proctor's, whoever reviewed that application, any of the exhibits to that application, and then any and all of his training, because I think his lawyer said it best. Our point is that he's biased, certainly against black and brown individuals. I think Ms. Reed has a different issue, and I'm not disputing that he's biased against women as well. But in this case, Judge, our position is that it's not a separate entity. In other words, when we did the Ellis case, and we knew the police officers in Ellis were committing crimes, in the beginning, when the first lawyers filed that motion for new trial, we couldn't connect the crimes to the actual the conviction in Ellis. And it took us 18 years to be able to do that. We were able to finally connect it. This is completely different. This isn't like that. It's not a separate entity. It's who this man is. He's a racist, really a racist person from the beginning. Some of the things that he says, Judge, which I know you've heard through the grapevine, but some of the things that he says, like he'll say things like, "It's kill an N-word in Canton Day." Everybody get there. Like,
I get you. Oh my God! Sorry, I forgot I yelled. It was the moment that, and it was 3 years. I'm sorry I yelled. I didn't realize I yelled so loud. It was 3 years. You don't understand. I was waiting. I knew it was all going to come crashing down. That was for our friend who came into the chat. That was very inappropriate on their part. I was offended. So that's why you got that video. Let's go back. Now we're going to go back to Al Jazeera. Their top of the hour update is about to happen. I also have a video that was just released on Iranian state TV that has to do with the moments where the U.S. military invaded Isfahan. All right, so give me 1 second while I generate this for you, and then we'll take a look at it. So that was a video for our friend who came into the chat and used some very, very offensive language. So obviously, I'm not comfortable with what you just heard. State police officers saying it's kill N-word in Canton Day, everybody come down here, is disgusting. It's disturbing. It's wrong. It's a disgrace. It's a violation of a lot of different sacred duties. The fact that state police, any state police officer anywhere would talk like that, entrusted with the power to put people in jail, entrusted with the power to carry a badge and a gun, who was he inviting to Canton? Were they just going to find a black guy that they didn't like and shoot him? What is going on in Massachusetts? This is absurd. It's not like he was saying, oh, you know, like it's not like there's no good way to use that slur, but it's not even like this was a passive use of a slur, quoting a song, something like we're not even in that realm. We are in the realm of this man said that whoever the hell he was talking to should come down there and quote, you know, everybody get down there. All right. That's disturbing. Here's the latest from Iranian state TV, released like 5 minutes ago, regarding what happened in Isfahan. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Apparently you can just, you don't need Lebanon's government to buy in, the prime minister or whatever. You don't need the Israeli war cabinet. You just have ambassadors go to the White House. Mr. President Trump wants to kayfabe it and just says, there's a ceasefire between Hezbollah, who's not even involved in the talks, and Israel. That was a great idea. Here's the latest from Iranian state TV. It's called What Happened in Isfahan. It was released just 5 minutes ago. I got English captions for you.
مشکوک و خطرناکی و تو کبیر ما گزارش شد. از جمله حرکت هواپیماهای قول‌پیکر داریم بررسی می‌کنیم. خبر تقریبا موثق.
دهان اطراف اصفهان آمادگی داشته باشید، لوشیکاهاتون آماده باشه، دلولها آماده باشه، انشالله سنگرپایه توی مناطق سر مستقر بشن.
درون زدن الحمدلله آسیب جانی نداشت.
دار علی نقیان مواظبت بکنید، جاده ای را نیان تصرف بکنن بخوان از مردم اسیر بگیرن. این جاده را کنترل کنید. اگر جاده دیگه ای هست مردم رو بندازید تو اون جاده که وقت از مردم آسیب نداره.
هم از بالا دارن هدایتشون میکنن. مختلفی تا جنگند هم دارن اسکورتش میکنن. بچه ها اگه آمادگی داشته باشن شما اینا 2 تان، یک شما اینجا زمین گیر کردید، دومیش هم ای پیدا کرده تو مسیر شماست و یزد هم میتونه آماده باشه اگه بتونه دون از زمین گیرش بکنه.
ممنونم. الان دیگه خوب میشه از اینا کشتا. اینا اگه آقای فدا و اینا رو به خط بکنید از اینا الان خوب میشه کشت انشالله. ببین مهم اینه اگر یکی دو تا بخوره توی اون 130 اینا دیگه میفهمن کارش تموم. دقت کنید که اگه به سمت بچه‌ها تیراندازی کردن ما اصلا از سیراینا ازشون نمیخوایم، ما خاطره تبس 2 رو زنده کنید براش.
الان عوامل شما رو ابلاغ میکنم.
اگه بتونیم سالم درش بیاریم خوبه، نشد یه خونم از دماغه بچه‌هامون نباید بیاد، بزنن لطا پارشون کنن. صدق ببین اگر بینادویی چیزی دارید حتی مواد منفجرم نداره، به بچه‌هات بگو با بینادو بزنن توی کابین، توی شیشه کابین خسارت ببینید نمیتونه بلند شه حتی اگه انتحاری.
بهش گفتیم بزن، بودیم آرپیشی دارید بزن، دوشگاه که میزن.
This is a video released on Iranian state TV 3 minutes ago about live raw footage from the American invasion of Isfahan to get the pilot. Iranian state TV claims it was an attempt to get the uranium, but this is the actual Iranian footage aired minutes ago from that American invasion to get the pilot, quote unquote.
آخرین لحظه می‌جنگیم. آخرین لحظه. انشالله که اسلام پیروز بشه. انشالله. بچه‌ها یه منطقه کاملیش گل. میرین سمت هواپیمایی که اینجاست دقیقاً بشه. با همه این بودن چیزی رو سازمان داده همه
Wow, okay, let me post this with the English captions. You are the first people in the world to see the actual on-the-ground footage from the Iranians of what happened in Isfahan, and they have clearly command and control. That was their comms. You were listening to the act. This was on Iranian state TV, Iranian news, 5 minutes ago. I'm going to play it for you again. You are the first people in the world outside of Iran with English captions to see actual footage from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard approved of the on-the-ground situation during the American invasion of Isfahan. Wow.
مشکوک و خطرناکی و تو کبیر ما گزارش شد، از جمله حرکت هواپیماهای خود پیکر. داریم بررسی میکنیم، خبر تقریبا موثق.
نهان اطراف اصفهان آمادگی داشته باشید، لوشیکاهاتون آماده باشه، دلولها آماده باشه، انشالله سنگرپایه توی مناطق سر مستقر بشن.
درون زدن الحمدلله آسیب جانی نداشت.
مدار علی نقیان مواظبت بکنید، جاده ای را نیان تصرف بکنن بخوان از مردم اسیر بگیرن. این جاده را کنترل کنید، اگر جاده دیگه ای هست مردم رو بندازید تو اون جاده که وقت از مردم آسیب ندارن.
هم از بالا دارن هدایتش رو میکنن، مختلفی تا جنگن دارن اسکورتش میکنن. بچه اگه آمادگی داشته باشن شما 2 تان، یک شما اینجا زمین گیر کردید، دومیش هم ای پیدا کرده تو مسیر شماست. اگه اصلا میتونه آماده باشه اگه بتونه دونان زمین گیرش بکنه.
ممنونم. الان دیگه خوب میشه از اینا کشتا. اینا اگه آقای فدا و اینا رو به خط بکنید از اینا الان خوب میشه کشت انشالله. ببین مهم اینه اگه یکی دو تا بخوره توی اون 130 اینا دیگه میفهمن کارش تموم. دقت کنید که اگه به سمت بچه‌ها تیراندازی کردن ما اصلا از سیراینا ازشون نمیخوایم، ما خاطره توسط دو رو زنده کنید برای
الان اوامر شما رو ابلاغ میکنم.
اگه بتونیم سالم درش بیاریم خوبه، نشد یه خونم از دماغه بچه‌هامون نباید بیاد، بزنن لطا پارشون کنن. صدق ببین اگر بینادویی چیزی دارید حتی مواد منفجرم نداره به بچه‌هات بگو با بینادو بزنن توی کابین، توی شیشه کابین خسارت ببینید نمیتونید بلند شد حتی اگه انتحاری
بهش گفتیم بزن بودیم آرپیجی داری بزن گوشتون که میزن.
آخرین لحظه میگن آخرین لحظه انشالله که اسلام پیروز بشه انشالله بچه های من ستاره گل میریم سمت اما بیزمون که من We're the first people in the world, in the English-speaking world, to see that footage. How do I know? Because it only aired 11 minutes ago. It's 4 minutes long, and I played you it twice. That is, it's not great. There's not a lot of on-the-ground footage, but it's the only thing that we have. It's the only thing that we have from on the ground on the day of the American invasion into Isfahan. I'm now going to show you the latest from the Lebanese ambassador saying that she wants to make Lebanon great again while standing in the Oval Office. Here it is in the...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you for your leadership, for making sure to be presiding over this historic moment. I want to really say thank you to the United States under your leadership for all your
Don't make me do a chat reset. I'm a towel.
And I think with your help, with your support, we can make Lebanon great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like that.
What?
That was nice.
I can't believe she said that.
Thank you very much. I think, Madam Ambassador.
Of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you for your leadership, for making sure to be presiding over this historic moment. I want to really say thank you to the United States under your leadership for all your effort to help and to support Lebanon. And I think with your help, with your support, we can make Lebanon great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like that phrase.
That was nice.
Oh, that's just horrifying. All right, let me take you now to the president's latest comments on the Special Forces soldier who was arrested.
Mr. President, apparently there was a Special Forces soldier who was involved in the capture of the President Maduro. He was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on Hezbollah. Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
That's
It sounds
interesting.
like he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it, yeah?
What? Yikes. That's not a good answer there. Here's the latest. This won't have captions.
بله ببینید ما وطن فروشا رو بذاریم
From
کنار
Iran.
که ما داریم به حسابشون میرسیم باشون هم تعارف نداریم.
See you soon, translator towel.
توی این مدت هم چون مردم میدونداری کردن ما فراغت بیشتری داشتیم انصافاً سازمان رزم فضای مجازی و فضای حقیقی داخلی وطن فروشا را به شدت بهشون ما بچهای سربازان گمنام امام زمان و سپاه به شدت ضربه زدیم. یعنی اونقدر مسلط شدیم ما که هر کسی یه اکانت هم بخواد بذاره ما میتونیم سوار بشیم و ببینیم و کار
دیدم من آقای رادان مثلا کسی الان ساعت 4 بعد از ظهر یه پیغام فرستاده بود به یه جایی و منتشر کرده بود قریب یه ساعت بعد دستگیر شده بود.
بله ببینید این حکایت اینا هست که ما باشون رو درباستی نداریم و حتما خدمتشون خواهیم رسید.
All right, let's take Al Jazeera's top of the hour. 11 minutes ago, who knows? I think both sides of this are being like, wait, what? What do you mean you unilaterally declared a ceasefire extended? Like, what are you talking about? All right, let's just see what Al Jazeera had to say. Give me 1 second. We're going to go back about 10 minutes. I like to go back to I like to take it with like an 11-minute delay.
The other camp, there are fears. What does that even look like?
Place from the
About an 11-minute delay.
Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
In every story, truth is priority. Beyond the headlines, providing context, insight, and meaning.
I love Al
Seeking
Jazeera.
balance in every narrative we cover. Al Jazeera, from the front lines to the newsroom, to you.
I'm Riley Carlson with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the developments out of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon. Coming up in the next 30 minutes.
The president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire.
U.S. President Donald Trump hosts high-level talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon, extending last week's 10-day truce. Hezbollah has yet to respond. But on Iran, Trump says he's in no rush to a deal after earlier issuing a shoot-and-kill warning for Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz. Prominent Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil died in an Israeli attack in the south and is laid to rest in her hometown. Israeli attacks intensify in Gaza over the past week, despite a ceasefire with Hamas, leaving hospitals in the besieged strip overwhelmed. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the extension of a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel by an additional 3 weeks.
Whoa, you don't see this every day. It seems like it's just a bus fire, but talk about odd scenes. Look at this fire over Washington, D.C. You very rarely see fires burning in the Capitol. It appears there was a bus fire in Washington, D.C. I'm going to take you to that now. It's inside the 9th Street Tunnel. Very odd scenes. I mean, almost unheard of scenes to actually see a fire burning next to the Washington Monument. That's incredible. I mean, it's almost unheard of. What has happened? Wait a minute. Buses don't just light on fire. Buses don't just spontaneously combust. That seems a little odd. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have concerns. I'm a towel with concerns. That is a very big bus fire. What do you mean the bus just... What do you mean? That's a weird place for... Buses don't just burn. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not good. What do you mean the bus is just burning? Did it, like, have an engine fire? Was it random? Did it have a fire in the toilet? Was it a peaceful fire? I'm very concerned. That's a very big fire. Oh, no. It's like, oh, no. I don't... Oh, no. Oh, no. What have they done? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. What do you mean? That's a very big fire. Why is that so close to my capital? What is going on? What is going on right now? What have you done? Who's done it? Why? Was it an accident? Did the bus crash into a car? I have so many questions. I need information. How are there not 500 reporters right now? It's the middle of the... Get there. Where is the live report? I want him there right now. It's burning at my capital. I want to know what happened. Did the bus crash into a wall? Did it have a fire in the toilet? Was it a peaceful fire? Was it some kind of firework? I want everything ruled out immediately. I demand they get to the scene. Get there right now. Why is that bus burning? Were there people on the bus? What happened? I have so many questions. We have the entire freaking press corps right there. What do they pay you people for? I want answers immediately. Get them down there right now. Somebody call the press. Send them. How are they not at that right now? I want to know what happened. Who's on the bus? Why did it go so black? Why is there fire at my capital? I have questions. Somebody get the press. Oh my goodness. Get the press down there right now. I want a live report. I want 70 reporters. I want 40 angles. I want to know. I have questions. Is anyone hurt? Primarily is the first question. I want to know. Get me answers. Don't make me mad. What happened to not hurting the American people? Who did it? Was it an accident? I'm not going to stop asking questions until somebody gets down there and tells me why, and tells me why there's a damn fire burning in my capital. I want to know right now. This is not time for negotiation. Give me answers right now. Where is the press corps? What do we pay these people for? Go down there and rule out something bad happening. Tell me that the bus hit a wall and it had some kind of motor and the motor spewed gas and then the gas caught on fire because an electric line hit an elephant. Just tell me anything except that this was an attack in my frickin' capital. Right now. Bad bus. How dare you, bus? I'm going to blame the bus. Tell me right now what happened in my capital. I demand to know. No negotiation. I have questions. I haven't concluded it. Oh, my dear God. What have you done? What has happened to my capital? I have answers. I don't have answers. I have questions and no answers. Tell me right now. Don't make me mad. I'm going to get mad. What have you done? What have you done to my capital? Oh, no. All right. I want the press down there right now. I want them down there. I'm not concluding anything. I have questions. Who hit the damn bus? Did the bus crash into a wall? Did it have a fire in the toilet? Did it run into some kind of, wall of peace? Did it hit another car and cause a fire? That's my damn capital. I have questions. Get me answers right now. Send them down there. No customers were on board at the time, and the operator was not injured, says Miss Clutch, reporting from social media reporter to Miss Clutch. The cause of the fire is unknown. Oh, it spontaneously combusted. Okay. I feel, well, first of all, you can hear me exhaling. I don't mean to be morbid, but if someone was injured or hurt or killed, I would have been really upset. That's my capital. You can't be, what are you, the British? What is it, 1812? Absolutely, oh my God, that is a horrifying image. You don't understand. That's going to shock the conscience of Americans. You better get us an answer right now. Not Miss Clutch, I mean the press. No, I demand to know. Pictures are coming in. I demand to know right now why that bus is on fire. It better be some kind. How did it set on fire when no one was on it? I demand to know. Okay, here's more pictures of the fire. Oh, goodness. Emergency crews are responding. It's inside the 9th Street tunnel. This is according to Metro Forward. There were no customers on board at the time, and the operator was not injured. The cause of the fire is unknown, and DC Fire EMS is working to extinguish the cause. I want to know right now how a fire that big started in my capital. It's inside a tunnel. But then how did it burn above the tunnel? And how did it burn that? What is Mr. President doing? What is going on right here? How did this happen, Mr. President? I demand to know. Why is there a fire burning in my capital? I have questions. I have lots of questions. I'm getting mad, I'm getting nervous, and I'm getting upset. I haven't seen scenes like this since 9/11. It better have some kind of innocuous explanation. I don't have answers for you. I have firm questions. I'm a journalist, and I'm entitled to ask. I want to know why my capital is burning, and I want to know now. And my colleagues, I'm not in Washington, I'm in Boston. We have a press corps. They are supposed to be there in a freaking heartbeat. I want to know why this isn't on I want to know. If they rule it out as innocuous, that's fine. We still got to know. That's going to scare people, and I want an answer. Where's the press? Where's the AP? Where's CNN? What do we pay these people for? Why are they not at the scene telling me why that bus, whatever the hell it is burning in the middle of my capital? I want to know. I'm not getting off this until I get an explanation. If it's innocuous, we will move on. I demand to know. Where is the press? This is outrageous. My own press has failed us. They should be there right now. They should be telling us exactly what happened to either calm us down or keep us informed, and I want to know. This is worse than when the BBC took 4 hours to report on the ambulance attack against Hezbollah in Goldier's Green. I am incredulous. Get there right now. This is outrageous. What do we pay these people for? You see a giant fire in Washington, you go tell the people what caused it. You have a job as a journalist. You go to the fire, you say, well, folks, this is what caused the fire. And then people say, thank you for letting us know. We feel better, or we are concerned. Oh my goodness, that is the role of the freaking press. Get there right now. I want to know. Why is my capital fucking burning? Tell me right now! You're right, Grammy Towel Linda. I think it's fair to say that the bus is burning through the road. But yes, I mean, so if a bus were on fire on the road, I'd probably describe it as the bus being on fire. What we have here are, listen. I'm a responsible reporter, Towel, okay? I try to be my best. I try to do my best. I try to just be a responsible reporter, Towel. I need answers. I need answers immediately. They must be given to Towel. Towel needs answers. Look at the scenes, okay? Look at this. That might be a bus fire, but is that like many bus fires? It's burning through the street. Wait till you see the other angles. It's causing the whole Capitol to have a fire in the middle of it. It's a bus under the road. How is it burning that intensely? And that's it. And that's it. I object. I have questions, and I demand answers. I need my colleagues to answer. I am waiting for an answer from my colleagues. Oh my goodness. Why me? God, please protect America. Please. I really would like that. Oh, please just be an accident. It was just a bus accident. The bus just, you know, right? It was just an accident. It was just an accident. Everything's fine. Everything is just fine. My colleagues are on it. Don't worry. It was just an accident. Everything is fine.
London's burning! London's burning! London's burning with boredom, baby! London's burning down, 9999! London's burning with
Oh,
boredom,
goodness.
baby!
Let me just feel better about this.
All across the town, all across the night, everybody's driving with four headlights. Black or white, you done it on your face, a new religion. Everybody's sitting around watching television. London burns. London burns down. London's burning with the border flame. London's burning. 999. Up and down the westway, in and out the lights. Great traffic system is so bright. I can't think of a better way to spend the night. Being around underneath the yellow light. London's burning with border flame. London's burning. London's burning down. Border flame. London's burning down. Now I'm in the subway and I'm looking for the flat. This one is the fish box. This one is the flat. I went down through the empty block looking for a home. I run through the empty stone 'cause I'm all alone. London's burning. London's burning down. London's burning. Border flame. London's burning.
Not what I wanted.
Midnight, the 6th man, the first saint from Jamaica. Dellinger and Leroy Smart, Darryl Wilson, Stewed Operator.
But that's not what the song's supposed to be like. Here we go. Oh, this is great. Oh, I have no idea what language this is in. It's great though. Yeah, the Clash version of this isn't here. Here's the actual song. The Clash version of this isn't here. I'm nervous if you can't tell. I want answers.
Midnight to 6, a man for the first time from Jamaica. Dillinger and Leroy Smart, Delroy Wilson, collaborator.
I'm nervous.
Ken Booth, a UK pop reggae with backing band sound system.
White Man in Hammersmith Palace, yeah.
Anything to say, there's many black males here to listen.
Right, Michael Proctor?
With encore from stage right, charging from the welcome an attack. Cause it won't get you anywhere. Fooling with the guns. The British Army's waiting out there, and it weighs 1,500 tons. White youth, black youth, better find another solution. So why not phone up Robin Hood
And ask him for some wealth distribution.
No matter what funds us all night, with encore from stage right, charging confirmation not to the trouble. On stage they ain't got no roots on rebel.
I got more footage. I'm nervous. I need to have this ruled out before I report on it. You don't want me reporting on this until I know what happened.
North Division. Special ops. Copy. Truck 4 seconds. South Division to operations. Give me my companies. I'm assuming it's place film unit. You're gonna have engine 13, home units, squad 1.
That's it. That's it.
Truck 4.
We're taking the feed.
Under special ops.
That's it. I'm taking the live broadcast feed. That's it. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Let's go. Give me it all. Nope. I want the live audio. Give me it. Give me it. I'll do it myself. If my colleagues aren't going to find out, I'm just going to listen to the scanner. I'll do it myself. But I'll unblock the ads. Give me 1 second. I have to turn my script off. I only do it for certain sites. I will do it for this one. Come on now. Let's go. Tell me what's going on. No, I'm not signing up. I just want a free service. I'm gonna get the feed myself. Why can't I have like just an open air listening? All right, let's go. Let's go. Just give me the feed. Just give me whatever you can give me. Let's go. I'll take whatever you can give me. Let's go.
Via response and was full responsible unconscious patient, Indiana Avenue and Figure 7th Street Northwest. Via response and was full responsible unconscious patient, Indiana Avenue and Figure 7th Street Northwest. Operate on fact channel 012, 1934.
No, I don't want that.
7th Street Northwest, 1934.
AMR to EOL.
Everybody, switch over. This is channel 12.
I'm gonna run it back a little bit. Hold on. Hold on.
Copy. 1926. Disregard the tone. Engine 24C for lock-in. CVS 4555 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest. Engine 24C for lock-in at CVS. Someone locked in the bathroom.
Nope. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to find out.
33 copy.
Hold on.
Medical local permanent engine 19 and Medicaid response chest pain ALS response unit 3 3019 Mass Avenue Southeast. The medical local permanent engine 19 and Medicaid ALS response for chest pain unit 3.
No, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. I'm gonna need something more active. That's a tough way to do it. Their scanner is all over the place.
Give me my companies. I'm assuming
I don't know what the cause of the fire is.
You're gonna have.
Thank you, Addy. No, I'll save it, but no Legos for now.
Squad 1. Truck 4, North Division, under special ops. Copy.
I need to know what's going on.
Truck 4 seconds. South Division to operations. Give me my companies. I'm assuming it's place film unit. You're gonna have engine 13, both foam units, squad 1.
I need to know why there is a bus burning right as the Israel and Lebanese delegations are doing their ceasefire talks. It's in Washington, D.C. We care. Look at these images. They're almost stunning. I need to rule this out. I need to know why this is happening. I don't have an answer. I have an answer for where. I don't have an answer for why. Look at our Capitol. There's got to be an answer. There's no way all of the press is just standing there being like, well, there's a fire in the Capitol. It's cool. It's cool. We'll all just, no, run down there. Your job is to run and tell me what's going on. They have a job to do. They're supposed to tell us why so we don't get nervous. Why? Not where. We know the where. It's in the Capitol on the 9th Street Tunnel. We know the where. We want to know the why. Why is the bus burning? Did it spontaneously combust? Did it crash into a wall? Was there like some large oil spill? Did someone set a fire to it? We just want answers. That's all we want. That's all we want. I think the American public has pretty much figured out the Capitol has a giant fire. And I think it's not right to say the Capitol is burning. The streets of the Capitol have such an intense fire under them that it's burning thick black smoke through the streets and creating images that are going to make Americans quite nervous. So we need not the answer to where. Everyone knows where. My colleagues, I'm not in Washington, or I would have ran out of my apartment. I would have just sprinted down there with a camera and been like, I'm here. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm trying to figure out why there's a bus burning. I'm standing here at the scene of the bus burning. I'm going to start asking people things about the bus burning. Sir, you seem to look official. Can you tell me where Unified Command is? I have a question for the media liaison officer. You know what I would do? Then I would walk over to him and I'd be like, sir, I need to know why the bus is burning. Can I just even basic information? Was there a giant oil slick? Did it crash into a wall? Sir, any information you can tell me about the why would be great. That's what I would be doing. I'd be running down there. Where are my colleagues? As soon as I'm not getting off this until they tell me why that bus is burning. They can tell me it was an accident. I will be satiated. I want to know why it's burning, and I want to know now. And the rest of America is going to start. Wait, it's dinner time. They're going to turn on the news, and someone's going to say, "There's a lot of smoke in the Capitol." You gotta tell them why. You can't tell them where. They know where. We need to know why. Celtic Linda, I agree with you. Grammy Towel Linda, I think that we need to just get the explanation. It's probably reasonable, but until I hear it, I'm going to just show the fire. I think Grammy Towel Linda, as always, is the most reasonable, and that is probably the explanation. But until I hear a reporter tell me why my Capitol has a fire under its street, I'm not getting off this. Yep, Grammy Towel Linda, thanks to your prayers and patience and guidance, I'm able to stay calm. But I must know, ladies and gentlemen, I must have an answer to why, and I will get you that answer, even if I have to wait. The Lebanese and Israeli delegations are probably concerned. Most of America, as they turn on their TVs or their YouTubes, are going to be like, wait a minute. Well, that's a lot. That's the same for a lot of people. You know, the people driving in those cars are probably going to be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is that happening? So you kind of got to tell them why. We kind of have an obligation. So until the press tells me why there's a fire in my Capitol. By the way, as this fire is just burning a few blocks away, here's the latest interview with the Lebanese U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, Michael Issa, about the different interpretations of the ceasefire in Lebanon and whether the same situation will happen again.
هلا وقت كنا بالاجتماع سمعنا انه حزب الله كمان ضرب اسرائيل بقى انه لكل واحد في لوم الثاني بس انه كل واحد عم يعمل اللي بده يعمله يعني صعب كتير انه تقنع العالم انه يوقفوا اطلاق النار لما يكون واحد عم بيقوس والثاني عم بيقوس كل واحد بيقول انه عم بعمل اللي عم بعمله مشان دفاع عن نفسي هلا وقت كنا بالاجتماع سمعنا انه حزب الله كمان ضرب اسرائيل بقى انه لكل واحد في لوم الثاني بس انه كل واحد عم يعمل اللي بده يعمله يعني صعب كتير انه تقنع العالم انه يوقفوا اطلاق
all right, listen, very thick black smoke is just billowing through Washington. I'm going to show you people on the ground. Okay, we need answers. The public is gonna, this is like 20 minutes ago, the public is gonna know there's a giant cloud of black smoke over the Capitol. Alright, that's from a man just standing in his apartment, okay? Just a man standing in his apartment. Alright, here's the latest from the actual streets of Washington. I'll show you right now. I've never had to report on something like this before. My own Capitol is burning. No, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Grammy Towel Linda, I'm getting a little nervous, I must say. Getting a little nervous, Grammy Towel Linda. Just a little nervous. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Grammy Towel Linda, I'm getting a little nervous. I'm getting a little nervous, Grammy Towel Linda. I'm getting a little nervous. Getting a little nervous. Oh goodness. Oh. This one makes me a little nervous. I don't know. I'm just getting a little nervous. Just a little. I don't have any confirmation on the why. Where are my colleagues? I'm relaxing, Ristala. I think the pictures coming in are making me a little more nervous, but I'm relaxing until my colleagues tell me the why. I'm just going to sit here and show you the primary source images. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 7:41 p.m. Eastern here in Boston. It's Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, and you are looking at Washington, D.C. That's a bus fire. Yes, a bus fire. There's a bus fire under the streets that has caused just billowing black smoke. Yes, a bus fire. We don't know, yes, a bus fire. No, Diane, it's a bus fire. Diane, it's a bus fire. Don't worry, it's a bus fire. It's just a bus fire. Yes, there was a fire in the toilet of the bus, apparently. I'm somewhat being sardonic to keep myself calm. We don't have an answer to why it was not in the toilet. There was no fire in the toilet of the bus. That was a sardonic joke, because it is very stressful to be staring at these pictures coming in every minute of very black smoke in my capital without any answers as to the why. Well, the answer is a bus fire, which is half of the answer to why. The actual response to the question why isn't really known. And until I get that answer, I'm going to stick with this. So thank you for being with me. You know, I think it's time for a little song. Don't you love songs? I really like songs. We're going to do our calming song. Everyone loves our calming song. I like a calming song too, you know. Good evening. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and there's, what I guess could be called a conflagration burning in Washington, D.C. I think that's a fair, way to explain it. It's a bit of a conflagration. I'm just going to play a song. Ah, indeed, Ristala. God bless you. Everything is okay. Don't worry. We'll find out what happened, and everything is going to be okay. Donald has requested taps. There's no guarantee I can play it for you, Donald, but in honor of my dear friend Donald, if I can find it, Donald, I don't have an answer yet, but I'm gonna play it if I can find it, my dear friend Donald. It must be available. Come on, give my friend Donald his song. All right, here we go. For my friend Donald. Which one do we have here? All right, let's see. How's this one? Okay, nope. All I'm gonna say is that I better get an answer so I can tell you all why my capital has that fire in it. Marlon Craft song Loved. I really appreciate your request right now. Water under the fridge. Let me see if I can get us some answers. Every minute that goes by where we don't get an answer, it worries me. It does. I wouldn't say I'm at panic. I would tell you if I was that concerned, but I'm concerned. I'm quite concerned. You could call it, 6 out of 10. I just want one answer. I just want some news media to come out and say, oh yeah, this is what happened. I'm so sorry. The version Loved by Marlon Craft is not available, but we can do If I Loved Me. This is a special request. They don't have a scanner, translator, tell. It's this weird, you can look for DC Fire scanner. It must be encrypted. It's this weird, 1 minute, weird updating thing. It's very strange. They, screen it before it goes out.
If I love myself, I wouldn't put the habits above myself. I wouldn't dumb myself down around cats who don't want myself. Craft more than the craft, I can't pun myself. I'm a human fucking being, I got...
It's good, but I don't want that right now until I get my answers. I love it, but I want my answers. I love it, but it doesn't fit what I need. It's not the song that was requested anyway, but until I get my answers, I can't. I need my answers. Thank you very much for the song request. Allow me to just breathe for a second. This is not helpful. I just want one announcement. Where is my government? I know they should be able to just go into this. The fact that they're not telling us is bad. They only don't do that when it's bad. Please just tell me what's going on. Can't I just get an announcement? It's in the Capitol. Someone can just tell me. There's got to be a reporter there. Water under the fridge.
Much of that, Russia's.
We do not know the cause of this fire in Washington. It's a fire under a bridge. It is apparently caused by I don't know what to say. It's apparently caused by a bus. That's the only why I have. I'm being very, very circumspect. Wait, what? Mr. President arrived at the Donald J. Institute of Trump Institute of Peace. One protester flipped off the motorcade. What? Okay, no. All right. What? I need to know why. Oh, I need to know why. This is not helpful. Please help me. All air traffic has been blocked going southbound. All traffic has been blocked going southbound in the tunnel. Scratch the air traffic part. All traffic has been blocked going southbound in the tunnel. It's unclear if anybody's trapped in the tunnel. Listen. I need a local Washington, D.C. news source. There better be someone standing on the ground at that tunnel. That's it. They've had 20 minutes. I'm finding one. Okay, I found one. Fox 5, I need a reporter at that fire telling me what's the cause and calming me down. That's what America wants. That's what we need. We pay you for this. Come on now. That's not what I want.
So what's your cutoff?
That's not what I want. That is not what I want.
Washington Commanders have...
was in it.
You're covering the draft? Really? Really? No. Someone's got to be live. Nope. There's a fire. Someone's got to be live covering this. How are you not covering the fire? What are these journalists doing? Come on now. Hold on, we have someone.
As a Metro bus was fully engulfed, and had you looked outside of your house, if you lived in D.C., you probably saw the entire skyline over the National Mall was just filled with a dark plume of smoke. That has since gone away, but what a scene out here, and we're going to keep you guys updated as we learn more. Right now, again, we just understand it was a Metro bus that was fully engulfed in the 9th Street Tunnel, and thankfully, no passengers were on board when this happened. It doesn't appear like the 9th Street Tunnel is going to be opening anytime soon, Erica.
Right. Joseph, I imagine they've got you guys far back a little bit. You have eyes on the bus? You know where that scorched bus is?
Thank you, Kingsley.
Yeah, this is the entrance to the tunnel right here, and I'm just going to look myself. I don't think so, because I see a line running from a fire truck right here, a hose. So I don't know exactly where it is in the tunnel, but you see that Cadillac SUV, that
yes, we
SUV?
saw that,
That's
Kingsley.
probably
Thank you.
the car that was told to evacuate when this happened. We don't have a lot of details about the circumstances, other than this was a Metro bus that thankfully didn't have any passengers, and clearly from my vantage point, you can't see it. But firefighters have done quite a job here, because that thick, dark plume
We do. Hi, Chewy.
you might be able to see a little bit up in the clouds right there, but it's all gone away, which to me tells me that the worst, at least fire-wise, is behind us.
All right, our Joseph Omo.
Thank you, D. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, come January of next year, some businesses in Prince George's County are going to be paying thousands of dollars more.
All right, that was not helpful. Thank you. At least I have a news source, though. We're going to take Al Jazeera's update until I can find out what's going on. It's almost the top of the hour. Let's take their update from 50 minutes ago, just until the top of the hour.
The announcement follows a second round of direct talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon. Trump says Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may meet at the White House during the 3-week period. Hezbollah, though, has yet to respond, and attacks have continued on both sides despite the truce.
And we think that the President of Lebanon and the Prime Minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about.
But on Iran, Trump says he doesn't want to rush a peace agreement. He says negotiations have been delayed because Iran's leadership was, quote, in turmoil. Both sides are keeping up the pressure over the Strait of Hormuz with their respective blockades. Trump has ordered the U.S. military to shoot and kill Iranian small boats in the Strip. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the U.S. of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing that naval blockade. Earlier, U.S. forces boarded and seized a vessel far away in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship called the Majestic is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. On the ground in Tehran, air defense fire was seen over the Iranian capital. Media there have reported that they've been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran, but there's been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. We are live in Tehran and Amman, but first let's go to the White House and speak with our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher. Alan, let's begin with the ceasefire extension that's been announced in Lebanon. What more can you tell us about this deal?
Little abuse of presidential power. This was a meeting that was scheduled for the State Department, the ambassadors from Lebanon and Israel due to meet there. They, of course, met a couple of weeks ago. That was the first in the talks after more than 40 years between the two countries. They agreed a ceasefire at the end of last week. That was about to run out, and then it was decided almost at the last minute that would move their meeting here to the White House. Donald Trump keen to put his influence onto talks, and then you heard he announced an extension of 3 weeks. The plan is that the Israeli Prime Minister and the Lebanese President will come here to the White House. Apparently there's nothing in the books yet with a firm date, but clearly there were a lot of talks going on behind the scenes to try and get to this point. Donald Trump claiming this as a success. He's already claimed this is a war he has ended. The difficulty, of course, is that we're still seeing attacks in southern Lebanon to the great concern of the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government. So still a long way to go, but certainly, as far as the White House is concerned, a positive step.
Okay, Alan, stay with us while we bring in Jack Barton, who joins us now live from the Jordanian capital of Amman. Okay, Jack, so while this ceasefire has...
What's your views? Leave us a comment on our
Jumping
Facebook
forward
page. It's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or on X, look for @AJ Inside Story. For now, that's it from me, James Bays, and the team here. But stay tuned. Al Jazeera's global coverage continues in just a moment.
Top of the hour now.
The latest news.
At this point, Iran has made no decision to enter this next round of potential talks between Washington and Tehran.
And detailed coverage.
They have consistently said there's no point in talking about new negotiations in Islamabad as long as U.S. blockade continues.
From the heart of the story.
What we are seeing here is a shift in the war from open conflict to confrontation.
Israeli intelligence services are often ranked among the best in the world, but sometimes things go wrong.
In the case of October 7th, the intelligence failure is much worse than in 73.
Al Jazeera World examines some of these failures and how Israel's enemies use spies to inform on their own country.
Nobody wants to talk about them openly.
Infiltration from within on Al Jazeera.
Carlson. This is the News Hour live from Doha with continuing coverage of the developments out of Iran, the U.S. and Lebanon. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
The president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire.
U.S. President Donald Trump hosts high-level talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon, extending last week's 10-day truce. Hezbollah has yet to respond. But on Iran, Trump says he's in no rush to reach a deal after earlier issuing a shoot-and-kill warning for Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz. Prominent Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil, killed in an Israeli attack in the south, is laid to rest in her hometown. Israeli attacks intensify in Gaza over the past week, despite a ceasefire with Hamas, leaving hospitals in the Strip overwhelmed.
And is the extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran a real window
Let's pause for 1 second and give the latest from the commander of the Iranian IRGC forces, describing that they obtained classified American documents during the American raid on Isfahan. I'll play that for you now.
لطف خدا و لطف خدا و لطف خدا باعث شد که بر اساس خبرهای مردمی مبنی بر رویت هواپیما و بالگرد بچه‌های ما وارد بشن، درگیر بشن با اینها و الحمدلله زمینگیرشون بکنن. هواپیمای اول زمینگیر شد، جالا خود بچه‌ها توضیح میدن. هواپیمای دوم و بعد هم مجبور شدن که اون هواپیما و بالگردهایی که اونجا هست رو بمباران بکنن و از منطقه فرار بکنن. البته اسناد خیلی خوبی دست ما اومده که در جای خودش انشالله
از همین چیزایی که باز
از همین چیزایی که بله و مشغول رمزگشاییش هستیم انشالله به زودی هم شاید مطالبی که مردم باید بدونن رو در جریانشون خواهیم گذاشت. اما نکته اینه که
این ماجرا ربطی به اون پیدا کردن خلبان و اینا نداشت.
آخه کجای دنیا هست که چندین فروند 3130 چندین فروند بالگرد و هرمس و اینا بخواد بیاد برای یه دونه خلبان؟
و چرا این نقطه؟
چرا این نقطه؟
آره یه روزی ما نشون دادیم رو نقشه که جایی که اعلام شد که و سقوط کرده بود در واقع هواپیما و احتمالاً باید اونجا دنبالش میگشتن، با این حدود 140-150 کیلومتر لااقل فاصله داره با این محل.
من تعجب میکنم از تحلیلگرای نظامی آمریکا و اروپا، اونایی که این حرف رو میشنون و قبول میکنن که اینها اومدن با چندین فروند هواپیمای غول‌پیکر C-130 یا چندین فروند بالگرد و غیره بیان یه خلبان ببرن. معمولا اگه این باشه یه فرود اضطراریه در جای خودش و سریع خروج کردن. اینا میخواستن یک شگفتانه‌ای رو اعلام بکنن، همه چیزشون هم آماده کرده بودن برای اعلام پیروزی و خداوند باعث شد که تبس دو آفریده بشه و یکی دیگه از نشانه‌های ذلت دشمن در صحنه ایران اسلامی رقم بخوره. جان بده لطف خدا و لطف.
Well, that's pretty concerning. So that's the latest from the IRGC. I wish I had an answer for you. I really did. I really do on what's going on in Washington, D.C. For now, I'll take it back to Al Jazeera's top of the hour update just a few minutes ago.
That's later this hour on This is America.
Thank you for joining us. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the extension of a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel by an additional 3 weeks. The announcement follows a second round of direct talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon. Trump says Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may meet at the White House during that 3-week period. Hezbollah, though, has yet to respond, and attacks have continued on both sides despite that truce. But on Iran, Trump says he doesn't want to rush a peace agreement. He says negotiations have been delayed because Iran's leadership was, quote, in turmoil. Both sides are keeping up the pressure over the Strait of Hormuz with their respective blockades. President Trump has ordered the U.S. military to shoot and kill Iranian small boats in the strait.
Whoa. I have some updates from Nick Soder, who's a journalist and covering different areas of America. Look at the progress that this fire took. Let me actually show you the latest from DC Fire. They had to bring in foam trucks from Marine One to stop this thing. This was how they really had to stop this thing. Wow. Thank you, RN Kitty Mom. This is the latest I got. They had to bring in the foam truck from Marine One. No, everyone is being very cautious. All the journos. No one is reporting why this happened. Just the details. That's the most responsible thing to do. Just show what happened until we have a formal answer for why. That's the best I can get for you. Here's more.
Down this way.
The Swiss bus had a bunch of passengers, and sadly 6 passed away. There was a very similar bus burning in Switzerland at the beginning of the war. So that was from DC Fire and EMS, okay? That was the latest footage. Let me show you the progression of this fire. It took 40 minutes to knock the fire down. So let me show you how it started, and let me show you how this progressed. This was in Washington, D.C. over the past 40 minutes. Okay, closer angle from DC Fire.
North Division, under special ops. Copy. Truck 4 second. South Division to operations. Give me my companies. I'm assuming it's both foam units. You're gonna have.
No upsetting Kofi.
Both foam units. Squad 1.
Alright, Kofi's wonderful. Alright, and then it took them 40 minutes. The foam truck used for Marine 1 was brought in. Oh, wow. Not sure, Standing Stones. I think so. In Boston, there's a man walking through the Star Market with a gun in his hand at the intersection of Comm Ave near Brighton Ave. That's weird. I hope that's a strange situation. There's a man walking through the Star Market just with a gun in his hand in Boston. That's odd. This whole thing is odd. What just happened in... I want answers.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the U.S. of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing that
Soul Controller, I'm not sure if it was the bus from the movie Speed. Thank you. I needed a little bit of, trauma, buffer there. That was a good one. Thank you for
Naval
that.
blockade. Earlier, U.S. forces boarded and seized a vessel far away in the Indian Ocean. The military says the unflagged ship, called the Majestic, is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. On the ground in Tehran, air defense fire was seen over the Iranian capital. Iranian media have reported that they have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran. There has been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Our chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher has more from Washington, D.C.
The Middle East dominating events here at the White House on Thursday. A meeting between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon moved almost at the last minute from the State Department to here to the White House. Donald Trump keen to use his influence to get an extension to the ceasefire between the two countries, which is close to running out. A success, 3 weeks added to the ceasefire and the possibility of further talks.
And we think that the president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about.
But it was the more pressing issue of Iran that dominated in an earlier event in the Oval Office. Donald Trump facing a barrage of questions, asking about the ongoing ceasefire there and whether or not there's a deadline to end it. As he prepared to host fresh talks between Israel and Lebanon at the White House, it was the other war in the Middle East that provoked most of the questions at an Oval Office event. No deadline to the ceasefire, says President Trump. No panic to get a deal.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time. And I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
Several days ago, Donald Trump posted on his social media platform that the Iranians had agreed to a number of things. No more enriching uranium, no nuclear bomb ever, no reparations to the United States. President Trump hasn't made it clear who he was speaking to or if those assurances still hold. The patient approach is a change for Trump. On April 7th, he threatened to end an entire civilization. Many in Europe and across the world worried what that meant. Asked in the Oval Office if he considered using nuclear weapons, he brutally dismissed the idea.
Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
The US insists the ongoing blockade is a huge success.
This blockade of Iranian ports will be enforced and applies to all vessels regardless of flag.
Squeezing Iran financially, pushing them to a deal. It has even moved another aircraft carrier into the area. While Israel and Lebanon are sitting down with the hope of a deal, there's little public sign of fresh talks with the Iranians. Trump says he's patient, but has warned the Iranians time is not on their side. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the White House.
Rami Khouri is a distinguished fellow at the American University of Beirut, and he joins us now live from Boston.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight,
listen.
Rami. We appreciate it. So we are already seeing violations of this ceasefire, including attacks on journalists. We also know that Hezbollah is not involved in these talks. How difficult does that make it for this 3-week extension to hold?
It's very difficult, like all of the ceasefires that have taken place in Lebanon, Riley. This is going to be a really tough slog for everybody. Two of the most important actors are not there, Hezbollah and Iran. And to the two of the other most important actors, the United States and Israel, are trying to force an agreement on Lebanon that half the Lebanese people don't want. And there isn't consensus in Lebanon on whether this is good or not. And the American Secretary.
Okay, I have an update. I have an update from the DC Fire Department just 3 minutes ago. I told you I would not stop covering this until I got you an answer about the why. The DC Fire Department is being very circumspect. Here's what I got.
Conversation. Update bus fire 9th Street Tunnel. Fire extinguished other than hotspots. Media staging is now at 9th and Constitution Avenue NW south side of the street.
Hello, Alpha and Omega. God bless you, my friend. It's so good to see you. There has been a fire in downtown Washington, D.C. that shut down a major tunnel. It was a bus fire. There is a media staging area now at 9th and Constitution Ave Northwest, south side of the street. I do expect there to be an update on the why. We don't know why. First of all, we don't know why this caused hotspots. We don't know what caused the fire under the bridge. We don't know if Mr. President Trump is going to tell us. We don't know if the DC fire is going to tell us. All we know is there's media staging. This was just 3 minutes ago, so I know my colleagues are probably rushing over there now. They need to go to 9th and Constitution Ave Northwest on the south side of the street. So my media colleagues should go to 9th and Constitution Ave Northwest, south side of the street. I know they're probably hearing it either on that Twitter, because you only could have learned about it 3 minutes ago, or here. They should go there now. Hopefully someone will tell them why the entire tunnel was burning, why it took 40 minutes to put out, why they had to use the Marine One helicopter foam truck to do so. So if you're just tuning in, there's no real clear indication as to why this fire was burning in Washington, D.C. I will show you the progression of it. This is what I'm going to try to get you answers to in the next, hopefully, 30 minutes. I would ideally like a press conference. If someone could just tell me how this all happened, I'd be very happy. I'm glad the fire's out and no one was hurt. That's a positive. Alright, so that was a very large fire. It was burning under the 9th Street Tunnel in Washington.
Under special ops. Copy.
It's true, Wayne. Gaza is still being hit.
South Division of Operations. Give me my companies. I'm assuming it's the place I'm using. You're going to have engine 13. Both foam units. Squad 1.
So that was the fire. Now let me show you the result after they brought in the foam truck after 40 minutes. No one knows why this happened. We know there was a bus that caused it. Hashtag fire the Washington Monument. Got a little splinter. That's true, Bunny. We gotta find out. Bunny, I expect a press conference and I expect answers. Will it be immediately? I don't know, but I do expect a press conference and answers shortly.
State and his comments said this is about
Gremlins.
freeing Lebanon from a terrorist group.
You know, by the way, Alpha and Omega, it's so good to see you. Alpha and Omega said one of the greatest quotes of all time. The children of my children are not my enemy, and I will raise them as my own if orphaned. God bless you, Alpha and Omega. It's so good to see you, my friend.
Is the words he used describing Hezbollah, but at the same time they want to support a government in which Hezbollah, the so-called terrorist group, is in the cabinet and in the parliament. So
I had Wayne actually mentioned earlier that Israel's bombings are still ongoing in Gaza. Let me take you now to Beit Lahaina, where a mother is just heartbroken as she talks about her two sons, Salah and Abdullah al-Abed, who were hit in an airstrike by Israel and killed yesterday.
أنا صلاح وكبر صلاح في لمحة بصر راح في تاني راح يما معلوم يما إذا الحرم من الشوف يا ربي إذا الحرم من العلوم طلع على الغوشة.
The imagery is obviously censored, but that is heartbreaking scenes out of Gaza. Just heartbreaking.
There are just so many contradictions here and so many weaknesses and vulnerabilities. This is like a replay of a famous diplomatic geostrategic moment in the 1960s in the Middle East that was called the struggle for Syria. Books have been written about the struggle for Syria, where foreign superpowers, local powers, regional powers, the Lebanese all were contesting who would take control of Syria. Finally, Assad and the Baathists did. But this is the struggle for Lebanon now that's going on, and it cannot be achieved through diplomatic and political pressure and threats. And when Trump uses language like lunatics with nuclear weapons, he's not really paving the way for serious negotiations. The Iranians would say lunatics with nuclear weapons is probably more apt to describe the Americans, but this is the kind of stuff that's going on with the Trump leadership, and it's not...
Wait, now a church is burning in D.C. Wait, what? In New York? Wait, what? No, wait, now a church, there's a 5-alarm fire at a church is burning down in New York. Hold on. In Queens, there is a 5-alarm fire burning down a church. All right, these are just a lot of weird... All right, okay. Okay, you know, you just get a little concerned. Oh my dear God. A church is burning down in Queens. It's not just, it's burning. The church is burning. Oh goodness, it's really bad. I don't know how this has happened. What is going on? I refuse to come to any conclusions, but that is a church. It's just burning. Oh no. Why is that church burning down? This is not normal. Churches, what was it, a spontaneous church conflagration?
What's that? When we get the civilians to the rear, out of the way, they just go out of the rear. They got to climb up the wall. They got to climb up the wall to get out of the way. Yeah? Climb up the wall. Get serious water to get on the job. Get in 5 seconds. Can you find a 115 bucket? 15 buckets in full. You're ready, got the line out of the place.
I need a song. This is New York. Yeah, New York City, Janai. New York City. That's a church burning down in Queens. That was Ave Maria. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. So, yeah, I mean, that's a church burning down in New York. One of the boroughs. That's Queens. It's a 5-alarm church fire. This happened maybe 10 minutes ago. Maybe 30. It's just burning down. The church is probably lost. I'm not really sure how the church burned down. I'm not sure how the fire started under the bridge in Washington. I'm not really sure about a lot of things right now. Maybe we should just watch a Lego video. Because at this point, who the hell knows? There's fires burning under the, under the streets in Washington. There's fires. The churches are burning down in New York. Hola Francisco, tengo uno problema. Este es New York, Nueva York, en los Estados Unidos. Hay un church, no sé, church, English to Spanish. This is La Iglesia en Nueva York. Una iglesia en Nueva York. Está un infierno. Muy triste. Yo soy muy triste. Y también en Washington, D.C., en los Estados Unidos, tenemos un problema. Porque hay un infierno. Está un problema. En Washington, D.C., hay una inferno. Lo siento. I'm sorry, friend. My friend Francisco Castillo, when he comes in, he gets a personal update on the news in Spanish. It's just part of the rules here. Okay? Francisco arrives, he gets a personal update in Spanish. Francisco, también. Ifti Ahmad, hello, my dear friend. God bless you. We have a lot of things going on. También, Francisco, en Washington, D.C., el capital de los Estados Unidos, sí, del Estados Unidos. Hay una inferno en la hora pasada, sí, hay una inferno muy seriosa. Yo soy muy triste. Una inferno soy un tunnel. Let's see, I don't know how to say tunnel. Let me see here. I'm going to help my friend here. Tunnel. Okay, hold on. How do you say this? Tunnel. Hay una tunnel y un autobús. Está una inferno del autobús en el capital de Estados Unidos. Sí, es verdad. Es una situación muy complicado por los Estados Unidos a este momento. No sé por qué está un inferno en el túnel del Washington D.C. No sé. Sobre el autobús. No sé. Hay un problema. No sé. Los Estados Unidos tengo un problema muy seriosa y yo soy muy triste. Lo siento a toda la gente del mundo. No entiendo qué está ocurriendo. Hay infernos en ciudades en los Estados Unidos y no sé por qué hay infernos en mi país. Yo creo que este es loco. Yo quiero un gato Yo quiero un gato este momento. Tengo que obtener un gato. Sí, tengo. I'm gonna lose it. I don't understand. All right. Well, what's burning? Let's see. An entire tunnel under Washington, D.C., and then a church in New York. And then I started, listen, that Spanish report was mostly good. Francisco's going to get confused because at the end, all I said was, I need a cat. Over and over. You know what we need? Listen, this is an absurd moment in history. This moment calls for one song. Give me the song. I need it. What's it called? I need the Loca People song. You know what? I need the Loca People song. I can only be satiated if I get some version of Loca People by Sac Noel. You don't understand. Loca People by Sac Noel is gonna happen. I'm not accepting any compromises. We are gonna, you know why? Because it has a ridiculous freaking phrase in it. That's why we're listening to it. Listen, you want to dance? You want to dance? You want to just be absolutely baffled by the state of developments in the world? I'll give it to you. I'll give you a song worthy of the moment. Give it to me. Oh yes, even Kofi can dance to this. Let's go. Come on, Kofi, break it down. Kofi, you have to dance. Kofi's a dog. Come on, Kofi. I know you are well aware of how to dance. Let's go. Kofi's a dog. Dance, Kofi. Let's go. I'm with you. Oh no. Yeah, we didn't start the fire maybe, but this is even better.
All day, all night. All day, all night.
Let's go.
All day.
Grammy Towel Linda's gonna love it.
All day, all night, all night. What the fuck? FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la noche, FIFA los DJ. What the
Let's
fuck?
just pretend everything's alright. Screw it.
Johnny, la gente está muy loca. What the fuck? What the fuck? FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la, Johnny, la gente está muy loca.
That's it. Grammy Towel Linda's been to Ministry of Sound. She's an OG. She also went to Fabrique. Get it, Kofi. Get it. Kofi's dancing with Bunny. I know it. Kofi is baffled. This song was very popular in like 2012, maybe 2014. That's a remix. It's by Sac Noel. It's called Loca People. It's a really good song. Well, Kofi is barking. Kofi's barking all. Kofi was like, wait a minute. I don't really understand how to dance. I'm a dog, but I can bark along. Oh, damn right you can, Kofi. You tell Bunny what's up. Kofi's like, listen, Bunny Towel Mom, I have thoughts about this song. My name is Kofi and I'm a dog. I bet he just says things over and over again to you. He's just like, I'm a dog. All right, that's it. That's it. I have a song request. I'm going to entertain a song request. At this point, I just don't know what's going on. So I have a song request. I'm going to entertain it. Here we go. What do we want? What do we want here? All right, here we go. I love it, Greatly Towel, Linda. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I want answers. Nope, nope, nope. I need a cover of a song. There we go. It's on a folk version.
Eleanor of Aquitaine, Charles VI hath gone insane, Reconquista, Geoffrey, Chaucer, Michelangelo, Marco Polo, Magna Carta, Christian Schism, Siege of...
Oh, I'm having the greatest day. Oh, I'm worried, but I love this song. Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard. It's about the Mid-Hill invasion.
Charlemagne, Alfred, few things here to read, but the Nibelungen lead. Castillo, Aragon, second Pope in Avignon, Novgorod, Genghis Khan, Beowulf to Cameron.
Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
We did not start the fire. No, we did not light it, but we tried to fight it. Henry Tudor, Saladin, Richard and the Winter King, the Swan.
History teachers need to hear this.
Gongon, Castillon, Mona Lisa, King John, Kalmar, Union, Hanseatic trade. Sharks, horseback, Constantinople, Sax, Song of Roland, Silk Demand, Wallachia, Holy Land, Grunwald, Manzikert, Barbarossa, Golden Spurs, Joan of Arc, Patriarch, Banner of Lepanto. We did not start the fire.
It's a smart person's we didn't start the fire.
No, we did not fight it. We tried to fight it. Canterbury, Nicephorus, Alchemy, Venus, Canton, Sicily, Normans land in Italy.
The Normans!
Afghanistan, double prince, homicide, 7 painful regicides.
That's a flute.
Malta, Venceslas, Bohemia, Stronghold, Manson Moose's got gold. Gazi, Gutenberg, Baghdad, and Mooseburg. Gunpowder, twofold, panic, it's the Mongols. Was always burning, the world was turning. We did not start the fire. No, we did not lie. We tried. Antioch, Sicily, Spaniards, Fatimids, El Cid, Ottoman invasion, Rashid, Arabia, Christian relic mania, Hussites, Swiss Pites, executing Templar Knights, Lichtenauer, Skanderbeg, holding up the pensioners, Black Flag, here to stay, what else do I dare to say? Twas always burning as the world was turning.
Oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm sorry, I'll mute.
But we tried to fight it. Nicaea troubadours, William Wallace torn in 4, Falkirk, Glassworks, Stamford Bridge, Turks, 3 of famine medicine, Barons, Ulster Sovereign, Carouge versus Jacques Le Brie, Carrack sail across the sea, Walpurgis, Fechtburg, Haslan and the Seljuks, Clontarf, Lombards, Habsburgs, Bannockburn, Church denied by Thomas More, Montezuma is no more, curse this German peasants' war, I can't take it anymore. We did not start the fire. Was always burning as the world was turning. We did not start the fire, but when we are gone, it shall still burn on and on and on. We did not start the fire. 'Twas always burning as the world was turning. We did not start the fire. No, we did not light it, but we tried to fight it.
Oh, that was so great. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna pass out. That was the fun. You don't understand. That was great. it pushed me to my intellectual limit. I never get pushed to my limit. Bro, I only knew like 75% of those references. They were Montezuma, the Canterbury, Malta. It was like medicine for my soul. You don't understand. That was the greatest thing. I am in ecstasy right now. Oh, that's called We Didn't Start the Fire by Hildegard von Bingen. Hildegard von Bingen. Oh, no, you don't understand. That was the greatest song I've ever heard. Oh, okay, there's going to be a press conference tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern by Pete Hegseth and the chief. Listen, I can't. Oh, you don't understand. Listen, I've waited my whole life. I just wanted someone to okay, listen, I gotta tell a story. Okay, when I was like 15, okay, I was in my honors history class. I think it was, I remember the teacher was Mr. Sullivan, and he was really cool. And it might have been freshman honors history now that I think about it. Anyway, so it was European history, if I recall. And we were sitting in the room, I think it was like the back. Where did I have, no, it couldn't have been 9th grade, because I had 9th grade advanced honors European history with Miss Mastalong, and then I had 10th grade advanced American history with Mr. Berkman, who worked for Lawyers Weekly and wrote articles about my parents. That created a weird dynamic. He also taught a nice class called You and the Law. That was my first introduction to formal law. Other than outside of mock trial, I crushed that class in high school. Anyway, so I eventually was in Mr. Sullivan's advanced honors something history, probably junior year, so I would imagine little towel. I was just a little washcloth, probably around 17. And I was sitting, so if I remember, Mr. Sullivan's class was, oh goodness, it wasn't in that room in the middle of the weird U-shaped wing of the history department. I think it was, you'd walk in the double doors, and then Mr. Sullivan's room was the first room to the right, and then also had a door going out to the hallway. Okay, so it was one of those classrooms on the end of the U to the right, okay? So I remember being in Mr. Sullivan's class, and he played us the song, We Didn't Start the Fire. And my immediate reaction was, I am offended. This song, it doesn't do a good enough job explicating world history. It only covers events from like 1920 to like 1981, and it's very American-centric. It's worse than the Mercator projection. I'm offended. And so I've waited, oh goodness, what year was that? Let's see, 2006. I have waited 20 years for someone to do justice to We Didn't Start the Fire. And you know what? Fall Out Boy tried to do it. I was more offended. It went worse. It went backwards. The intellectual degradation of We Didn't Start the Fire offended me on a personal level. I have been thinking about this for 20 years. Yes. So after Mr. Sullivan played that song by Billy Joel for me, as a 16-year-old, I explicated the entire thing so I could know all the references. It took me 15 minutes. But then I said to myself, you know what? This is so American-centric. I am offended. I demand someone do justice to the history of the world. Then as I went on my academic career, I eventually read Hegel and James Joyce, and I learned about Vico's theory of recursi. And as I'm reading about the River Laffy and Dublin and its environs and the commodious vicus of recirculation that brought us past Hawthorne Castle and past Adam and Eve, like River Run, past Dublin and its environs, I was like, why can't someone do a Joycean retelling in the style of Vico and Hegel that does justice to We Didn't Start the Fire's premise? Billy Joel couldn't meet the moment, but Hildegard von Bingen certainly did. 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. All I wanted, that was 4 minutes and 8 seconds of pure ecstasy because I finally feel there's been an intellectual vindication of the concept of the song We Didn't Start the Fire, and I swear you saw me discover it live. This was better than when I found out a waddle of penguins is called a waddle. They actually waddle. I was very excited. This is better. 20 years. I have waited 20 years. I've thought about this excessively. It became a very personal quest. I would have wrote it myself, but this person finally did it. James Joyce's soul can rest knowing that someone did honor to Vico's historical form, blended with Hegel's synthetical dialectic in the form of a song set to the concept of We Didn't Start the Fire. Thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to do that rant. It was 20 years in the making. That was great. Oh, I love learning. It's true. I'm having the time of my life. That was the greatest thing ever. I just want to dance. Oh, I'm worried. I need to get an update on this fire. I'm sorry. I can't just abandon my obligations. But you don't understand how much cerebral pleasure listening to that brought me. I'm going to tell Towel Girlfriend about it in the morning. She is gonna be thrilled. You don't understand. Her erudition is second to none. She makes my heart sing. Not as okay. The song doesn't make my heart sing as much as Towel Girlfriend. Nikki is just wonderful. But the fact that Nikki will appreciate that, it makes my heart sing so much. It complements her so well. It will be like her, the song. They'll both fit together and make me even more happy. Oh, I am thrilled. Yes, the song is We Didn't Start the Fire by Hildegard von Blingen. Oh, I need to write them a letter. I am writing this person a personal letter. I'm going to be like, listen, you've inspired me to greatness. You have saved me from 20 years of intellectual purgatory. You have redeemed the spirit of what Billy Joel tried to capture. Billy Joel is going to go down as like a hipster. No, you know what? He's going to be what a hipster was, but could never achieve because he wasn't being authentic. You know who was being authentic to Joyce's intellectual tradition? Hildegard von Blingen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the Sunday bunny. Oh, I got a dancing Sunday above my head. Oh, that was so wonderful. God bless you, bunny. Hi, Kofi. How you doing? Now, I'm very worried about that fire, but I really needed a decompression after that one. So let's get some good news. Let's just hear that the fire was just, it was just a toilet fire. It was a fire of peace. Everything's fine. All I want to know is that everything's okay. That would be really nice. Can you please just tell me why? Please just tell me why. I just want to know why. Why did the bus burn? Why is the church on fire? I'm all sad. Please just tell me why. I don't have a press conference for you yet, but I'll keep monitoring. I don't think now's the time to dance. I think we should check in on what's going on in the various parts of the world. Let's check in and find if we can get an answer. Let's hope we have a press conference about, the fact that the streets of Washington were burning. It was maybe a fire in the bathroom. It was, it was the Northern Lights. It was just a coincidental sort of accident. The bus just, it hit a wall. It spontaneously combusted. They had to bring in the foam things from, Marine One. It was just a normal underground bus fire that causes the roads to, light on fire. That's just very normal. I'm nervous. You can tell. I just want an answer. The longer they don't put out a tweet being like, oh yes, it was just, it crashed into an electrical pole and then that set the whole tunnel on fire. Something just ridiculous, but that, what's the word? Make sense of it all. At least I could calm down. But now I'm just kind of apprehensive and I don't know why my capital had a giant fire under a bridge. Did Trump say today was fire day? I didn't hear anything about that. But, who knows, Soul Controller? Anything's possible. At least they put the fire out. But, it just... Oh, goodness. That was one of New York City's oldest churches that burned down. Are we sure, something isn't wrong? Are we sure something isn't wrong? Like, can we just, like, talk about this and just figure out if something's wrong? Like, can I have some expert opinions? You know, I would just like some expert opinions. Like, don't we think something is wrong? Doesn't it just feel like it's odd that they're not being like, everything's fine, don't worry, it was just a fire in the toilet of the bus? Like, why can't they just tell me that so I can feel better? It's really not inspiring a lot of confidence right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, why can't they just have a press conference? Oh, this is terrible, ladies and gentlemen. The church is really burning down. That whole church is gone. (3:12 a.m. in Tehran. Air defenses at 3:12 a.m. in Tehran? What? That can't be right. What time is it now? Hold on. It's 8:54 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. So it's 2:54 a.m. in South Africa. It's 3:54 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 4:24 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. And that will be Friday, April 24th. There's no way air defenses were active at 3:30. What are you talking about? That can't be right. That's a little odd. That is very odd. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This can't be right. I don't know what to say about this. This seems concerning. Let's take a listen. No.
Media staging is
no.
Conversation. Translated from Persian. Tehran's West Air Defense activated. From 3:12 a.m., April 24th. April 24th, 3:30 a.m., Al Gadir direction, air defense sounds are heard. Air defense firing sounds in Parand, April 24th. Tonight too, around 9 p.m., and from about 2:30 a.m. onward, air defense was active. The last one was at 3:54 a.m.
That was like 30 minutes ago. This can't be right. Really? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is from Iran. Like in the last 20, 30 minutes. You sure that's a test? Are we sure that's a test? Soul Controller, what do you think of this footage? Any other input? This is Tehran 30 to 40 minutes ago. Are we sure? Are we sure? All right, Soul Controller. Well, that's the on the ground footage. I played it about 4 times. That's the latest from Iran. It's somewhat censored, but that's the best I can do. I don't know. Here's a Lego video. I don't know what to make of it all. Here's a Lego video.
In the spotlight again.
Alright, what does this community note say? Oh, it's from Explosive Media. Let me play it from their page then. Oh, I didn't... Wait. I'll just attribute it to them. They should put their watermark on it. Alright, here you go.
Yeah. Orange in the spotlight again. Here we go, Donnie.
I agree, Soul Controller. Oh, okay. Wow. Wow.
Hey, Orange man, admit it. You lost this one. Push real hard on our end, still ain't done nothing. Promise after promise and recycle speech. Everybody sees the con, it ain't deep. Talked about destruction, said you break the root. Iran ain't a name, Donnie, that's the part you missed. Every threat you throw, the roots go wider. Every hit you land, we come back brighter. You said this, you said that, you said nah. Iran, still here. Iran, still tell it to the wall, Donnie. Roots only grow, Donnie. Iran, what up? Iran, what handle the root, dude? You know it. 2 weeks ceasefire. Ooh, that's a new one. Say you scared, Donnie. Just admit you're done. Lost the economic war now. What's the play? Wanna put your name on Hormuz? Okay. Stop the dirty game. Stop the divide. World ain't blind. No more eyes wide. Iran still breathing. Iran still stands. Long as Iran's here, this game ain't in your hands. You said this. You said that. You said deeper. Name it what you want, Donnie. Hormuz don't need you, Donnie. Whatever. Pressure make us stronger. You can't last longer. Whatever, man. Iran still breathing. Still here.
Wow. Well, that was a good one. That was a good one indeed. Alright. Good beat. Alright, let's do the Baghdad Barbie song. You know what? I want the Baghdad Barbie song. That's what I want right now. We all want the Baghdad Barbie song. This is the Baghdad Barbie song. Yeah, there's some that I just like the beats on. I try to separate the beat from the actual content. Here it goes.
Yeah. Baghdad Barbie back at the podium again. Smiling pretty while she covers for the pedal king. What? Caroline lies. Youngest press secretary, biggest liar alive. Spinning for Trump while the empire dies. Baghdad Barbie, go run and hide. Caroline lies. Trump did nothing wrong. That's your favorite line. Defending Epstein files with that plastic smile. You the pretty face for the whole pedo pipeline. 27 years old already, the queen of spin. Standing there lying with the Barbie grin. Straight is open, now we still on the gate. Uranium handover, keep dreaming, that's fake. You seize the Tosca, called it victory on TV. Then cry when IRGC made your Navy flee. Every briefing, another fairy tale you sell. While the whole world laughs at your lies as well. Caroline lies. Youngest press secretary, biggest liar alive. Spinning for Trump while the empire dies. Baghdad Barbie, go run and hide. Now you out here defending Epstein files on live TV. Trump did nothing wrong. That's the lie you repeat. Emails drop, island flights, the whole creepy crew. You smile for the cameras like it's nothing new. Baghdad Barbie spinning for the pedo king's crew. Covering up the island while you talk that freedom talk too. Young girl in heels playing defense for the elite, while real victims still screaming in the street. You gaslight the nation, gaslight the world. Pretty little liar with your hair all curled. Defend every crime, defend every creed. But we see the strings and we see the sheep. Caroline lies. Baghdad Barbie caught in her own web of lies. You can spin it pretty but the truth don't die. Iran still standing, watch your empire cry. Caroline lies. Defending Epstein while the whole world watches you fall. see the lies. We don't forget. What?
All right, well, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'll show you the fire in New York. It's just really sad. It apparently spread from a private residence to the church. We also don't have an answer as to what happened in the damn, tunnels beneath Washington. This fire, though, has destroyed the First Reformed Church of Astoria in Queens. It's very sad. Oh, Soul Controller, that was one last night. I don't have the link, but you can find it on the stream from yesterday.
What's that? When we get the collisions to the rear out of the way, it's the line in the rear. They got to climb up the wall. They got to climb up the wall to get out of the way. There! They climb up the wall. Get the requirements to get on the job. Get the 5 seconds. Can you find a 115 bucket? 15 buckets in full. If you're ready, got the line out of the way.
Just sad scenes out of New York. I really do have concerns. Let's go to the top of the hour on Al Jazeera just a few minutes ago.
You're live from Doha with our extensive coverage of developments out of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon. Coming up.
The president of Lebanon and the prime minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire.
U.S. President Donald Trump hosts high-level talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon, extending last week's 10-day truce. Hezbollah has yet to respond. But on Iran, Trump says he's in no rush to reach a deal after earlier issuing a shoot-and-kill warning for Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz. Prominent Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil, killed in an Israeli attack in the south, is laid to rest in her hometown.
And is the extension of the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran a real window for diplomacy or a stalemate in disguise? That's later this hour on This Is America.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced the extension of a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel by an additional 3 weeks. The announcement follows a second round of direct talks between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon. Trump says Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may meet at the White House during that 3-week period. Hezbollah, though, has yet to respond, and attacks have continued on both sides despite that truce. On Iran, Trump says he doesn't want to rush a peace agreement. He says negotiations have been delayed because Iran's leadership was, quote, in turmoil. Both sides are keeping up the pressure over the Strait of Hormuz with their respective blockades. Trump has ordered the U.S. military to shoot and kill Iranian small boats in the strait. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has accused the U.S. of threatening genuine negotiations by continuing that naval blockade.
Holy shit! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! This is not the update I wanted to give you. Oh boy, oh boy. There's your bus fire. I don't know what it is. I'll give you it in slow-mo. This is only 3 minutes old. I have no idea. This is not the update I wanted to give you. Here it is in slow-mo. This is not good. My heart's sinking a little bit. Why isn't the president saying anything? This is not good. What is going on right now? Let me zoom in on it for you a little bit. Here's a box zoom. What is going on right now? That's the best I can do for you. What is going on right now? Bus fire? Really? Bus fire? This footage just leaked. They were not going to be able to contain this. I know, I'm giving you a box zoom. To show the full screen, I take myself off screen so I can make the box zoom bigger. Bus fire? This is 3 minutes old. No one is telling us why this happened in the middle of Washington, D.C. This is the only footage that's out. It's 3 minutes old. It happened about an hour ago under the 9th Street tunnel in Washington. No one knows why this happened to this bus. This is the first footage of it. No one's covering it. There's a media staging ground. There hasn't been a press conference. We don't know why or how this happened. Yeah, Lane Matrix, I think one of the drivers who got away from it got out of their car and then filmed it, and the explosion was so violent it blew the phone out of their hand. The shockwave is what makes he moves with the shockwave. He knows it's bad, so he runs. Yeah, so bro, no. What? Okay, I've heard of a bus catching fire, but what is that? What is that? Why is it doing that? I'm not an expert in this. It's the clip minutes ago, but this clip is 3 minutes old. I'm not an expert. I'm going to play it until someone tells me why it is doing that. Because the news has failed us again. Instead of getting answers, they couldn't even tell us there was a damn bomb blast. They didn't even tell us. I don't know if it was not a bomb blast. Let me rephrase. They didn't even tell us there was a loud explosion. You could call it a bomb blast like explosion, but I can't tell you what caused the explosion, so we're going to use the word explosion. They didn't even tell us that explosions, which is a fair term, echoed through the Capitol. That's not good. Why aren't you telling the public? Why did you have to wait for it to leak? That's not good. That looks really bad. Everything looks really bad right now right now. Everything is not good. Things are not good. We need answers. I'm sorry, Mr. President. We need answers. If it was just an electrical fire that causes some kind of massive fire, fine. But tell us. Because the public, this is going to go out on every TikTok, every Instagram, every Twitter. It's only 6 minutes old now, but it's going to go out everywhere, so you better get us answers. You want to hear what it sounds like when you listen to it full speed with noise? It's very loud. This was under our Capitol. Come on. Nope. My concern level is not going down. It's going up. I want answers. Nope. My people need answers. Give the people of this country, that I love so dearly, their answers. Mr. President, come on. This is freaky. You can't black this out. What are my colleagues doing? That's an explosion. Bro, no. Come on now. Come on, colleagues. Do you want to know what kind of fire this caused? It was literally burning in the middle of the Capitol. I want to know. I am feeling worse, not better. I want to know. Yes, Phoenix, welcome to the channel. This was under the 9th Street Tunnel in D.C. about an hour and 40 minutes ago. That video you just saw of the actual secondary explosions, which can be common. Let me put it this way. It could be, like, obviously there are things in buses that can explode. Tires, various, like, parts, like gas tanks, like, okay. But, like, what caused this, we do not know. There's no answer to why. That's what's so worrying. We should have had that answer right away. Water Under the Fridge says, your towel reporter brought you this news 5 minutes after you reported this. Not the blast video, but people saying this all on Reddit. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. Your towel reporter Water brought you this news 5 minutes after you reported this. Not the blast video, but people saying this. God bless you, towel reporter Water Under the Fridge. You are a super towel. We don't know what has happened. All I want is for someone in my capital to tell me why. It can assuage a lot of concerns if they just come out and they're like, what happened? But they're doing a really bad job right now, like a bad job.
Has boarded and seized a vessel far away in the Indian Ocean.
God bless you, Water Under the
Fridge.
Fridge.
The unflagged ship called the Majestic is sanctioned and was transporting Iranian oil. On the ground in Tehran, air defense fire was seen over the Iranian capital. Iranian media have reported that they have been engaging, quote, hostile targets over Tehran, but there has been no official confirmation of any attacks on the city. Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan
Wow,
Fisher,
multiple booms. Thank you, Water Under the Fridge. Water Under the Fridge did report it.
The White House on Thursday, a meeting between the ambassadors of Israel and Lebanon moved almost at the last minute from the State Department to here to the White House. Donald Trump keen to use his influence to get an extension to the ceasefire between the two countries, which is close to running out. A success, 3 weeks added to the ceasefire and the possibility of further talks.
Hi, Kingsley.
We think that
a diesel engine
the president of
runaway.
Lebanon, the Prime Minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional.
Well, let's hopefully. Did we get that from the fire department, Kingsley? I just want an official source that explains, like, the cause of it. I'm sure it's an absurd cause if it is actually some kind of, like, runaway bus, whatever. I just want an official source that says
no
it.
firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about.
But it was the more pressing issue of Iran that dominated in an earlier event in the Oval Office. Donald Trump facing a barrage of questions asking about the ongoing ceasefire there and whether or not there's a deadline to end it. No deadline to the ceasefire, says President Trump. No panic to get a deal.
I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons.
Several days ago, Donald Trump posted on his social media platform that the Iranians had agreed to a number of things. No more enriching uranium, no nuclear bomb ever, no reparations to the United States. President Trump hasn't made it clear who he was speaking to or if those assurances still hold. The patient approach is a change for Trump. On April 7th, he threatened to end an entire civilization. Many in Europe and across the world worried what that meant. Asked in the Oval Office if he considered using nuclear weapons, he brutally dismissed the idea.
Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
The US insists the ongoing blockade is a huge success.
This blockade of Iranian ports will be enforced and applies to all vessels regardless of flag.
Squeezing Iran financially, pushing them to a deal. It has even moved another aircraft carrier into the area. While Israel and Lebanon are sitting down with the hope of a deal, there's little public sign of fresh talks with the Iranians. Trump says he's patient, but has warned the Iranians time is not on their side. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, at the White House.
The Israeli military has imposed a military zone in southern Lebanon, occupying the area from the border to the Litani River. The so-called Yellow Line also extends into Mediterranean waters that are rich in energy resources, despite a maritime border agreement in place. Julie Dager explains.
The Israeli military has published a map of a no-go frontline area in southern Lebanon. The army says anyone approaching or attempting to cross that military boundary is at risk of being targeted. But if we look here on the map, the area also stretches into the Mediterranean Sea. It would encompass the Kana gas field, located off the coast of Lebanon. And since 2022, it's been under Lebanon's control, according to a maritime deal with Israel. Now, that agreement resolved a long-standing dispute over an 860-kilometer area in the eastern Mediterranean, and Israel was granted rights to the adjacent Karish gas field. Now, the Kana gas field was reported to be dry after exploration drilling in 2023. Traces of gas were found, but it was insufficient for commercial production. However, energy companies are considering a further exploration in the broader region, and Israel's demarcation line could impact future projects. Now, the Israeli military would still have to seize more land in order for it to enforce that occupation zone, as it currently only controls these areas. It's trying to accomplish that by systematically demolishing towns and villages across southern Lebanon. The destruction is on such a wide scale that the people who lived here worry they will have nothing to return to.
The funeral of Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil has been held a day after she was killed in a targeted Israeli strike in southern Lebanon. Her colleague, Zainab Faraj, was also seriously injured in that attack in the town of At-Tiri. The incident has been widely condemned by the country's president and prime minister as Israeli war crimes. Heidi Pett was at the funeral in South Lebanon.
Friends, family and colleagues gathered at her parents' home to mourn. Amal Khalil was killed and photojournalist Zainab Faraj injured by an Israeli strike on Wednesday afternoon. The first strike hit before 3 p.m., killing 2 people in a car traveling ahead of them. The 2 journalists ran for cover in a building and Amal contacted civil defense. But rescuers were stuck on this road without permission to reach them. And when the 2 women tried to leave on their own, an Israeli drone dropped a grenade on Amal's car. They fled back into another building.
Before the airstrike, she was okay, she was fine, she wasn't wounded. There's even a voice note from her. I'll play it for you.
هيدا آخر فويس لأمال.
حبيبتي أنا منيحة أوكي ما تعتلوا هم أنا منيحة ومعي صبي زينب فرج منيح أوكي اللي صار إنه ضربوا سيارة ماشي كانت قدامنا أوكي بس ما تعتلوا ما صار شيء علينا نحن بس أنا ما بدي أتحرك من هون بس ناطرة اليونيفيل والصليب الأحمر احتياط أوكي أنا منيحة تقبلوني.
The Lebanese Ministry of Health said that they were pursued by Israeli strikes. The next one hit the part of the building where Amal had taken cover.
As where a metro bus has caught fire. News 4's Joseph Olmo joins us live now near the 9th Street Tunnel. Joseph, so the good news here obviously is that nobody's been hurt in this, but this is probably creating some big headaches when it comes to traveling tonight.
I mean, as you can imagine, there is just a massive scene here. A lot of first responders. I'll have our photojournalist Beth Brown kind of show you what we're looking at. This is the entrance to the 9th Street Tunnel. And like you said, Erica, thankfully, we're not talking about, at least at this moment, any injuries. This was a metro bus. Beth, can we zoom in on the tunnel here just to show you? There's actually some cars, and this is the big question right now, is Was there anybody who was driving in this tunnel that got hurt as a result of this fire? This was a Metro bus that I'm told was fully engulfed in flames, but there were no passengers on board. There was just the driver, and the driver was able to get off, and the driver is okay. The question now becomes, what about all the other cars? This happened during rush hour, and this is a busy thoroughfare in and out of the city. So luckily, or thankfully at least right now, we don't have any word on any injuries, but the 9th Street Tunnel is completely shut down as a Metro bus was fully engulfed. And had you looked outside of your house, if you lived in DC, you probably saw the entire skyline over the National Mall was just filled with a dark plume of smoke. That has since gone away, but what a scene out here, and we're going to keep you guys updated as we learn more. Right now, again, we just understand it was a Metro bus that was fully...
He missed the media briefing. How did the dude... He didn't go to the right spot, so he missed the media briefing.
Doesn't appear like the 9th Street Tunnel is going to be opening anytime soon, Erica.
Right.
I'll try to get you the media briefing.
They've got you guys far back a little bit. You have eyes on the bus? You know where that scorched bus is?
Yeah, this is the entrance to the tunnel right here. I'm just trying to look myself. I don't think so, because I see a line running from a fire truck right here, a hose. So I don't know exactly where it is in the tunnel, but you see that Cadillac SUV, that silver SUV? That's probably somebody's car that was told to evacuate when this happened. We don't have a lot of details about the circumstances other than this was a Metro bus that thankfully didn't have any passengers, and clearly from my vantage point, you can't see it. But firefighters have done quite a job here, because that thick plume of smoke is, you might be able to see a little bit up in the clouds right there, but it's all away, which to me tells me that the worst, at least fire-wise, is behind us.
All right, our Joseph Olmo live for us this evening. Joseph, thank you.
If I can get you the press conference.
Teams were able to reach the location. They recovered Zainab, who was heavily injured, before their ambulance came under fire. They had to leave while Amal was still missing under the rubble.
Unfortunately, had there been immediate access without the need for Israeli approval, Amal would likely be here speaking today.
It is not unusual to...
I got it. How did the local news miss the damn press conference? It happened as that guy was doing his report. The local news was at the wrong spot.
Yeah, right now, thank you. Right now, we don't expect any bus impacts for tomorrow's service with the grounding of the sub-fleet. If that becomes a larger issue, then we'll very much be transparent and communicate that. We may move some 40-foot buses where we normally have 60-foot buses just for capacity. Some of our network routes are really busy, and we'll manage that and communicate directly with the public if there's any impacts. Yes, sir.
Can you explain some of the challenges that you had? I know it was tough getting a water supply in, and I don't know the difference between water and foam.
Sure. So what was the complicating factor here is you're in the tunnel. The tunnel's very long. It's about 1,200 feet long, I believe. And they were about approaching from this side was the safest way to do it because the smoke was exiting the other way. And that means they had to put about 900 feet of hose, hand carry it in there. It was a tough operation. It took a lot of people. But that's really what the complicating factor is. It's different than being up on the surface. Everything has to be done manually. So it's an operation we train for. It's one we don't do very often, though.
And just to confirm, everybody is okay. Your bus operator is okay.
Yeah, there are no injuries.
No injuries.
No injuries. We're very fortunate. I haven't counted them. About somewhere less than 20. Ma'am.
You got this at the beginning of your press conference, so forgive me if you already touched on this. To have that many folks inside of a tunnel, have a bus catch on fire, and everyone walk out uninjured, how fortunate is that?
I think it is fortunate, but there's things that go on as well. The tunnel's designed with air shafts and vents to give people time to get out. I think people made great decisions. It's a hard tunnel to come into because there's it's one way. There's no cross exits on this one. So I would think it was fortunate. We were lucky we were lucky, but we also make our own luck.
Do you know how many cars were inside of the tunnel?
I do not know. No. Was there any other questions over here? I thought it.
Some more.
Right. No, that's correct. We know the ventilation system's working, so at least the air is clear. Our inspectors then, they need the time to really just check on everything, but we'll know more when the inspection's complete.
So after the inspection, we'll know if the tunnel will or won't be open after.
Correct. And we will make sure that we pass that on through all possible media channels so people know for their commute if it's available.
Last one. Okay. Thanks everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, that wasn't helpful. That was not helpful. Let's go back to Al Jazeera. Well, I try to get you the beginning of that press conference. They didn't get the whole thing. This channel just failed. They just failed.
We heard gunshots being fired into the air at a Lebanese funeral, but throughout the afternoon we have also heard the sound of explosions. Israel detonating houses here in southern Lebanon. And that is what Amal Halil had come to document when she was killed. The president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, described the deliberate and consistent targeting of journalists as an attempt by Israel to conceal the truth of its attacks on Lebanon.
It was not until 8 p.m. that rescue teams were given permission to go back and search for Amal.
After so many years.
At that point, the Israeli military issued a statement saying they were not preventing access and they do not target journalists. But 3 were killed in a double-tap attack on their car last month, another when his home was directly targeted. According to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 7 journalists have been killed so far in this war.
So we can take a few questions if you have them.
So if you said 4 hours for the inspection, do you think that the tunnel is going to be reopened for the morning use? And I have a question for Randy.
I will know a lot more when the inspection is complete.
Okay. You like to respond to comments online. Already a lot of people are saying, hey, what the heck of a week has been for Metro. We know that pretty much every issue has been separate this week, but what do you say to people who are commenting, what the heck is going on with Metro?
Yeah, listen, we are a very important institution in this region. We're the backbone of mobility, economy, and quality of life. So we are a very safe system. We know that we are. With that said, incidents happen. We want to work with our partners. We do forensic investigations. We learn from investigations, and we get better. With that said, there's lots of other things that happened well this week. We had an Earth Day celebration. Where kids
Explosions reported just now in southern Lebanon. The ceasefire does not exist. Israel has broken the ceasefire. That Mr. President Trump's ceasefire does not exist. Explosions just now. Israeli fighter planes in the skies of southern Lebanon. Explosions just now.
Celebrating why transit is so important to the future of our planet. We passed almost a $5 billion budget today, modernizing most of our system, continue to invest in new buses and new trains, adding new bus and rail service without raising fares and saving the region money. So, this is a big, complex place. Really proud of our staff, how hard they work, and really appreciate our partnerships. And we're going to be there tomorrow, just like we are right now, serving this community.
Can you reiterate what you were saying about the view for tomorrow morning? I know this is going to be top of mind. If everything not any impact,
Yeah, right now, thank you. Right now, we don't expect any bus impacts for tomorrow's service. With the grounding of the subfleet, if that becomes a larger issue,
Rest well, Grammy Towel, and
communicate that. We may move some 40-foot buses where we normally have 60-foot buses just for capacity.
you are wonderful. Thank you for your vibes.
Really busy, and we'll manage that.
And God bless.
Yes, sir.
Hello, First 48. Hi, Tiffany Bob.
Sure.
All right, we already heard that part. This local news station was live, and you can hear the dude typing up what's going on. They were struggling to take the press conference live. My word. All right, so that actually left more questions than answers as to this situation in the tunnel. I would not exactly say these buses in DC have the greatest reputation, but that one was a weird one. Here's the news now. 2 explosions heard just now in southern Lebanon with intense Israeli flights. Hello, Tiffany Bob. Hello, JRP. Hello, Dab. How are you all doing? It's great to see you. Good night, Grammy Towel. Linda, sleep well. Yes, in Oklahoma, there is a tornado emergency near Vance Air Force Base. This is a very serious situation occurring now in Oklahoma. I imagine if you are in the path of this tornado, you are absolutely being informed about it, but it is a very dangerous situation. All right, very dangerous situation near Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma. This is a very serious tornado. I personally am not a weather reporter. I'm not a weatherman. I'm a towel. But you are looking at a report from someone who is a weatherman saying this is a very, very big tornado, and it is heading directly for Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma. If you live in Oklahoma, I imagine you have been told about this. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Well, I can tell you some people go outside during tornadoes, especially the one earlier in Brahman. Here's a tornado intercept. It's just a few seconds. That's just a crazy intercept. That's just a Brandon Payne. So I'm going to go ahead and follow Brandon Payne. Excellent work. That's quite an intercept. All right, so give Brandon Payne a follow. Brandon on WX Oklahoma. All right. That's an incredible, just an incredible tornado. Yeah, I imagine storm chasers are in the middle of that right now. That is incredible. Just absolutely incredible footage. Let's go back to Al Jazeera. I'll keep an eye on the situation in Oklahoma.
When rescue teams recovered her body after 11 p.m., Amal Khalil became the 8th. Heidi Pett, Al Jazeera, South Lebanon.
Israeli attacks have intensified in Gaza over the past week, despite a ceasefire agreed to in October. The surge in violence has left...
Oh my word. This tornado is very dangerous. This tornado is very dangerous. This is the tornado near Enid Air Force Base. These tornadoes are very dangerous. KOCO5, let's see, because this is a quite serious situation, and it impacts the public readiness and also public health and safety. I'm going to take us to Oklahoma news. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to take us to Oklahoma news. I think it's very important because public safety and welfare could be impacted. Apparently, this is like a very dangerous tornado.
As I kind of panned over when we finally got a better visual.
So I'm showing this in the interest of public health and safety.
I had seen what looked to be maybe a piece of tin blowing around just out in the field here, but we are looking, let's see, let me get my bearings here, to the east, and approximately a mile. We're right here on
oh, I got to start another goal. Thank you all.
And right mile north of Southgate Road here, Damon, and you can see the tornado is clearly still on the ground. Still a violent tornado, still seeing debris, and just trying to make our way.
Oh no, be very safe, all of you out there.
Yeah.
There is debris in there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be a lot of debris. I mean, this is, when it comes to storms, this is absolutely horrible. And this is going to come very close to northern Oklahoma College here. And so we're basically on the west side of the airport. And I see with our high resolution mapping, I can see there's a bunch of homes right here, a bunch of structures that are going to be in the direct path. Again, in your innermost room of your house, in your tornado shelter. We can clearly see the tornado right there using our night vision here as the sun is now setting. But this is an absolute horrible situation there.
Oh, no.
There's a tornado as it's
All right, I'm playing this to protect the public. If you are in the region of my voice and you are in the path of this, listen to your local authorities.
Turning up to the north, towards northern Oklahoma College here on the east side, southeast side of Enid with this storm. Once again, this is still a violent storm. Tornado emergency remains in effect until 8:45 for another 7 minutes, but we're going to have to see if another one's going to be issued because we're still in Enid right now. This storm has really slowed down, but the visibility on that, it is clear, it is easy to see, and it almost looks like in the last scan here, it's not really moving a whole lot. It's basically just anchored down to the ground in between northern Oklahoma College there on the east side of Enid and on the west side there of the Enid airport. It is just firmly planted and it continues to do damage. And when I see our mapping software and I see just a bunch of homes in the path of this is not good at all. This is a bad situation. You can see the homes right here. There's a tornado. There's Amanda just looking right into it. You can see it's a very tall, what Michael referred to earlier as a ghostly looking tornado there, that white that we have. And with the night vision there, once we get out of these trees again on the east side there, we'll see it. But cannot hit the message hard enough about how serious of a situation this is right now for those on the east side of Enid. And the tornado is going to be just about a mile and a half south of northern Oklahoma College, where Amanda is right now. There's the electricity is still on, which is good. But let me go out to Amanda, because Amanda, we know you're in a very populated part of Enid. What's happening right now in town? Are people taking the warning seriously? It doesn't look like there's a ton of cars out on the road here. Amanda, walk us through what you're seeing.
Well, actually, if you actually pan over, Damon, you can see there has still some traffic out here, actually. We are noticing that tornado has maybe shrunk a little bit again. It still looks like it's a very strong tornado, though. When we turned back there, I lost my visual on it, so I'm trying to get a better visual on the tornado if we can, because we're getting on, dark now. But with our night vision, hopefully we can get a better idea of where this tornado is actually, Damon. But right now, yeah, we're seeing traffic out here, which is, I hate to see this. I hope people take this seriously and get off the road. But right now, just trying to get a visual again on this tornado, Damon.
Yeah, and it looks like it's stuck in the ground right now. So we're going to have to watch it. But you can see here are homes in the path right now. And this storm is nearly stationary, by the way, just on the west side of the Enid Woodring Airport there. But here's the main road in and out of town. There's Amanda. Here's the college. And this is going to be the tornado just on the east side of 30th Street here. And so definitely, again, tornado emergency remains for another 4 minutes with this storm as it continues, as it slowed down. Let's hope that can just pull it apart here. But this is a bad situation. Your sweep just went by there. Okay, so here's going to be the tornado in between 30th and 42nd Street. South of Market. Again, here's the airport. I know we've been mentioning the same landmarks here for a while because this tornado essentially hasn't really moved a whole lot in the last couple of scans. I can still see the outline of it. It's in the middle of Amanda's shot there. At least that looks like it. Amanda, as we're losing daylight, I know there's not a ton of daylight left here, but it looks like I can still see at least some form of the tornado. How big does it look where you are right now?
Well, Damon, it is extremely hard to tell right now. Just looking at it, it looks like it is a lot smaller than it was earlier. But, at times I question if I'm even seeing it because of being dark and rain. So it's just so difficult to say right now, Damon. But we are right here on Owen East, actually 412, which is East Owen, Garriott, coming up on Market Street, and just really
west now.
I don't know.
And
it's really hard to tell, Damon.
I know you're going to your night camera, going by lightning, going by power flashes. What do you think? What do you see now as you look back to your southwest? Go ahead, Kyle.
David, I haven't seen any power flashes for a little bit. We got in some really heavy rain, so I don't have any visual right now. But David, what it looked like earlier, if you're to the northeast of this or east of this, you need to take cover because that was a very, very dangerous tornado.
Hey, here's the deal, Kyle. It's still on the ground. We can see it. It's still on the ground. So, Kyle, get up to Market Street Road and go a little bit west, okay? Go up to Market Street Road. You're coming up to it right now, and go a little bit west, and it's going to be your southwest. It's right there. It's still on the ground. Still on the ground. Okay, nice job, Kyle. All right, so folks.
Around the airport.
It's, what's that?
He had to go around the airport, I think is the route he just took.
Yeah, I get it. He'll make his way back north and back west. Okay, so let's go back to Lynx 1. Tornado on the ground now. In the airport, west of the airport, if you live in and around the airport, up to 412. Lowest level, center part of the house. We have farmland in here, but at the same time, we have neighborhoods like this that have hundreds of homes
near the Air Force Base in
right?
Oklahoma.
Enid has a lot of big businesses up there, okay? And so there's a lot of people that live in Enid, live outside of Enid, and this is just a horrible situation. This has been a strong to violent tornado, and it's been at least an EF3, if not an EF4. We've seen video. Our trackers have seen live video driving by their homes, again, trying to get through and chase of homes that were partially destroyed or just severely damaged, or, you know, it's not good. Okay, so here's the hook. Wow, look at the side.
Where it is.
I know, it's so weird. It's gone completely on the northwest side. Wow. Okay, look at the hook. Look what it's done. Look at that again. Haven't seen that in a while. So back it up. Look at the hook, and look, the hook completely pivots through and comes up on the northwest side. You don't see that every day. Okay?
Yeah, very erratic motion with a very strong tornado.
Anything in southwest Oklahoma? What did that stuff do down there?
Down to the southwest, it's still not severe.
Okay, does it look like anything?
It's weakened.
Okay.
Brandon's on it. Brandon is right there if you want to talk to him or get an update.
This is how you do this. This guy's great. These guys are doing this
real
right.
Quick, you should take, if you want to show it, Lynx 4. And we got a time lapse.
Take Lynx 4 control room.
Take Lynx 4. This is a time lapse of that thunderstorm.
Good. They're figuring it out. This is good.
Look at the spin.
This is when it touched down near Enid.
Okay. Clearly rotating, right? It's just a cylinder in the sky, and the winds get higher as you go higher up. An incredible time lapse of the tornado, right? That's from somebody's home, by the way, right? Or is that from a car? I don't know. Anyway, incredible. Look, updraft, left side, right side. Tornado. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. And what an incredible storm. Just violent tornado. All right, back to Lynx 1 control room. And, oh, thank you. That was us. Okay, so here we go.
Kyle has power flashes.
Okay, there's the tornado. Where's Val right now?
Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle
my
is. Sorry,
goodness.
All right, let's go to
my
Kyle now.
word.
Kyle's coming on Market Street. Kyle, tornado's going to be just to your
my word.
southwest, maybe a mile. What do you see when you look back in there? Tornado continues on the ground now, just east and southeast of Enid. Go ahead, Kyle.
David, we got a visual of it for just about half a second. We did have some more power flashes just right off to our southwest. So it is still on the ground, David.
You're wonderful.
I could not tell how big it was. But, David, it is still on the ground. Back to you, David.
Well, here's the deal. It was so strong. When you have such a violent tornado, they don't just really just like disappear sometimes. They just spin down. So that's what it's going to do. It's just going to gradually spin down. Hopefully, it will continue to get weaker and weaker and weaker. But until it does, it's still, again, a potentially deadly tornado. No doubt about it. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Kyle will keep Kyle shot up. He's got power flashes. There's the tornado. Okay, this is East Market Street. And the airport
I'm going to put on shear rate, and you can see the airport, and the location's a lot better, David.
Okay, there's the airport. It's now southwest of the airport. Okay,
it's very slowly moving. I mean, it's crawling.
Okay, slow down. Yeah, it's trying to survive. It's trying to hang on.
That's a 15-minute lapse, and it's moved, you know.
Okay, do I see it in Kyle's shot?
5 miles, 6 miles, and it's just wobbling there just to the west of the airport.
Is Kyle gone to his night scope yet? Ask him if he needs to, what it looks like in his night scope, looking back to his southwest.
And where it is, there's definitely homes, obviously, in this area west of the airport, and he's seeing those power flashes still continuing off and on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so what happened to our...
Wow. The couplet has gotten much weaker.
Yeah, still there. Southwest of Kyle. Still a much weaker tornado. Let's go to Kyle's shot. And again, it's going to try to die right over the airport. Kyle, we see it in your shot. It's weakening. It continues to weaken. It's going to spin down. Hopefully it'll spin down, and this will be the end of this tornado. We'll see. No guarantees. Go ahead, Kyle. Give us an update.
Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
David, you can see it right there in our shot. It's right in the middle. Whenever some lightning kind of flashes, there is a funnel. It does not appear like it's on the ground right now to us, but that doesn't mean it is not on the ground. But that's going to be just off to our southwest. We're looking right over the airport right there. So
okay, that's what I was asking her.
We're going to stick here with it. Back to you, David.
Okay, so you're looking over the airport back to the southwest, right? You're on the north side of the airport?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Okay, so the tornado, it looks like it might have lifted.
And it's been on the ground for 40 solid minutes, David.
40
if it
minutes.
just lifted.
So we think it's 15 miles?
I can make a quick track here.
Something like that. Okay, so it might have lifted, but we're not going
10 to 15 miles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
So hooked.
Yeah. So we're not going to give it the all clear yet. It has weakened though some, and we got to make sure we don't get what we call a cycling where it comes back and tries to do it again. But it has been a horrible tornado. It has been a strong to violent tornado. Okay. And absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's definitely weakening. When these things are a cylinder in the sky, they go from the ground all the way up. And when they start to spin, I'll tell you this, when this storm is gone here in a couple of hours, whatever, I mean, the storm is gone, there will still be a piece of air that is still spinning. And it'll go on for a while tonight, just to tell you how much force there is in Mother Nature, how much in the way of dynamics and physics are underway, right? To get something to, the pressures lower so much that it descends and it reaches the ground of winds of over 150 miles per hour and becomes a strong and violent piece of wind. Just incredible. It is getting weaker. You can clearly see the bright reds and the bright blues are going away. It's coming down. It's spinning slower and slower and slower. It can tighten up sometimes.
Hello, D. Mayor. All right. That was wild. That was some of the most fascinating coverage I've ever seen. Oh, my word. All right, I'm getting dizzy. There's an 8 a.m. press conference. You want me to sleep now. If an attack happens, I'll start the stream up again. We're not in a good place. We're not in a good place. I want to get some rest. My body doesn't feel good about any of this. I actually have some heartburn, so that's a sign that I gotta go to bed. God bless you all. I don't mean to leave you on a cliffhanger, but I literally don't know what's gonna happen. I gotta do Tippecanoe and Tyler too, even with heartburn. But I gotta go to bed. Heartburn is the sign it's bedtime. Let's see. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, skip forward to 8, Van Buren, 13 is Jackson, then Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So, let's see. Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. I have to go to bed. I'm very tired. God bless all of you. Look for a reason to donate to our homeless veterans. Look for a reason to donate to our service members. Look for a reason to be a good person today. Look for a reason to donate to our animals. Consider a donation to the big issue if you're in the UK. Can you tell I just got overwhelmed and dizzy? I need to lay down. I'm not feeling well. I'll do it. We will start up again tomorrow. Don't worry. We made it through the night. I'm not going to give any promises about tomorrow. God bless each and every one of you. It doesn't have to be a donation if you want to pay it forward today. Please consider smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Furtrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. In that way, may we change up the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein living up to our tal eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. I'll see you at 8 a.m. for the press conference, bright and early. I'm going to bed. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you all. God protect the United States of America. I need some sleep. I don't feel well. Thank you all for being you. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Good night. God bless. Be well.